Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad that you are watching. Thank you so much for joining us on Mtembei TV, your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion, where today we'll be looking at the Kenya Kwanza Alliance with their rally in Kajiado and the sentiments put forth by Deputy President William Ruto, saying that those who have not been able to succeed as opposition leaders can't form government. The question tonight is, what is Mudavadi and and Wetangula doing in his camp? They have been opposition leaders. And Uhuru Kenyatta, who is currently president, is served as an opposition leader. So this is one of the things that I want us to hold the deputy president to account. Why is he blatant in speaking things that he knows very well are not true? All the same, today was also the D-Day when Sabina Chege, the women rep from Ranga, was summoned and appeared before the Iebc on the remarks she made in Esibuye, Vihiga, I believe. So we will be looking at the same and other aspect of our current political development, the Azimio and Oka negotiations. And I think they are almost signing up the deal. And Kenya is going forward. What is your take on the same? You are free to join into the discussion. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it and allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will be able to get in the studio and we get talking. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining. And if you're able to get us loud and clear, please let us know. Let us know from where you are watching. And also, if you can get us loud and clear, we are here. This is the beginning, and we'll be here for another 8 hours, looking at Kenyan politics from different perspectives and from different Kenyans. So karibu sana na kushukuru kila mmoja kwa kujiunga nasi. Salome Mbone, asante sana kwa kuwa mwaminifu na kuendelea kufuata Mtembei TV na kusupport. Asante sana. Kevin Otieno anasema Bernard, hiyo mada toa, huyo ndio opposition leader. Sasa ndio tunataka kuuliza, akiwa opposition leader hawezi kutengeneza serikali, kwa hivyo inamaanisha kwamba 2027 ama 2032 hataweza kutengeneza serikali kwa sababu amekuwa opposition. Hiyo ndio swala moja ambalo ningependa tuliangalie kwa kina. Emily Sagala, karibu kwa show. Mr. Jackton, we are here. Thank you so much. Kengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi, inawezekana. Asante sana. Alum, Yana, I can't be the first one to comment. Mother, we pray. You just try again. You will be the first one, maybe the next one. Okay, we have Jared Joram Wangila. Thank you so much. We have Kenei Sifas. Karibu kwa show. Moses Kuria Kabarnet. Thank you so much. You say definitely they cannot. Well, kuna DJ Sam Soleil. Ruto amechanganyikiwa sana. Haya, kuna Jpoa Makasembo. Thank you. It's called Zachary Ratemo. Karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuchagua Mtembei TV na kuendelea kujiunga nasi na kuchangia katika mada zetu na masuala tofauti yanayojiri katika siasa zetu na maisha yetu kama wa Kenya. Asante kwa kila mmoja anayejitahidi kujiunga nasi, na tafadhali ukiweza kutupata, karibisha mtu ili asiachwe nyuma. Kuna Gloria, thank you so much. And then we have what Peter Kisharu, asante sana. James Nyadika, asante sana. Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Kuna Magambo Subunes Onyango. Thank you. There are names out here. Aha, thank you. There's Matthew McKenna, karibu kwa show. Kevin Lito, asante. Misha Gowino, asante. Amos Owenda, karibu kwa show. Thank you, everyone, and all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Let's get down to talking. Things are getting better, things are changing, things are remaining the same. Kenya politics is always on the move. You miss out on one piece and you may not be able to join the rest later on. So it's good that we keep you abreast with all that we discuss on this particular channel, and therefore we urge you to ensure that the rest of the world is tuned in, and we are having a great global family gathering where we discuss our politics and the way of life we need for this country. And this being a historic election, we must make wise decisions to see to it that the incoming government will be worthy the responsibility they are being assigned to. Mama Selina, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well, thank you very much. Karibu kwa show.
Asante sana.
Hey, mambo ni kama hayo.
Mambo ni kama hayo na mi naona Kenya inawaka moto. Kabla sijaenda mswada ya leo, naona TRC Congo ambassador Muyumba na ana senator. Ile remarks deputy president aliongea kuhusu Congo jana, akisema Congo hawana hata ng'ombe moja na ni watu milioni 90. Naona wame make a long statement wakitaka yeye withdraw, na wanasema kama Kenya kwa nini walienda Congo kusign agreement. So ni kama wanataka withdraw hiyo statement alisema. Nilikuwa naenda through na nikaona, so naona saa zingine viongozi wanaweza toa remarks on other countries na inawaletea shida. So ukiona ambassador amekasirika na senator anaona kama walitusiwa kusema hawana ng'ombe hata moja, akadai ya kwamba wanachukua maziwa kutoka Australia na Switzerland. So hawa watu wanasema kama Kenya second in command anaweza kutoa insult kwa watu ya TRC Congo. So wacha niwache hiyo, wacha niende kwa mambo ya leo. Opposition leaders kama wanaweza kuform serikali, alafu TB Ruto akiwa Kajiado na Sabina Chege kwa mambo ya IEBC. Nikianza na mambo ya IEBC, Chebukati kitu ya kwanza anataka kutuelezea ni kwamba ni nani alianza mambo ya rigging. Is it Sabina Chege ama ni Yuda walisema hawatarikiwa? Hawa wako smart, they cannot be, hawatakubali kurikiwa. Halafu sasa Sabina Chege, kulingana na vile nilisikia, maoni yangu ni kwamba kama mnasema 2017 then tulirik, hata hii ingine inakuja ni sawa. So naona hayo ni kwamba I don't know kama Chebukati yako sincere, lakini sisi kitu tungetaka kama wa Kenya, tunaomba Chebukati atufungulie cyber ili tuone what was going on there kabla hatujaenda uchaguzi ingine, kwa sababu labda hapo ndiye Sabina Chege alikuwa nasema watu wanasarikiana election. Kajiado kulingana vile niliona ni as usual. Hii watu wanaingia, wengine walikuwa nashautiwa kama ole mwenye ole Metito mwenye anataka kiti ya governor. Niliona huyo mama anasema ni kiboko yake. So these people ya UDA ni kama ama KGA ni kama wanakosa mambo ya kuambia wa Kenya. Tunataka, alafu wanaongea mambo ya Raila, alafu ni kama, so tunashangaa, tunataka wahusia wa Kenya sehera ile watakuja kufanyia watu, badala ya kwenda huko na kuongea mambo ya Azimio. Hapo naona watu ya UDA ni mzuri waendelee tu kupika kelele, but of course wamejua serikali imeenda. Ndiye sababu Penat, kama unapika bibi yako kila siku, bibi akiona umefika kwa mlango ajui leo utakuja kumpiga ama leo utakuwa unalala mzuri, saa mama anakuwa na wasiwasi, ajui baba leo atafanya nini. Na hiyo ndiye UDA imefanya, they don't know. Mambo imekuwa moto, na nataka kushukuru, niliona watu ya Isholo. Unaona sasa Azimio watu wamejipanga kwa kila mahali. Naona kuna msichana moja pia alikuwa anataka kusimama women rep yetu ya Nakuru. Pia wakati alinasikia alichukua pesa ya NYS, alafu Jubilee wamesema hapana, hatutaki watu wenye wako na shida. So naona hiyo ni moja. Lakini mambo ya opposition sasa hapo sijaelewa kama huko opposition unaunda serikali aje. Lakini Okoa Kenya wakinegotiate. Sasa hii mambo imeisha Penat. Mambo imekwisha, nitungoje tu mwezi wa 8, lakini tunapenda tu tuone vile Kenya inaenda, lakini tuombe amani kwa nchi yetu. Election ikifika, Wakenya waende wapige kura, lakini tufunguliwe sapa. Hatutaki kwenda election nyingine alafu tuwe na 2 servers yenye itafunguliwa, sijui Kenya itaenda aje. Nataka niwatie hapo, lakini sana sana Temba, na tuone hiyo mambo ya viongozi kuinstall another countries, na ulikuwa unaenda kujaribu kufanyia watu biashara. Temba, huwezi kuja kwangu kama ninaishi nyumba ya nyasi na unanichekea, na bado unataka kuingia hiyo nyumba yangu ya nyasi, unataka kulala. Sasa kama uko na nyumba yako mzuri, why do you come to my mat house? Kaa kwako na mimi nikae na nyumba yangu ya nyasi na nikule ile ninakula. Asanteni.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Naamini kila mmoja anaelewa kile kinachoendelea na viongozi. Biblia huwa inasema from the overflow of the heart the mouth speaks, and so they are people who front themselves as leaders and they want to be national leaders, but in their heart they are self-leaders. They want something for themselves, because I don't see why somebody of the caliber of the deputy president should speak carelessly when it comes to international relations. It seems he wants to make Kenya to be an isolated country from the rest of the neighbors. Congo DRC was, I think, was admitted in East Africa community, and so his mouth needs to be bridled. He either lay a grip on his mouth, or his mouth will dig his fall. Let's just hear this video, and then we proceed to the next person to remain within the mada yetu. One moment. Okay.
Leo walifanya kampeni katika kaunti ya Kajiado wakiongozwa na naibu rais William Ruto. Waliahidi kwamba wataboresha maisha ya jamii za wafugaji na kuondoa ubaguzi wa miaka mingi unaoathiri. Aidha, waliendelea kupinga mpinzani wao mkuu Raila Odinga, wakisema kuwa ataendeleza uongozi wa familia za utawala wa tangu ukoloni. Aidha, naibu rais alikariri kuwa Raila hawezi kuongoza taifa baada ya kushindwa kuongoza upinzani.
Watu ambao mlikuwa ni wa upinzani, mulizembea katika kazi yenu. Kazi kidogo ya upinzani imewashinda. Kazi ya kulainisha tu, ku-criticize na kuongea na kusahihisha imewashinda. Nyinyi kweli mnaweza kupanga mpaka ikakuwa serikali, mpaka kazi ikafanyika kwa hii Kenya?
Okay, that's the first one. Can we now hear from Alex?
Bernard, habari yako? Habari ya jioni ama habari ya usiku? Bernard, unanisikia? Ama niko muted. Unanisikia Bernard? Mama Selina, unanisikia?
kila mtu anakusikia.
Oh, okay. So wacha nitaanzia maneno ya Congo. We kind of touched of Congo yesterday in a nutshell, and I insisted that Raila personally brokered the peace between Kabila and Sekedi. And remember, the older Sekedi died in France, and there was going to be bloodshed in Congo, big time bloodshed. And Kabila had already postponed election like 3 times. And I think the UN had already decided that there was no question that this guy had to go. So if he had to go, there was no leader who nationally could hold Congo together. Therefore, Raila consolidated the support for Tshisekedi, and they agreed with Kabila, and today they have a government through the courtesy of the goodwill of a peace ambassador called Raila. So in anything, if Ruto want to penetrate in Congo and do the deals, the dubious deals, which now that if he's a friend to Wetangula, and you remember the clip of Wetangula about the gold mine, whereby he started lying watapigia Raila simu ABCD, and they found that Wetangula was having some dubious deals which were questionable. It looks like they were also trying to do such kind of deals, and they were told they will not be allowed. So the DP, as usual, anybody who tells him no is going to throw tantrums. For the DP to say what he said, it looks like kuna deal ya pesa alipotesha huko, na si deal kidogo, it must be a big deal. So ukimwona DP anapiga kelele, jua kuna pesa zimefungwa huko, and there is nothing he can do. He should suck it and get used to it. The other thing that I'll comment about is Sabina Chege. We might blame Sabina Chege for what she said, but the truth is that the chicken must come home to roost. The Supreme Court of Kenya nullified the elections, and in the nullification, it ordered the Iebc to reconstitute itself and open the servers and make sure that the anomalies that were done were streamlined. And nothing of that has been done. And we are going to the next election. We seem to be having a gentleman's agreement between a few people at the helm. But what if one of those people does not, let me say this, if one of them doesn't make it to the 8th of August 2022, what will happen? We need to strengthen our institution to a point that if the Supreme Court has told IEBC to open, it must. What I am seeing is that a man called Chebukati knows that in the end, whether he likes it or not, he will be prosecuted. You know, there is no way that atahepa hii kitu. At some point, we are going to ask what happened to 2017 election. And that is why when we decided to have, after 2007, one of the prerequisites of having a composition of an IEBC commission was one person must be a lawyer, so that they cannot say that they did not know what they were doing. So Chebukati is one of the lawyers that was put there to advise the commission in case there is legality that is required. And this is the same Chebukati who has refused to open the servers. So when Sabina Chege is saying that, it is not just Sabina Chege who is saying that. We are part of Sabina Chege who are saying that the election in 2017 was stolen, and we need to know how it was stolen, how these people were put in. If it was an algorithm that was put in, if that we did not have election completely, whatever that happened in 2017 needs to come out clean and clear. Because those servers, some people have said, they were not even in the IEBC headquarters. When Kaiseri died, he had just gone to Bomas to inspect what was going to happen. And mysteriously, he died. And there is so much propaganda and theories that have come out of it. But for us to get to the truth, Chebukati needs to know whether he calls Sabina Chege, somebody else is going to say the same thing. So what they are doing are basically they are calling one of the Kenyans who have said that we don't trust Chebukati and his team. And we don't know why in the negotiation between Raila and Uhuru, which was the handshake, that Chebukati is still in that office. Because if they did not want to open the servers, they should have given us the trust, at least by making sure that Chebukati has gone. But they have refused to do that. So they are not prosecuting Sabina Chege. They are prosecuting you and me, who is still questioning the legality, the trust, the integrity, and the dignity of Chebukati. And Chebukati at some point will have to pay for everything that he did. And my fear is that when David D said that we are not concerned about corruption, for me, he was directing that thing to Chebukati and Chiloba, telling them, we will keep you safe. But if Raila and his group comes, they will have to reopen. They will revisit the 2017. And therefore, you will be put into task. So I feel like the man who is at the helm of IEBC may want to do an election that will protect his interest. Because if people who are straight come to govern Kenya 2022, they will have to revisit IEBC so that what happened in 2017 will never happen again. So I think Chebukati is trying to be mischievous here. He's trying to threaten politicians not to say the truth so that they will leave him and so that he can negotiate his way out. But there is no way we can leave Chebukati to negotiate his way out because he was given a mandate which he totally failed. And now he wants to prosecute and intimidate people who are questioning the legality of 2017. 2017, we know that the Supreme Court said we did not have any elections. So Chebukati should not even go there. So the issue of Sabina Chege is not Sabina Chege versus IEBC. It is Sabina Chege versus us who speak in our tables that the 2017 election needs to, the servers needs to be opened. So whatever they do, Chebukati needs to know he will not hide from this. Even if he dies, we will still revisit and know what truly happened. And the servers, because they were protected, they are not things like files that court is in a potea. Servers are protected. Data is protected. When it will be opened, we will know what he did. The earlier, the better. But the more he tries to prosecute and try to intimidate people who truly believes that that election was the most shady election, he is showing us that he has something to hide. And lastly, the choosing of Chiloba in the commission that he heads now is suspect to me. Honestly, Chiloba should never have gotten another job, especially a job that is going to be part that transmits the election results to IEBC. I think there Uhuru Kenyatta failed, unless Uhuru Kenyatta also wants to make sure that we never know the truth, what happened, so that they can negotiate their way out. So Chebukati must know, and IEBC must know, it is not Sabina Chege versus them. It is us versus them, and we need to know what happened. Thank you. And Chebukati has fallen to that trap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that. And probably I'll say this before I bring in Mr. Wangira. Chebukati walked out of the inter-government preparation committee for preparation for election in the pretext that he is IEBC is an independent body. He should not be told what to do. But from his moves and his behavior, he seems to be dragged into doing what he's doing, because him being a lawyer that he is, I don't think he will be calling Sabina Chege on matters like this that are open. If you watched the scenario, the kind of questioning that Senior Counsel Orengo was asking and the rest, and deconstructing whatever it is that is bringing up. So it appears to me that Chebukati is a man under siege, and he's serving somebody's interest in that particular commission. And if he proceeds the way he's proceeding, he may end up just like every one of his predecessors, like they've ended up. That is my observation. That's what I can read. He is playing with fire when it comes to elections. It doesn't matter how close we are on the elections. His immunity is not permanent, or he's looking for an exit strategy probably. Let's listen to Mr. Wangira. How are you?
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well.
How are you, everybody?
They are all looking good.
Tuko salama tu. Wawache tu Sabina Chege.
Asanteni. Oh, I have
a... Alex toka nyuma ya curtain, Daniel toka nyuma ya curtain, ama mwende quarantine. Mambo ni mawili. Asante sana.
I have a number of issues to present, and I will start with William Ruto's meeting today in Kajiado. I didn't see anything out of ordinary in his meeting today, because he talked of what he usually talks about. He talked of them wanting somebody who can protect the dynasties. He talked of the opposition having failed and how they cannot form a successful government. Then he talked of the normal thing like his vote cannot be stolen. So to me, these are the normal things that he always talks about. But if I looked at his demeanor, this is a guy who's really struggling now to present his points. He's not that vibrant William Ruto I knew 1 month or 2 months ago. The William Ruto I see today, the one I saw today, is the William Ruto that is struggling to come out and present his issues. So, and if he continues that way, perhaps it could be because of the monotony. Having sold the same message on and on, then you burn out. And if you burn out, then you start struggling because you don't know how to move on. That's how I observed him today. And if that's how things are going to continue, then you'll not come out as strongly as most of us thought it would be. On Sabina Chege's issue, first, there are issues that were raised, I think, by Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo that are the same things that I've been raising here where I'm seated. For example, today, I asked Jared Joram Wangira, who was not declared that I'm running for any elective seat, if I commented on anything in regard to the elections, what jurisdictions does IEBC have to summon me under what they call their committee of code of conduct or whatever it is? And that's what Otiende Amolo raised, because he questioned their jurisdiction, because the person you were questioning, Sabina Chege, as who you are questioning as who? That's the jurisdiction, because in any court world over, the first thing that is questioned is the jurisdiction. Because if you take me to a magistrate court, for example, today I'm a civilian, you cannot take me to a court martial, because if you took me to a court martial, they will question, why are you bringing a civilian to a court martial? So, under what jurisdiction is Sabina Chege appearing at the IBC? That is a clear question that needed to be answered. But what I heard from Chebukati, he went round and round and claimed that they have jurisdictions. They have jurisdiction to hear the matter. Well and good. They could purpose that they have the jurisdiction, but whatever decision that they are going to arrive at, I assure you here that it's going to be challenged in the High Court. It's going to be challenged. In fact, if it was within me, there's need that this matter is raised at the High Court so that there are preliminary objections, so that the hearing is stayed, and the High Court decides on whether there's jurisdiction to hear the matter pertaining to Sabina Chege or not. Because the way IEBC is running, then it's becoming a law unto itself. And you remember, during the presidential petition number 1 of 2017, even the Supreme Court described IEBC as having been a law unto itself. As we move on, I also want to dwell on the issue of the William Ruto. There's this lady called Ambassador Francine Muyaumbu, who I understand is a senator in the Democratic Republic of Congo. She said that a candidate running for the highest office of the country needs to be diplomatically conscious. You get those words, needs to be diplomatically conscious. So listening to William Ruto mocking a country like the Democratic Republic of Congo, that this is a country that has 90 million people, but they don't have even a single cow. It goes against what we call fundamental principles of good neighborliness that include mutual trust, political goodwill, sovereign equality, peaceful coexistence, and good neighborliness. If you look at what Ruto said in regard to Congo DRC, it's lucky that he's not the president of the Republic of Kenya, because if his utterances were coming from the mouth of the president of the Republic, then it could have been taken in very, very bad light. But luckily, he has a Babu Namwamba who he has appointed to head that international relations desk. I hope that you will help him iron out this matter with Congo DRC. As we proceed on, there's another matter that I want to bring up that could not be part of the discussion here, but that I think is also vital for our members to hear. For quite some time now, Moses Kuria has been running this thing called From Personal Healing to National Healing. And he has promised to have the mother of all meetings somewhere, I think in Thika, this weekend. But what surprised me was seeing Moses Kuria at the side of the Gulf Cooperation Council Kenya Business Forum that is being attended by His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta. And you know who he was taking pictures with? He was taking pictures with the like of... Hello? Can I continue?
Yes, carry on.
He was taking the picture with the likes of our Minister for Health, the like of Munya, the like of the like of Ngatia, the like of Raila Odinga's son Junior. Then, when I saw those pictures on Facebook, what came into my mind was this thing called From Personal Healing to National Healing, leading Moses Kuria into Azimio. We are likely to see surprises perhaps come Saturday, when we see a Moses Kuria that we thought was in UDA going the Azimio way. Another thing that also caught my eye was the tweet by this guy called Grand Mullah. Grand Mullah, for you who know Grand Mullah Abdel Nasser, the advocate, he tweeted and said, I hear a major meeting is happening in a foreign country where the players sitting on the table have one agenda: how to expand executive in line with the judgment of the Supreme Court on the BBI case. We all know that the matter was heard by the Supreme Court, and the Chief Justice said that they are going to give their judgment on notice. So when I saw this tweet, what came into my mind was that what does Grand Mullah know that we don't know? Is he privy to some information that the BBI case at the Supreme Court is going to succeed? You know, that's what came into my mind. So as times go, we also need to be observant and see whether what we tweeted about will come to be true, that the BBI case will succeed at the Supreme Court. Finally, I listened to Gideon Moi, and Gideon Moi was so honest and so frank. He said that on their side, they are negotiating with Azimio la Umoja, and eventually they will settle on one candidate, and that will be their candidate for 9th August 2022, and that whoever they will settle on will become their presidential candidate that they will support to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Anything? I think for now, that's all. That's all. I can allow somebody else to also contribute. Asante, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangera. We appreciate your thorough observation and perspectives. I believe Kenyans are following, and we are all brought up to date. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Daniel.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You're welcome to the show.
Okay.
Wana Daniel.
Bernard.
Yes, I can hear you. You can't hear me? Endelea, Bwana Daniel.
I think there's a problem with the network.
Okay,
thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I just want to tackle on a few things concerning the topic of today, that opposition leader can't form successful government. When today, I think William Ruto was in Kajiado when he was campaigning. So when he says that opposition leaders cannot form government, and he's saying that opposition did not do the constitutional mandate to check on the government that was in power, him included as the deputy. So, and Wetangula was there, Salam Davadi was there, so I don't know who he was addressing. Because those people that he was trying to lecture, the opposition, were right with him there. Okay? So, to Ruto, I think he believes that he is the one who calls the shots. He is Mr. Right, and whatever any other person comes up with is not right. He is always Mr. Right on everything. So, I think he should reduce his element of attacks, because now, concerning this issue of Congo, you know, William Ruto nowadays has been attacking. You remember when he went to Meru, he attacked Kiraitu Murungi. When he went to West Pokot, he attacked Lonyangapuo. Nowadays, he does not attack Raila so much because he attacks his boss. Because when he says that there are those ones who are ghost workers and they are resurfaced and they have put a puppet in front and they are ghost workers, this country is not going to allow people who are going to continue in power indirectly. That means he's attracting his boss, but indirectly. So I think the best thing is for the UDA, they should go back, strategize on how they can sell their agenda to Kenyans, because this issue of, attacks, calling people names. You remember what Echesa did on the other day when he was in some rally in Western, when he attacked Atwoli. Atwoli is an old man who is enough to be his dad. So those are the kind of, and then when you say such kind of utterances, you say them where we have men and women, young children, and the youth who are actually attending those rallies. It does not give a good picture. But having said and done, I wanted to comment about this issue of Sabina Chege. We are in a political context nowadays. And this is a time where any utterance that you make will be blown out of proportion. And I think politicians must be very cautious enough when they are on stage, on the podium, what they say, because it is an electioneering period, and whatever somebody says sounds volume, It is a political mileage for the other opponent actually to do a counter-attack when it comes to adding mileage. So I think when I had the hearing about that issue of Sabina Chege, the representation was okay. But I think in the fullness of time, we'll be able to see how the IEBC is going to handle it with time. But the most important thing is that this issue of opening the server, it is even becoming irrelevant. Because if there's anything to go by, we know the company that was awarded the tender to actually control our servers and for the election of 2017. And they already know how the election was handled and who won the election, and that is a subject of another day. I do not want to dwell on it. But the truth of the matter is that we as a country, we must be defined by history. Our history is very important. Whoever believes that he wants to run this country and he does not want to believe in history will be giving us he will just be telling us a lie. Our history will define where we are, where we have come from, and where we are headed to. If you are a good politician, you must be alive to the fact that cognizance of history is very important. You must have rudiments of logics. Whatever you are talking about, does it make sense to the electorates? That is the most important thing. And you see, anything that William Ruto says, to me, I would say that 80% is just a flat lie, because you have been in government for almost 9 years. You are telling us that, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. But the funniest thing, you are not telling us how you're going to tackle corruption, because corruption is the major impediment to our development. Corruption is the major impediment to our economic growth. So I have never seen, and if there are UDA supporters here, please come out clean and tell us how you intend to tackle corruption, because I have never seen where in all your rallies how you are saying that probably you are going to tackle corruption, because it is not there. I've never seen or I've never watched it. So William Ruto should actually come out there clean and tell Kenyans how he intends to tackle corruption. Now, when you talk about you are going to scrap our CBC again, that is again something that we as Kenyans, we would not want to go into that route. So I think let us be very sincere and tell Kenyans the truth. I think Raila Odinga has been one of the best opposition in this country before handshake. Raila Odinga brought the issue of Aroro and Kimwarer. Raila Odinga brought the issue of Eurobond. Raila Odinga brought the issue of Anglo-leasing. So many scandals, the biggest scandals that you can ever imagine in this country, have always been unearthed by Raila Odinga. So if somebody says that this person has never been executing his duty as an opposition leader, then I think that person is someone who is not staying in Kenya. Let's be very realistic. When Raila did a handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Moses Wetangula were left on the other side because they were saying that they're also equal partners. Did they brought any scandal? Did they brought anything to Did they put government on spot on matters to do with corruption? Probably no. Probably no. So I think even the issue of KEMSA, that one was actually brought about by the Ruto team. So remember, there's a deputy president who is in government, and his brigade are the ones, his allies are the ones who actually brought the issue of KEMSA. So if we say is that Raila Odinga and any other presidential candidate, because what I know is that these are two-horse race. If Raila Odinga cannot run a government, and this is somebody who was actually detained for 9 years, this is somebody who was actually toiled down for democracy. This is somebody who has brought a new constitution. This is somebody who believes in transformation and the rule of law. What else do you want that person to do for you? I think you must be staying in Afghanistan or somewhere, not in this country, because that is somebody who has actually spent almost 90% of his life just, fighting for the rights of Kenyans and fighting for freedom of expression and inclusivity. And that is what Azimio stand for. They talk about inclusivity, they talk about the rule of law, they talk about transformation, they talk about, the third gender rule, which women nowadays are even feeling so happy about. The 47 counties we have women representative. So I think, to me, finally, what I can say is that as these politician campaigns, as they campaign, as they are on the podium, please let them be very responsible. Let them, because we are in a very sensitive times. We headed for an election. You had the ICC case concerning, is it Paul Gicheru, the lawyer who has actually been accused of tampering with the witnesses. And the ICC, the case actually resumed today, and it was the open hearing actually took place today. So we are not even off the hook. But again, we have politicians who are talking about Madawado and so on and so forth. So I think the best thing is those who, even us who are on this platform, can we go up there, maybe outside there, and preach peace, and know those who are coming to lie to us and those who are telling us the truth. Otherwise, I'll come back to proceed with my submission at a later time. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Let's we are proceeding. I want us to ensure that we observe our standing orders. One, your submission should be restricted within 3 to 5 minutes. Exceeding that keeps a lot of people on hold, which creates a lot of delay, and others get problematic with the same. Secondly, if you want to intercept any of the statements somebody is giving, you lift your hand, you will be picked out, and then you intercept the whatever that is being submitted if it's questionable or if it is unethical in any way. I just want to encourage those of you on the comment section, please, let's keep civility, let us respect one another. No need of insulting anybody. That you differ politically doesn't make you enemies, and it doesn't necessarily warrant you to get at the neck of each other. We have one country called Kenya, and it's our responsibility to keep it running and running to a better place. The only request I want to make to each and every Kenyan is that we should demand the best in the next elections. Don't fall for anything. We must go for what is able to help us become a better nation by after the 5 years. So if we will compromise on the standards we place on the leaders, we will have ourselves to blame at the end of the day. We are where we are because of the people we elected. And then if we want to improve on that, we must elect better people. There are no miracles on this. There are no magic on this. You put in better people, you have a better country, you have better leadership. Put in anybody, you will get anything, and that anything may not be anything you would want to identify with. And so let's be keen, and that goes for MCAs, goes for MPs, women rep, senator, governor, and presidents. Having a good president with bad governors, bad senators, bad MPs, bad MCAs, and women rep, it will still end up into bad governance. So let's lift the standard of who we vote for, no matter how nice they look. Let's get down to the character. Nilikuwa nina emphasize kwamba kila mtu anasema tuangalie sera. Kabla tuangalie sera, tuangalie tabia. Okay? Kwa sababu sera haziwezi kubadilisha tabia ya mtu. Kama mtu ni mkora, hata kama sera zake ni nzuri, ukora wake utaharibu hizo sera nzuri. Kwa hivyo lazima tuangalie tabia na tuhakikishe kwamba hiyo tabia inafaa na inafaa kuendeleza nchi, ili nchi isibaki nyuma wakati mataifa mengine yanaendelea mbele. That's the most important perspective. Thank you so much. Let's keep talking. I think it's the turn for John Adams, if I'm not wrong.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Bernard, for another opportunity to be here, and salams to all my panelists and all the viewers watching. I think I'll keep it short and sweet today, not much happening. Starting with the Kenya Kwanza in Kajiado, the argument about opposition leaders being unable to form government. I think this was the DP preaching to the converted, because such pedestrian arguments can only succeed with those who truly and genuinely support Kenya Kwanza. And so I feel in that regard, I don't see the efficacy of such arguments at political rallies. I don't think people who are not sold out for Kenya Kwanza or UDA will buy into them. And for me, that to me seems like not the best kind of messaging to follow. Secondly, the tiff he had with Ambassador Francine of DRC will, if played with, can have a very negative impact. I think if somebody was to play dirty, and I hope it doesn't go there, if DRC, for example, was to suspend imports za vitu kama miraa, and then it is blamed on such comments, I mean, it could have a very, very nasty ripple effect. But aside from that, I think that was a bit reckless on his part. But if I know him well, I hope he will find a way to maybe apologize or do something just to cool it down before his opponents use it. With regards to Sabina Chege, I think the argument that I've had that is most convincing is Sabina is not yet a candidate. And I think somebody mentioned it here. So you cannot necessarily hold her to that code of conduct before she declares her candidature or signs that code of conduct. I think even us in our companies, until you sign that code of conduct, you will not necessarily be held to it. So I think it's a sideshow, especially coming from the same body that has refused to open servers for, is it 5 years now? I mean, this might not work out very well for Iebc. And what they must be grateful for is that Uhuru is on our side now. Were it not, we would have played this and milked it dry. So we also have to be a bit diplomatic. But I think what Sabina said, had it been that Uhuru was on the other side, would have been quite an uncomfortable debate for the Jubilee side of the coalition. So obviously it will be a sideshow, it will die a natural death. But lastly, what I'd like to say with regards to the overall outlook of campaigns, something interesting is happening in Dubai, as was said. Moses Kuria was with Ruto, I think 2-3 weeks ago. And we're now hearing he's meeting Uhuru, Raila, and there are talks of Kalonzo also being there. I'm a bit worried. Kuria has a knack for being very, very unpredictable. But whichever sides he decides to join, that will be a huge, huge catch for whichever side of the team he decides to join. And going by things, I think he might be in a deal with Azimio soon. So that should give us a lot of credit, a lot of mileage, sorry. So finishing, just to encourage Kenyans watching on the show, politics is not an enmity. We are passionate about these things, but it should not get to a point where we fight or we are intolerant. So Bernard, just to say asante for creating such a platform for us to engage. I hope there are UDA supporters here today as well. It's usually very interesting to hear the other side of the divide. And just to encourage Kenyans, this election, I usually say one thing. If we did not have tribes in this country, this would not even be an election. I mean, you cannot compare the two men that are running for this race by any measure or standards. If it is the ability to just embrace others, and this is the one thing I'm going to say for my candidate as I take my seat. Barring Raila's mistakes, and he has made some, obviously, as all of us have, it takes a particular character of a man to sit with people who have hurt you. And I'd like to challenge all of us on this panel. Maybe Bernard is better because he's a man of God, but many of us who are not, how easy is it to sit and laugh and embrace the people who have done very detrimental and painful things to you? For me, that is the spirit that we need in this country, is because we've all done things to one another. You know, people can say things about Luyas or Luos or Kikuyus or Kambas or Kalenjins, but we need to get to a point where we begin to define a state of nationhood. What does it mean to be Kenyan? You know, that's a question I've asked several times. We know what it means to be a Kikuyu. All of us can answer. You're industrious, you're ambitious. The Luos are courageous. Same goes for the Luyas. The Kambas are known to be loyal. The Kalenjins are known to be courageous and very good athletes. But what does it mean to be Kenyan? And that is what we are trying to do under Azimio la Umoja. And I do not see a better candidate to represent or to kickstart that process than Raila. Because if there's a man who has been through it, suffered, and shown us that he has a heart to try, that is your man. So thanks for the opportunity, Bernard, and asanteni.
Okay, thank you, John Adams. We appreciate your givings, and just to lift something from what you said, if the code of conduct is to candidates, and Sabina Chege is not yet a candidate, and Chebukati is summoning her, is Chebukati independent? It appears to me Chebukati is running somebody's errand, and that errand is making a fool of himself by reason of him, following orders from people who don't know what the law is and how the law operates. So we need to get down, because remembering just back when we back up kidogo, you remember that intergovernmental committee in preparation for elections, where the Chief Justice was chairing and all that. Chebukati walked out as soon as UDA said Chebukati Iebc is independent. Why is Nini Chebukati and team there? That is the time when Chebukati walked out. And then we see this also happening. as soon as Chege said something about the rigging of the elections, it was the UDA guys that took it up, Kenya Kwanza, and blew it. And what did we see next? Chebukati summoning Chege. So this Chebukati needs to be, the microscope needs to be placed on him. And if he's playing Wayo, it needs to be called to order. Now, can we hear from Dan? This Dan you.
Bernard, what you are not saying is that Chebukati was used to be William Ruto's lawyer. So probably there's a conflict of interest.
That's new information. He used to be Ruto's lawyer. Then he's continuing with the service. We will deal with him. Duncan, take it.
Yeah, Bernard, habari ya jioni.
Fiti, namna gani?
Niko salama. Missed some maybe 2 days, 3 days sijakuwa kwa live, lakini nashukuru na I'm back. For all my members, my fellow members who are here, let me say hi to you. Yeah. So from me, I'll be somewhat short and brief because I'm running down somewhere. So mambo ya Sabina Chege na Chebukati ama the entire the committee waache kuchukulia mambo as in Sabina Chege ameongea maneno ambayo ni ya kuchochea ama ni mambo ambayo yanaweza kuadhiri election ambayo inakuja. Lakini vile Chebukati yeye mwenyewe amesimama amemsummon dada yetu Sabina Chege. Sasa wacha turudi nyuma tuseme hivi, Chebukati anastahili ku stand up and afungwe server. If you remember back, Bernard, when we had a certain previous meeting, maybe I can remember maybe 3 weeks ago, we were talking about opening the server. Some of the people here on the comment section walikuwa nakataa server isifunguliwe, na mimi pia I was there nikasema if the server will be open, mambo mengi yatafanyika na watu wata lose the trust for so many politicians. Now if Chebukati amesema akuna uhuru na wakona nguvu ya kumsummon Sabina, now he has brought himself out so that they can to show that he has the power to do anything concerning any politician who come out to talk anything that concerning what happened or not supposed to be uttered outside there. So Chebukati, he must open the server so that the people of Kenya to know what happened, and whatever Sabina Chege said, he was not meaning that this is something that happened. Remember, every politician who stand out there to talk, sometimes they talk chokingly. Some of the words that they talk, tusichukulia kwamba ni mambo ambayo ni yale ni ya wanasiasa wengi. Nadhani wengi wenu mnajua kwamba wanasiasa wakati wanaongea wanatumia mambo ya utani, vitendawili, mambo ya wanatumia proverbs. So when Sabina Chege stood up and said about the clip, it is on air and everybody knows if you listened. Wacha Chebukati na the other people wacha kuyachukulia, na the other people who tunasema ni wa the opposition wacha kuchukulia mambo hivi as in it was a serious case that is affecting the common mwananchi. No, but macho yote imemwangalia, na sasa huu wakati Chebukati anastahili kukua somebody serious on basing on some serious issues which is supposed to be talking about, not taking this matter like something too big. Like now Chebukati kitu anastahili kufanya ni kuanalyze how wanaosha the votes, the voters, walete the new registration of voters. Wacha kuanza kukimbilia maneno hayafai. So yeye mwenyewe venye amesimama kusema hivyo, wacha asimame na alete ile sava yenye ilikuwa inahitajika. Sasa ndio watu amefungua watu macho na wanahitaji kabisa. Jambo la pili ningeweza kuzungumzia Bernard, it is out of the topic, but wacha niseme hivi. Wakati end politician anakuja kufile for end seat, some of the politicians, they are not coming out to be a leader. You know, there is a difference between a leader and a politician. A leader is somebody who knows what he wants to do to people. But a politician anaweza kuja, anaweza chificha so that umpatie kitu, lakini the interest is for his own. So kuna maneno imetokea in the Jubilee Party whereby I don't feel like it is good, ambayo imetokana na dada yetu anaitwa Anne Grita kumuleta katika chama ya Jubilee, na unajua kwamba kuna the scandal ilimshika ya NYS and it requires millions of money, but I don't think it is good wanamleta saizi kwa sababu kuna kesi bado inaendelea, na ningeomba kwamba serikali yetu ya Kenya sijui inakuwa na maneno gani ama inaelekea wapi. Manake wakati mtu akona kesi nyingi ama wakati akona scandal mingi, afai kusimama mbele na akuje kufile for the seat. Let me quote and say this from my own that Anne Grita is coming up to fight for whatever that she want to fight for, lakini kitu anaangalia ni ile yale maneno alikuwa nayo nyuma, anataka kuyaficha. You know, every politician who are here, when they have several issues, several scandals, they know that once you are a politician, utaenda pale ufanye vile unafanya and that thing inatupiliwa. You know, several politicians here outside wamekuwa na scandal mingi ambazo ukishatajwa zako zinafunikwa, unakuwa someone inakuja kusikizwa mwezi fulani, mwaka fulani, finally hiyo kitu inaenda ndio watu wanasahau. So it's not good. It's not good at all kabisa. Yeah, thank you. That's what I had.
Naomba tuende kwa Jared.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard, Mama Selina, John Adams, C. Alex, and the other panel for this opportunity. I would have a short...
One moment, Jared. Wale watu mnakaa nyuma ya curtain, we either put you in the quarantine or we eliminate you because the screen cannot be dark that way. And ukimaliza submission, you see there is you don't want to wherever make any contribution any soon. It's good to leave so that somebody else come in, make their submission. You can come in later. The show runs for 8 hours, so you can take a break for an hour, come back. It's still okay, so that we have fresh people also coming in, other than us sticking here 10 of us and exchanging among ourselves. Thank you. Jared, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. So, quickly, just on a right note, my friend John Adams actually misstated there that other than Bernard, my children are not Christians. I don't know how he got that. So I would like him to withdraw that statement unless he's absolutely sure about it. Anyway, to come to the topic of today, of course, I'm not surprised on what comes out of the Deputy President William Ruto's mouth. You know, anything comes in a minute. I really don't understand what it means that an opposition cannot form a successful government. If I check on history, almost all the presidents we had have been in opposition. I think Daniel Toroitich Moi was an opposition in KADU before he joined KANU. We know Mwai Kibaki was an opposition leader. In fact, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was an opposition leader. So is he saying that those did not form a successful government? Also, in many occasions, he has said that he wants to take back the country to where Kibaki left it. That means he's in approval of what Kibaki did. So it's only that he forgot that Kibaki was actually an opposition. The government which came in was actually opposition which was taking over. So those are things which just come in out from the deputy president, William Ruto. If I got a chance to watch on the summon for Sabina Chege. Personally, I think that it was unfortunate utterances from the good lady, because let's face it, even if she's on our side, there's one thing we don't want. We don't want anything which will take us back from where we have come from. Any small suggestion might be magnified, more especially when you have an opposition UDA which magnifies anything. We know what she meant, but that is not what goes to many when these guys start giving out rumors. So we want to avoid from such, as I say, that was unfortunate utterances, which when you have a clear win, you don't want to put that we told you that these people were going to leak. So we want to avoid that route so that we would have no problem. Remember that 2007 and all these other ones, that's how they start saying that these people are planning to leak. And then when it comes out, people believe what the people say. But on Chebukati, as much as I disagree with that, I don't think that one, Chebukati has got no moral authority to be able to sanction anybody. In fact, sometimes I wonder what happens with this guy, Chebukati. He comes from nowhere. I understand as of today, Iebc has not done the audit which they are supposed to do. So he has been sitting in there instead of doing what can make this coming election to be free and fair. He's just following some crowd chasing, I can say. I was wondering what kind of team, which is a prosecutor, a judge, and I think somebody says a witness at the same time, because I remember they were asked who complained about what was happening. I don't know much on the law when one is supposed to be ganged on what they say, but I don't think that what actually they are the people who bring out these things. If they could have left it, it didn't mean anything. They could have gone. And in fact, if you hear what the lady was saying, it was just, you know how the politicians do, it was rhetoric, asking them that I've heard you say this. He didn't say that this happened. He was just saying, I've heard you guys saying this. But that would be argued out. Another thing I saw from there, Sabina Chege today is a person who is very, very good. She has come to understand what it means to be with people who can help you. When I saw sitting in between Olengo and Otienda Moro and the other people who were there, she felt very comfortable. I know that she is another experience she has not seen from the last time, like, people like Mukomenu will make noise, but will not go stand before you. So I think she was very comfortable where she was. We will leave that one to take its course. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but it's just to bring some suckers which will not yield anything. On the side of Chebukati, I do think that what he's doing, sometimes you have to watch that man. You know, that man might be actually in Azimio. This is a very funny man. Remember the last general election, he was siding with NASA with everything up to the last minute, saying that he don't think that the election will be fair, but he turned around and do whatever he does. So watch out, that man, he doesn't know what he's doing. He can be on UDA giving them wins, but at the last minute he will do what is right. So don't count on him on such. On the last one, on the OKA joining to having negotiation with Azimio, this is inevitable. I don't think they had any route where they were going anyway. Some of the people who were sent there, Akina Gideon Moi, were going just to give comfort for Stephen Kalonzo to feel that he is also somebody important. In fact, from what happened to Musalia Mudavadi and Weta, Kalonzo Musyoka need to calculate very well. What started, I think it was a weekend that he is asking for money, even if it is allegedly, that can mess him up. Because if those governors go and say, this guy wants to get money like the other one, that might mess him up. It's high time he comes. I know he's trying to prepare his people so that he can continue having it, those who believe in him, so that they can come. So it's just a process of acceptance, preparing his supporters. Then it would be in I had somebody saying they're going to come to Azimio, then they can determine who is a candidate in Azimio. I don't know where that comes. It's just like Mudavadi saying they're gonna determine who is a candidate in Kenya Kwanza. But it's good they come when everything is set, so that they don't bring any other stuff which would be not good. Lastly, I think my brother, I don't know, somebody mentioned, must have been done, but I think it's left, that Jubilee was accepting one lady from Nakuru, I believe. I saw some reports that they say that she need to clear before she can run for Jubilee. And I hope that that could be the good stand, because this election coming has to be very clear. One for those who belong in the committee and those ones who want to do the right thing. So we cannot mix. So however, how they might have a support on the ground, we should not go the Sonko way. We should not allow those people. We have to stand firm and say, we need a clean people. Then we can say, this is a government which is going to stand for something. Thank you.
Asante sana Jared, thank you so much. Let's move on. Tumsikilize huyu Kenei Gefas, if I'm not wrong. Kenei?
Yes.
Namna gani leo?
Salama sana, labda kwako.
Fit na sasa tupatie uhondo.
Naam, ningependa kuanza na swala la Sabina Chege.
Yeah.
It's very wrong kwa kiongozi kama Sabina Chege kusema ya kwamba eti tulirig about 2017 and 2022 we can do the same. It's very wrong. I totally disagree with her. Unajua yeye ni kiongozi, na kiongozi akiongea mbele ya wananchi na tuseme sasa huu mrengo mwingine wa naibu rais, wafuasi wake watasemaje? Vitu kama hiyo sasa ndio itafanya vitu yenye ilifanyika kama 2007. My point number 2 ni about story na Ngirita na kuingia Jubilee. It's very wrong for Jubilee kumwambia eti anahitaji KRA sijui nini hizo vitu zote, ilhali in 2017 kila mtu anajua, not 2017, 2012 President Uhuru Kenyatta na naibu wake, they were facing a lot of charges at ICC. Mbona hiyo maneno haikufanyika hiyo time? Ya mwisho,
He has run away. I hope it's the network, but if he has run
I hope
away,
he comes back. I really needed to ask him. Why
I
somebody
was
has to
also
come to
looking for
Jubilee?
that.
He doesn't have to have Jubilee. He can go to UDA.
That man should not be asked any question. He will waste your time.
Sawa sawa, wacha tumsikize huyu maalum. Ni Maalim ndio tusikie Mr. Kamau. Maalim, vipi?
Salama bro, mzuri sana. How are you?
I'm well. Karibu kwa show.
Okay, thank you very much. And what I want to say is about the guy was speaking sense. I don't know what went wrong. So anyway, what we want is that a peaceful election, in a democratic way. What Sabina Chege, the utterance of Sabina Chege, I totally disagree with her, and that one cannot be said by a leader in public places. So she has to withdraw, and she must explain to the public what she means. If the election was stolen, in fact, I believe even the election was stolen, but they told us that the election was free and fair. When I was in NASA, that's what we believe, and all of us we believe. But now that she publicly announced that we have stolen the Jubilee have stolen the election, then she must explain, and Chebukati must explain why the election was being stolen, and that cannot be happen again in 2022. So let's encourage free and fair election, be it Papa, be it a Ruto. We want a peaceful election, and Kenyans will going to decide on 9th August 2022. Otherwise, I salute you all.
Thank you very much. But I wonder why Sabina Chege's statement is an issue when we had Shebesh. Shebesh was even more elaborate and more direct. I'm preparing that video so that I play, because unless there is something somewhere that somebody is not telling us. But after I play the Shebesh video, I would want us to compare the two of them, who should be appearing before what. Yes, David, VP.
Yeah, Mr. Malim, I greet you, all of you, and I hope you're good. I just want to ask Mr. Malim that is Sabina Chege's comment worse than what Mudavadi said? Because I think Mudavadi said that when they were called somewhere, I don't know, in State House or where, they were told that there is someone who's able to create a backlog, Iebc. I think that statement is worse, because Mudavadi should be called forward so that he mentions that person. Is IBC not, are they not worried about that? I just want Mr. Malim to tell me about that. Then,
yes, bro. Let me make it clear to you. And what Mudavadi was talking about is talking about how the state is involved in the issue of the coalitions. He was discussing about the president. That one is a politicians discussing about the issues. That one is allowed. Be it, if they can even sit and discuss about how they can rig. But when a referee is there, and then you are saying that the referee himself has stolen election for us, then that one you must explain what it happens. And not even Sabina Chege alone, the Chebukati himself should explain why that thing had happened. That's what I'm saying.
I think you did not understand my question. Let me repeat it for you. Mudavadi said that when they were called somewhere, and he confessed that Kalonzo was there, that that he was there and Wetangula was there, that someone told them that they can create a backlog IEBC. You know, those allegations are very, very serious. Is IBC not concerned about that? You see, what you are saying, you are not answering my question.
To me, I don't think that thing is involved by IBC. It's not concern of the IBC. That's what I believe.
Bernard, help me there. Help me there. This guy is not answering. Help me there, Bernard.
David, thank you. Let's Bwana Malem. Naomba tusikilize hii nini kwanza, tukimaliza ndio tuangalie mchakato ya IBC. Please.
Program is to invite the women of power here. Wale wa mama ambao mko hapa, who we need very much and who we are supporting 100%. If you are calling yourself an aspirant, mama ambaye anatafuta kiti, iwe ya MCA, iwe ya MP, iwe ya women rep, iwe ya senator, iwe ya governor, hata iwe ya president, simama tukuone tafadhali. Wote ndio hawa wamama hai, wamama hai, wamama hai. Bila sisi kusimama kwa viti, hii kazi yote tunafanya ni bure. Si mnajua hivyo? The women of Kenya are looking at you so that we can fulfill hii mambo ya 2/3 gender, hii mambo ya wamama governor, maseneta. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki sana. Wamama hai, karibuni Nairobi, karibuni Nairobi. Let me first say this. Jana was a defining moment in the history of Nairobi, but also in the history of women in power. Yesterday, we swore in the third woman governor in the Republic of Kenya. And as we did so, as the people of Nairobi, niseme hivi, I'm sure Baba is hearing me where he is. I'm sure Mama Ida is hearing me where she is. Without those two people, Anne Kananu would not be the governor of Nairobi. Na wale ambao wako from Nairobi, the MCAs who are here, na wale wa mama wa Nairobi mko hapa, you know the struggle has been real. The struggle has been real. Ilikuwa inawasha watu sana kuimagine ati kiti kama governor wa Nairobi inaweza kwenda kwa mama. But there is one person who we thank God for. And because of his handshake with our president, today Anne Kananu is the governor of Nairobi County. And therefore we must say thank you. Kwa sababu kiti ya governor tulikuwa na wamama watatu ambao walichaguliwa. We lost Governor Joyce Laboso, and we thank God that it is in Nairobi that we have replaced her. Mama Ngilu, together with Governor of Kirinyaga, mshike huyu mama mkono. Mshike huyu mama mkono. I'm begging you because you know the struggle. But more importantly because she is the inspiration for the new face of Nairobi. We want to see in Nairobi the highest number of women MPs, MCAs elected in the whole country. And the reason I say this is because if not in Nairobi, basi wapi ingine. Hii Nairobi ndio inaelewa handshake. Hapa sisi hatuna confusion about baba na Uhuru. We are not confused. Because Nairobi only belongs to two people, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na Raila Amolo Odinga. And therefore, because of that handshake, tunaona hope ya our two principles kutusaidia kuingiza wamama wabunge na my MCAs hapo mbele. Wamama hai. I will be calling with all honor the governor of Kitui. Na nimesikia watu wakisema my role model, my role model. Yangu sio ya kipindi. Yangu ni ya ukweli. When I say Governor Ngilu, you are my role model, you know I don't say it in jest. And neither do I say it to gain points. If it was not for this woman, and many other women like this, Mombingaro included, Shebesh would not exist. And that is why today when I stand here, and any other woman leader who stands here, kama hujashikilia wa mama wengine youthful hapo chini, unatukosea. If you are not mentoring the way I have been mentored, unakosea the movement of women. And therefore, out of respect for you, Mama Ngilu, and what you have always taught me, I have many women seated here today, many who are not here, who I work with, not only in Nairobi, but in Kenya. And today's meeting has a strong focus on us mentoring the young women. Wamama hai. Daughters of Raila, you are loud. Munatushinda, daughters of the mountain. Daughters of the mountain, are you there? I really do remember the time that I was sitting there blowing whistles. Being there. But because of the women who are here, guess where I am today? Ati mimi ni waziri. Munajuanga hivyo? Ama munanionanga tu kwa mativi mjuangi mimi ni nini? Wamama hai. I wanted, Your Excellency, that you come back, and Mama Aida, so that I say this in your presence. I want to say this because maybe this is the opportunity, as you have heard our daughters speaking, for us to tell some home truths. Baba, you have won once, twice, thrice. Not once, twice, but thrice. You have won the presidency of the Republic of Kenya. And many of us who sit where we sit, we know these things. We know them. And that's why when you could come and do a handshake, I know it was not an easy thing. I even know the Nusumkate government with Kibaki was not an easy thing. Because the truth be told, we know the elections in this country. I am in Jubilee government and my president is Uhuru Kenyatta. But when I went to Uhuru, when I was leaving ODM, this is what he told me. Umekuja? Yes. Do not mention Aida Odinga, Rosemary, Fidel, Junior, Winnie. Those were his first words to me. Mimi Shebesh ambao nimetoka ODM. This is my point. And I heard Mama Aida say this on TV the other day. This enmity that is created to win elections is false. It is false. Because today the president and the incoming president are family friends. Family friends. Watoto wao ni marafiki. Lakini sisi kuna siasa ya kasumbu, sini kasumba inaitwa kasumba. Inakujanga ati I must hate my neighbor. I must hate my neighbor.
It was long, but I think we finally got there. Where is Malim? All right, Mr. Kamau drives the bus. Drive this one.
Let me take it home. You see, I think if I comment something about the video, it's public knowledge that there's a lot of irregularities in our elections. In fact, what Sabesh was purporting is because even the election on 2017, people died. We know that. We know. We also know there was a repeat election. What the repeat election was precipitated by irregularities in the first election. So whether the irregularities were stealing or procedural or whatever, then it is public knowledge the elections of Kenya have never been very clean. And that is why sometimes I usually ask myself, how did Chebukati get to be the chair of IBC? He lacks many things. He lacks composure. He lacks confidence. He lacks proficiency, eloquency. Everything that you want in a leader, you don't find it in him. For example, you ask yourself today, why should the whole chairman major on minor things and minor on major things? Because what I see today, there are more bigger problems if he doesn't take care of things today. Right now, he should be so much concerned on the ballooning number of people who are going to be contesting for positions. I was actually today in a place in Dandora, and you would find one ward will have over 100 aspirants. Yeah. So I think even he could have delegated that job today to somebody to chair it. Because my concern is if he meddle with this election again, then we're going to be in a bigger problem than we have been before. Surely, like 2007, I think we all know, even us who voted for PNU, we all know there was no way Kibaki could have won that election. We all know that. But we are not going to cure a problem with another problem. Like someone said here, that Ruto were cleared to run for presidency. Now we should clear other people because we cleared. Two wrongs don't make a right. I think we are growing as a country. We need to get to a position where we make decisions now that are better. Let anybody with a court case not be cleared by the IEBC. That's a fact. Leadership is about being beyond reproach. And that's what even the word of God talks about. But you cannot tell, like Bernard, you said, before we look at your papers and your degrees and your eloquency, let us look at your character, your integrity. That is the beginning point. So let us forget about whether the election was stolen. We know there have been irregularity since the days of Moi. We know that people have been ghost voting. But if we get to a point whereby now we start majoring on the minors and minoring on the majors, then we miss the point. Chebukati should be out there preparing an election that is about 6 months, and there are over almost 10,000 aspirants. This is problem upon problem. He should be very much aware that now it is no longer business as usual. He should not waste a whole day summoning a statement from a politician. There was a time that one of my favorite politicians was Otieno Kajwang. It doesn't matter where you came from or who you supported. But if there's one person who made this country politics to be so enticing, was Otieno Kajwang. And I remember one day when he was saying Kizungu Kubwa, he told Uhuru, if the kitchen is too hot, get out of the kitchen, somebody else to get in the kitchen and cook. This is what is happening. If the kitchen is too hot for Chebukati, let them go among them, get another chairman. Because I like confidence in him. I don't think there's anybody who has confidence in that man. He looks confused. Because even a principal of a primary school knows you cannot discipline a student if he has not been admitted in that school. If he's not a part of a school. This guy is punishing an aspirant who has not even declared whether he wants to be president, a deputy president, an MP, or what. Because right now, every politician is speaking the way they want. It is free for all. You sign the contract first. You sign the code of conduct first. It is simple mathematics. A whole chairman does not understand that. So we need to be very, very careful. And I tell people like Malim, yeah, this is not the days to joke around. I think Chebukati should get serious. I'm ashamed to say the least. We should not have such a man who is confused. I think even another person can. I'm not against him, but he makes blunders. Now he started making blunders. Yes, Sabina Chege, what he said might be true, might not be true. But the only thing to find whether it was true or not, let him open the servers and we find whether we won genuinely or not. Because right now we are not trying to get back to what happened. We are trying to solve a problem. We want to have a clean, credible, and fair election, so that we get out from the days whereby we bundle elections and everybody is upset. So that is what I'll say about Sabina Chege. The other thing I'll say about Ruto is talking about Laira cannot make a government. You know, I go back to Otieno Kajwang. I think there was a time in Parliament somebody was being sacked or suspended because he could not, they said that he had no passion for the work. And then Otieno Kajwang asked, do you have a passionometer to know the level of passion he has? Does he have a gadget, Mr. Ruto, to tell us who can perform a government or build a government and who cannot? Because if he doesn't have that gadget, then he should stop this kind of petty politics that excites very few people, drunkards. Because you cannot tell me that this one is a good person to make government and that one is bad, I'm good. That is, to me, that is neither here nor there. Yeah. So those are things that upset me as a person. That instead of us measuring, you measure on the majors. Yeah. You measure on the minors and minor on the majors. Instead of you focusing on the real thing, so that you have a credible. Because I think he'll go back if he bundles this election, then he's going to go down the history as a man who mismanaged elections in Kenya. And we cannot allow that. He should put his act together. Let him not chase wild goose and shadows. Let him perform the actual things that are supposed to be. The other thing is, I would like to say on one thing as I finish. You know, today's ICC case was very interesting. Because if somebody is from Kenya and is not known by so many people, Mr. Musheru, goes to say that he's arrested and he's actually, the trial begins, then you ask yourself, if these things that have been spoken to in Hague are true, then who benefited? Who really benefited from this thing? Because it's not Musheru. And if there's someone who benefited from this, is not qualified to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. We should now hold qualities and characters and someone who should be beyond reproach. Because if indeed there was somebody who paid people to recant, another disappeared, then without fear of any contradiction, that person should not even see. He should not even vote himself. So it is sad, and we need to encourage people. And I think this is a good forum where people discuss things and open up people's mind. Thank you, Bona Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. I believe that's clear enough. Chebukati is somebody that needs to be watched closely. I encourage Kenyans to put an eye on him. But more than that, I think there's something cooking in the Iebc that must not be late to happen this time round. If like the kitchen gets too hot, let the guy jump out, because this time round, no business as usual. Boniface. Let's hear Boniface, then David, then Ancestor.
Hey, Hi everyone, habari zenyu?
Salama, namna gani?
Niko salama sana.
Ehe.
I'm happy to join you again. Hey, nini Alex?
Just a moment, just a moment.
Huyu jamaa anaweka video clip ambayo inaumiza watu alafu ana ignore watu. I mean Bernard. Usifanye
Yani,
watu wanajikuna kwa panel.
samani.
Unaona Olo ako hapa full time. You know Olo ni mtu wa comments alafu unamuignore.
Did I? We Alex ni kunionea tu. Ni vile sija kupiga fine siku nyingi. So naandaa your invoice nitatuma after this. Then before we move on, there is Wycliffe Echesa. Wycliffe Echesa, your device is not connected. Restart your phone if you're using your phone, and when you join the link, allow StreamYard to have full control, 100% control over your camera and your audio. That's the only way you will succeed to get to the screen and be able to share your opinion. Right now, haiwezekani. Tafadhali rekebisha vile nimekuambia, alafu tarudi na utaingia. Thank you. So Alex, kuna nini niliacha nje?
No, allow people to comment on what Shabez said, because you put a comparative of what Shabez said and what Chege said. And
yes, that is now in the next submission as you are coming. So now from Bonnie to David to Aaron and the rest will be taking their second round. You will begin by comparing the two. Thank you. I have Bwana Boniface. Karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much again, guys. I just want to take my time to talk about this old saga of Sabina Chege being summoned by Chebukati and so many things going on. To me, I looked at it and I think Chebukati is one man who watches a lot of soap opera and Nigeria movies, and he likes a lot of dramas. You know, there are some issues you can't bring drama at all. This is an election which need a lot of commitment. We have less than 200 days to elections. And this guy, the other time they were saying that they lack even money to procure some election materials. He has a huge chunk of work to do, rather than summoning and bringing for us dramas like summoning somebody who has not even declared to be a candidate. I mean, Chege, as it is now, she's just like any other citizen who has a freedom of speech, even though we know that we leaders, we need to watch our words, but she has a right of speech. And if all goes by, I think Chebukati should be worried of the likes of lawyers who are surrounding Sabina Chege, because he knows well that these are the people who are trying to find out the truth of what happened in 2017 election. And to some extent, when their submission was so much clear, Chebukati and the team disqualified their submission with some flimsy reasons, that lack of time. So it is outside there in public domain that election in Kenya has never been fair. And this is the truth. We don't need to revisit them, but the truth is everybody knows that elections in Kenya have never been fair and transparent as they said it. Ruto, talking of an opposition leader, cannot make a successful government. Then I tend to wonder, is in government as it is now? Or rather, he must tell us which part of government, because if he talks of Raila, then from 2013 to 2017, these people did their watchdog and checks clearly. And that is why they had to bring out the issue of Eurobond, the issue of Aror and Kimwarer Dam. And this is all what has been hitting him up. Now, when these people realized that this person wanted to, it was alleged, overthrow the government, they had to come in to help. So I don't know because right now he acts like an opposition and at the same time is in government. He's a man who likes being speaking of double standards, and you cannot even understand him. So today, I don't know whether he's in opposition, because from 2017 to now, he's been acting as an opposition. Then he is an opposition leader who cannot make a successful government then. We can say that. Then why is he running for the government? The servers were said to be in France. That's what we were told. And I don't know if this person can remember that when he was put to task some times back, he said that he can't open the servers. So is he ready to open the server so that he can challenge Sabina Chege on this allegation? Then we are waiting for interesting time. Kenya is in interesting time. It is really getting interesting, because here is a situation whereby even a player is now denying that he did not even kick a ball. Chebukati was part and parcel of an election which was not clear, and there is no way he can run about that unless he's bringing drama to confuse people over here. But he is never serious. Somebody said that he never understands Chebukati. I've never understood this person from the time go. If you look at him, you can think he's not serious. Sometimes you can't read what is in this person clearly. But on this case, this is what is not even holding. This accusation is never holding. He better drop it as soon as yesterday, because if this goes as much as he wanted, these people surrounding Sabina Chege, Akina Orengo, Akina Otienda Molo, these are the same people who had all the evidences. You remember even Keti Kilonzo, when these people were really fighting for the election, you remember they said that time is not on their side, and they have time limit, and they had to declare a president. So if he's ready today to open the servers to challenge Sabina Chege's words, yeah, then we are okay with that. But apart from that, then I'm just saying this. Chebukati should get ready for this election. This is not just like any election. This is a succession election. People have to be succeeded. There are so many things which are lying ahead of him, and I don't know whether he's seeing it. And when it comes, they will bring for us some things. I heard even the kits were used in another country for elections. Then they were brought back. We don't know even their status. They will bring things which will fail. Yet they have all times to bring these sideshows and dramas over here. I don't know who can reach these people sometimes to come into shows like this one so that they can listen to people's opinion and mind. They need to act. And you know, Sabina Chege, let me just say this. She was on the other side before the Azimio. So if she has said something, it is not something which it should be washed away. We just don't need to go into details. We should just say, hey, at this state in which this country is, no. Let's focus in this election because we have few days coming and we don't need to revisit the other one. But let Chebukati not dig for us the wounds which are not even healing. We, the supporters of Raila Amolo Odinga, over 6 million people, that wound is still there, and we know it without doubt that this person has been winning election 3 times. Even that lady confirmed. So let Chebukati be serious, or else he's trying to pass a message because maybe he's just a proxy, somebody's proxy, and he's passing a message. You understand? So sometimes this is just a coded message he's trying to pass, so that when things goes bad, he will say, oh, you see, I raised this thing earlier on, but people never took me serious. Because I wonder, even today, these kids for election have not been procured. When is he going to do this? When is he going to prepare the register for this election? When is he going to train the officers? When I don't know. I don't know for sure. I rest my case, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Boniface. We appreciate your contribution. I still don't get it why Kenya looks for mediocrity and give them highest responsibility. Because if there is the committee that vetted Chebukati and settled on Chebukati, and it had people who had the interest of this country, there is something wrong with the leadership of this country. Because sioni Chebukati akiappear before any panel Ajib Mazwali I convince the panelists that is the most competent person to conduct elections and preside over IBC. There is still something about this country that chooses mediocrity over excellence. And we have to get to the bottom of the same. Wapi huyu ni David kwanza alafu twende kwa Aaron.
Okay, Niaje, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for this time. I just want to talk about a couple of things here, and I'm not going to talk about Chebukati so much because Chebukati, we are used to him. You know, even him, when he was making that decision, he knew that Azimio, in fact, he knew that ODM is going to be mad with that decision. So the best way to deal with Chebukati is just to assume whenever he does things like that, you just assume that everything is okay. Because you always see even Ruto's side, even when they are afraid of a decision that IEBC has made, they never show it. So, you know, IEBC, they are used to ODM reacting to whenever they do something. So I think Uhuru and Raila, they know what they will do. If Raila will win by hook or crook, it's okay. After we have won, we will make everything all right. So I think we should just keep quiet, assume that everything is good, because I think this Sabina's issue is not going to go anywhere. Chebukati is just trying to show that he's in control. He's just trying to show that he's independent, of which he's not. So let us just wait. After a few weeks, this issue will go away, and then everything will be okay. Because you know, Chebukati is someone who should be working for the people, but his love for money cannot allow him to do that. And also, if I can remember the other election, Chebukati was not in control. I can remember there was even a time that this woman, I don't know, her name was there, she resigned. There was a time that in the middle of that election, not Akombe, the other Kikuyu. She was the one who was in control. In fact, Chebukati was the chairman, but Chebukati was put aside. And the woman was the one who was doing everything. She's even the one who mentioned that Uhuru has won. So I think these guys, they have a plan. If you look at the commissioners are according to the political parties. And I think ODM and Jubilee both have 4 commissioners. UDA maybe has only 1 commissioner there. And I think there was even a time they tried to complain about that. So I think as for Chebukati, his plan is already on course, and they know how they will deal with him. Another thing I want to talk about is, I don't know, this one is not in the topic, but I just want to talk about Moses Kuria, because I saw some people talking about it. They were saying that, oh, Moses Kuria is in Azimio, I don't know what. I don't trust Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria enjoys embarrassing the government. Every time he comes close to the government, then when the government is trying, or the government or Raila side is trying to embrace him, he throws egg on their face, then he goes back laughing. So don't be very excited about Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria, I think his beliefs are not, he likes to appear as a hero. He likes to play a hero. And right now, heroes, those who are hero, those who want to be hero, they like to please hustler side. So I don't think if he's coming to Azimio, maybe we can wait and see. Another thing I want to talk about Kalonzo. and the statement that that Alfred Mutua made yesterday about Kalonzo receiving money, I don't know, 3 billion, blah, blah, or demanding it. I feel like I've never trusted Alfred Mutua so much. He's Raila's friend, but I've never trusted him because he's very ambitious. And even sometimes in the shows, he always even bash Raila. So I just want to say that these three governors, they should just leave Kalonzo alone. For now, they should just stop talking too much to Kalonzo, because Kalonzo has already started showing desire of joining Azimio. You know, if they try to annoy him, then he can make a very abrupt change, just like Mudavadi made out of anger, and that one will not be helpful. The last thing I want to say before I go out to the comments, like Alex said, I just want to ask you, Bernard, if in this group, if we have some lawyers, because I know this group, there are so many learned friends, if we can have lawyers here, or just one lawyer, maybe he can be guiding us on these issues. Maybe sometimes he comes, he joins us in the debate, and you ask him these brainstorming questions, alafu atusaidie pia kuamua na tuambie, unajua malawyers kuna vile wanaelewa hizi vitu. That is my submission. That is all I have to say, and thank you so much for this time.
Hey, Bernard, unalala kwa kazi? Who was next? Who was coming next? Jared, go ahead. Jared, go ahead. Mdozi analala kazi.
Me, Alon.
I was just commenting. I'm not submitting.
No, Jared, wacha Aaron aende ndio ukuje tafadhali.
Okay,
Aaron ancestor. Wahenga. Aaron ancestor hauko?
Yeah, niko.
Ongea, you are next. Looks like Bernard amekwama, but you are next.
Sahi ako chonjo, nimemuona amerudi. So asante sana Mr. Bernard kwa kunipa nafasi ndiposa nipate kuchangia. In fact, this man whom we are speaking about, Chebukati, right now, his body, that is Iebc, we have allocated him our tax money, that's 6.4 billion. He needs again 4 billion to make it 40 or 41 in order to run this election. Na mmeona hizi side shows zenye ameanza. In fact, it will be very sad if Chebukati this time round atabango hii election na 40 billion zetu manze ziende into dogs, because it will be very, very sad. So Chebukati, mimi ile kitu ningemwambia kuwa, in fact, Chebukati, we are watching you closely, for it seems you are siding in one side of a political divide. Unajua hii shida yote inaletwa na mambo gani? Chebukati, unajua mimi nimekuwa nikimfuatilia sana kutoka enzi za BBI. You saw during BBI signature verification, Chebukati demanded 90 million in order to verify signatures. Lakini wakati wa Okoa Kenya, there's no even a single penny aliitisha. Kitu cha pili, Chebukati intentionally sabotaged public verification ama checking of signatures. Baada ya wa Kenya kusubmit their signatures, Chebukati alifinya zile masiku zenye zilikuwa zinatakikana. Ndio mliona pale kwa Supreme Court BBI ikipigwa sana kuwa in fact Wakenya hawakupewa muda wa kudurusu kuwa signature zao zilikuwa sawa, majina yao yalikuwa sawa. So alifanya hivyo intentionally kusabotage BBI. Alafu kitu kingine, Chebukati, you saw him writing that BBI was a banning preachers initiative. Hii ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa inaongelewa na watu wa UDA. Then during public checking of names and signatures, you saw the names of Baba and President. In fact, kutoka kwa ile list ilikuwa submitted, hazikuwa, their names were missing. Na wao ndio walikuwa the first people to append their signatures. So in fact, Chebukati was opposed to BBI because BBI was meant to send him home for having bungled 2017 elections, whereby in fact we lost billions and billions of money. Na nimeona clip ya Rachel Shebesh ambapo whereby tutaizungumzia hiyo, nitairuka, wacha niruke cause tutaizungumzia baadaye. Now sasa hivi Chebukati ako kwa neck ya Sabina Chege. It is very sad. Ruto has been saying kuwa viongozi wamekuwa wakiamuliwa na watu wachache mahotelini. Hii inamaanisha nini? Hiyo inamaanisha kuwa Chebukati, hawa watu wachache mahotelini, hiyo inamaanisha kuwa it is not Chebukati, because Chebukati afanyi kazi kwa mahotelini. But Chebukati hajakuja out ambie William Samoei Ruto, why are you speaking kuwa viongozi wamekuwa wakiamuliwa kwa mahotelini? Because that statement is wrong. But now yeye amekuja kupiga Sabina Chege vita na kiacha William Samoei Ruto walk scot free. Na ndio mmeona nimeandika kuwa in fact kwa comment section kuwa Chebukati and IEBC, it seems they are in bed with William Samoei Ruto and UDA, and this is very wrong. But we are watching Chebukati closely, tunamwangalia vizuri sana. For Sabina's case imekuja kwa wakati mzuri, and I thank God, because right now we are going to put makaa, we are going to put charcoal on the head of Chebukati to ensure that he opens the 2017 elections service as he was ordered by Supreme Court before tuende kwa uchaguzi wenye unakuja. Na nimeshukuru kuwa kuna case imewasilishwa kotini na Mkenya mmoja kuwa Chebukati akuwe forced ku open 2017 servers. Then Chebukati akiopen 2017 servers, hii mambo ya Sabina Chege, then kutoka hapo itakuwa addressed. Tutajua did Raila won? If Raila won, then kutoka hapo tutasema kuwa truly Raila has been winning, but his victory imekuwa ikiibiwa. So we are waiting tuone hii matter vile itaisha. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, Ancestor. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Jakindu Bey, alafu tuanze mkururo mpya kuanzia kwa Marcelina, Alex, Mr. Kamau, Jared. Jakindu Bey, upo? Daddy Jakindu Bey. Hey. I think he has traveled. Mama Selina, upo?
Time ya wazee imeisha, time ya wazee imeisha, vijana waingie.
Haya, kura imekuangukia.
Bernard, I
Leo
mean,
nakupiga fine.
yeah, unajua sitaki comment sana maneno ya Chebukati. It just Chebukati makes us just flare. Unajua Chebukati brings the memories of 2017, and some of them are very remote. And I'm not sure who gave him that advice to restart whatever he's doing, because what the thing he has started, I don't think he will be capable of stopping it. And if he doesn't stop it, I think we are going to go to an election that will be very contested. Legitimacy issues will be there. And then again, we will have to go back to court. Okay, there is a question you asked, and I want to answer you. You asked, why do we put mediocre in leadership? Bernard, if you realize anywhere, it is not only in Kenya. That is a universal and a global phenomenon that needs not to be asked. Because hata wewe hivi unapotoka kidogo unaacha panel hivi kuongea, wachangi Jared aendelee, because Jared anaweza to challenge hapa amba achukue kazi yako in 2 days, kazi yako itakuwa imeenda, kwa sababu Jared is too smart for you. So that is, in business, that's called intelligence. Intelligence is if you are a human resource manager. If you are a human resource manager, you should never hire somebody who is overqualified. If you do that, you just hired your replacement. So, and that is why that phenomenon is not only in Kenya, it's all over the world. Any president who is young, like Kibaki, hangeweka a very young person. He had to put Mudi Awori because he knew Mudi Awori is not going anywhere. So unapoona hiyo inaendelea, ni kama wewe hapa saa ingine, you don't want me to moderate just for the simple reason unajua hii kitu Mutembei itaenda kwangu. So relax, kid.
Run away, Alex. Whatever you're giving is an excuse. There is no way you will choose mediocrity over excellence simply because you're avoiding to be replaced. If you are incompetent, you should have left that office. Protecting it from you being replaced, it is holding the entire country at hostage because of your failure to go for excellence.
And that's a fact. That's why they do that. They don't want anybody to take over, because when they are in office, the crimes they commit can only be covered by mediocrity. Anybody who has his mind cannot be able to cover them. And that is why you will see us reciprocate this kind of mediocrity over the years. Because look, if, and let's be honest here, let's not even think about the handshake. If Uhuru collaborated with Chebukati, because I don't think that thing was done in isolation. It was never done in isolation. There was a perpetrator, but was a beneficiary. Ni kama kesi ya Gisheru. We are not targeting Gisheru. We are asking who benefited from what Gisheru did. So in this case, Pia, we must be honest by targeting who benefited from Chebukati. And that's why the core essence of the so-called handshake, by now it should come to light so that we can know these things that you talk, how many have been resolved, how many have not been resolved. So because of the handshake, and it's delicate, by now Chebukati issue should have been dealt. The more you leave Chebukati there, the more we will have to go back to Uhuru and tell him, you benefited from this. So the president is complicit of this in one way or the other. And he needs to act and realize, you know what? If there was a handshake, something should have been done. And the reason it has not been done, we don't know why. But you can see that now the DP side is going to take advantage of it. And we are going to cause, the DP side will take advantage of it. And that is what we did not want. But they are going to take advantage of it. And we are going to go. We started, we took a train into motion and we do not have brakes. The issue of trust is completely gone with the IEBC, whether on this side, whether on our side. By the end of the day, Ruto has already prepared 40 people to go to Supreme Court, whether he wins or he doesn't win. He has, so that is the kind of situation we did not want. But you know what? Now a new conversation has started, and the conversation is the role of the servers in 2017. And can we trust these servers? Can they be reused again? Now, questions are going to come out. And as one of the persons said here, remember the people who are representing Sabina Chege are the same people who represented us in the Supreme Court. So they are privy of information. And they are so mad, whatever that the Supreme Court verdict was, has not been obeyed. So these people, by extension, if they go back to court, the same thing is going to be said. The only thing Orengo needs to say, open the server. I wish Orengo was like Julius Malema. Julius Malema just used one statement for 3 years until Jacob Zuma resigned. Give back the money. Give back the money. Give back the money. If we all shout, open the server, open the server, open the server, Chebukati will resign. Because we know the truth is that they will never open the server. Thank you.
Asante Alex. Aro niko nini? Ni time ya Jakindume.
Ya kidogo tu baba, kidogo nijibu Alex. Alex, in fact my brother, umeona vile nimelia hizo point zangu hivi kuhusu mambo ya BBI. Chebukati alikuwa BBI ilikuwa ina deal na yeye na wale viongozi ya kina Kurgat, wale ambao walibangle elections ambao wako sasa hivi, those 3 commissioners plus Chebukati. BBI ilikuwa imepropose vizuri kuwa awange officiate hii election hii yenye tunaenda, but mumeona vile Chebukati aliweka mitego na through UDA, through civil society, wakaekea BBI mitego mpaka Chebukati is now going to be the referee of 2022 elections. So Wakenya tufunge mshipi kamba brother. Huyu jamaa tunampatia again 40 billion. 40 billion. In fact, Thika Superhighway will spend 33 billion. It is sad.
Okay, but yes, Jared.
Quickly on Chebukati, so that we close that chapter. I think let's be very honest where we have made some mistakes. Some of these things we ask for ourselves. One, when there was the handshake, that was the opportunity that one thing was to first deal with this IPC. But yes, I know that we put Chebukati. I don't think Chebukati as a person is capable of leading anybody or even stealing the election. Chebukati as a person, actually, Chebukati might be even a puppet in that IBC there. If you follow how the process works, Chebukati, we have the CEO who is actually managing the day-to-day. So when we say that the election was compromised, sometimes these people are collateral damage because it has to be a very big elaborate, very planned. So as a person himself, Chebukati is not capable. So it has to be a very widespread. So let us not focus on an individual. We forget about there was a CEO who was promoted. There were some people who got, in fact, nobody from 2017. Other than I think these are Kombe who ran away. Everybody has some ambassadors, some awards. So everybody was rewarded. So let us, it is a deeper than we might think. So let us not look at one. And what Bernard you said, in fact, if you remember in your history, when he was given, when Uhuru was given the names, Jebukati was the least qualified. He passed those who qualified. So that is supporting what Alex was saying. He passed. It's not like that he was not given. So, and people brought up something, but you know what happened. Remember what happened to Piero Lumumba when he was in anti-corruption? What did they do? They kicked him out so that they can bring puppets in. People always try to put people who they think they can bypass by. So it is actually one of the problems we do as a country. We want to move. If we had people like members of parliament, independent minded, going to parliament, immediately when we saw that 2017 election was having a problem, they could have started that process of fixing these things. But now they wait until the last minute. Now it is too late. Let us build some confidence. If we are sure that we have confidence we are going to win, what we want to make sure is to protect those assumptions that this thing was diverted. We should be bringing confidence. And as I was saying, there's a reason why Sabina Chege was picked. Raila has said many times in his campaign trail that they stole the election. Nobody will call him. Ruto has said they are the one who have the system. They moved from Jubilee with everything, the knowledge. That's what they say, the knowledge of everything, how they won the election. But there is something ahead of Sabina Chege, and I keep saying this. Watch that lady. There is something why it is targeted. In fact, today, there are so many people who can say anything and nobody will even respond. But if you see that Sabina says something and people are raising eyebrows, watch her very, very, very keenly. That is something behind the scenes they are fighting for. Thank you. In fact, I also want to tell Alex, today I was very proud of our county, Nyamira. There was fire in Kisii County, and the truck had to come from Nyamira to go rescue in Kisii. For the first time, I was proud.
And on that, let me comment quickly. There was a group of people who came from Minnesota, and it's on the record and in the newspaper. The former governor donated a bunch of fire equipments to both counties of Nyamira and Kisii. But the public participation that was done in Nyamira and the process that was done made it fair so that all the equipments could go to Nyamira, because Ongwae and his entourage wanted us to say that the budget for the fire department is 200 million in a year, so that they could squander that money. Today, Ongwae is going to answer the money that is in his budget for fire department. Where does it go? How can you, the first time the office was burnt in Kisii, when they were trying to mess up with the evidence, the firefighting equipment came from Migori to Kisii to help Kisii. And today there was fire. It came from Nyamira. Kisii County does not have even one fire employee, and yet it has a budget of 200 million. Ponder that and ask how many counties are going through that. Thank you.
Oh my God. I thought Kisii is the big brother of Migori and Nyamira.
My friend, when you see us say we want Simba Arati to clean up that system, when you see people say Simba Arati must go there, we don't want Ongeri, Now you realize if they mess up and give Ongeri the nomination, I swear to you, Bernard, we will be on this show. You will see everybody move. Whichever party that boy will go, he's a young boy. You will see everybody will follow there because of the mess of one person, Ongwae.
It shall be well, oh, go slow. Thank you. You are making me get interested in Kisii politics. Baba Jakindube, karibu tafadhali.
Asante. Alex, chunga ulimi. Nilikusikia kitu ulisema juu ya wazee.
No, mimi naheshimu wazee, nilisema wazee wametumia kidogo.
Nilisema wameenda kulala.
Kupumzika, ni ulimi litareza.
Asante. Hamjambo wote.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Alex, peleka hiyo mambo ya Kisii pole. Watu wakae chini wazungumze, wapatie Simba rati. In fact hiyo mambo ya kuchaguana katika hizo tunasema hizo preliminary, hizo huwa ndio zinaleta fujo kwa party. Ingekuwa ni vizuri hizi party ziwe wakikaa chini wanazungumza, wanasema huyu ndio tunamuunga mkono. Hii mambo ya kuleta kuchaguana inaleta fujo. Katika nchi nyingi tu hawafanyi hizo vitu kwa sababu wamegundua huwa zinaleta vurugu. Anyway, baada ya kusema hayo, Kisii ni jirani yetu, tutaishughulikia. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba Chebukati, kusema kweli, mimi naona Chebukati, kwa maoni yangu, mimi Chebukati ni mtu, kusema kweli, tangu alipochaguliwa, mimi ni mtu ambaye simthamini, si mtu mwaminifu, mtu anakaa ni kama amenyeshewa. Hata akienda kwa press unamuona ni mtu, sijui, ni mtu ambaye ni kama mtu timid, yani muoga, hawezi hata kizungumza. Mimi hata sijui kwa nini huyo jamaa alichaguliwa, kwa sababu kuna jambo ambalo niliona, sioni watu wakati jaji mkuu wa Kenya alikuwa anataka kushughulika na mambo ya uchaguzi na kuona kwamba mipango inaendelea vizuri, watu wa UDA waliposema hapana, aka withdraw. Sasa ni kama anakuwa controlled na upande wa UDA. Kila kukitokea kitu wanachosema ana withdraw. Hawa watu wa UDA wamesema mambo mengi tu ya upuzi. Mbona yule jamaa hawakumuita? Yule alisema madoadoa, mbona hawakumuita? Mbona hawakumuita kwa kikao chao wamwambie kwa nini unasema hivi? Kwa sababu kile Sabina alichosema ingelifaa, sidhani kama ni wao wanatakiwa wamuite. Na vile nilisikia hao wakili wakisema ni kwamba inatakiwa awe amesign, amejiunga na hiyo wakati wamekubaliwa sasa kwamba wao wameteuliwa. Lakini haya mambo yote ambayo Chebukati anafanya ni kama anafanya kwa niaba ya mtu fulani. Isikubaliani na Chebukati kabisa. Mimi siku zote hata wakati hiyo BBI ilipokuja, mimi maoni yangu hayakuwa vile ilivyo, lakini nimeunga kwa sababu watu wengi wanaunga mkono. Lakini mtu kama Chebukati, mimi kwa maoni yangu ni mtu hafai kuwa mkubwa wa uchaguzi, kwa sababu ni mtu ukimwona ni kama mwoga, hana uwezo. Hata wakati ile kura ilikuwa ilirudiwa kwa makosa, kwa sababu mmoja akiwithdraw inatakikana ufuate sheria. Hakufuata sheria hata kidogo. Alifanya tu kwa sababu anaogopa president, basi hiyo ilikuwa ni hivyo. So na hata vile mimi Sabina Chege vile alisema, tunatakiwa sahihi tuwe watu ambao tunaweza kutubu kutubu dhambi zetu, kutubu zile vitu tumefanyia vibaya kwa nchi yetu, kwa sababu sisi wote ni ndugu moja. Kwa hiyo mwingine akisema hii kitu nilifanya lakini haikuwa nzuri, ni jambo la muhimu, tutamsamehe na tutarekebisha, tujue hayo kitu kama hiyo haifai kufanyika. So mara nyingine kusema tu ati kitu fulani ilifanyika, unakataa hata kitu ya ukweli, hiyo ni makosa. Lazima mtubu, kama vile watu wengine, wajumbe wengine wa Central Province wanasema walisema mambo ya uongo juu ya Raila na wanaomba msamaha. Ni sawa, kwa sababu huyo ni ndugu yenu, mlisema mambo ya uongo. Lakini kitu ambacho sikubaliani nayo ni kwamba mtu anaweza kusema kwamba ati waliambiwa, wengine wako wanaamini Raila ni mtu. Hiyo sikubaliani nayo hata kidogo. Hiyo ni upuuzi mtupu. Hao ni watu ambao wanaegemea upande wa ukabila na wanataka mambo ya ukabila iendelee. Hatutaki mambo ya ukabila. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa maoni yangu, Chebukati kwa hii uchaguzi labda huenda akaleta vurugu kwa hii uchaguzi, lakini mimi ningeliomba kabisa kwamba hii uchaguzi iende kwa njia iliyo yani watu wasifanye fujo. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba sijui, lakini mimi naomba kwamba hizi chaguzi ndogo ndogo za kuteua nani atasimama, kwa kweli ni vizuri watu wazungumze tu na kuchaguana, hata kama ni boardroom, tufanye hivyo, ndio tusiwe na hizi vurugu za watu wanapigana, mwingine anasema nimenyang'anywa, mwingine anasema hiyo huwa inaleta vurugu. Kwa hiyo mimi siipendi, nimeiona kwa muda mrefu, huwa inaleta watu kuchukiana, na lazima sisi wa Kenya vile vile tujifunze kutosheka. Si kila kiti kimoja tunataka watu 20. Hiyo ni ulafi. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, tutosheke. Hiyo representative tuache huyo, kama ni mtu mmoja wacha atu represent. Akishindwa tunaweza kukaa chini tena, watu waone huyu ameshindwa kufanya kazi vizuri, tunamteua mtu fulani. Lakini ile vurugu ambayo tunafanya, mimi sifurahi hata kidogo. Mtu ambaye wanasema eti ni opposition. Sasa utakuwaje opposition na wewe uko kwa serikali? Hiyo ndio maana ninasema hiyo ni utapeli, ni mtu ambaye hana msimamo. Alikuwa anataka miaka yangu 10, sasa anataka 5. Hiyo ni mtu ambaye hana msimamo, mtu ambaye haja yake ni kwamba anataka tu kuwa president. Mtu wa namna hiyo niliwaambia tumuogope kama ukoma kabisa. Na hii ndio maana nasema mtu akikuletea pesa, kataa. Kuna vitu inatakiwa tukatae. Vitu kama hiyo, mambo ya kusema sava haijafunguliwa, inatakikana sisi wote wa Kenya, kama sisi ni watu wa haki, tuseme tunataka sava ifunguliwe kwa ili tutosheke. Ifunguliwe, hatutamjaji mtu, lakini ifunguliwe ili sisi sote tuhakikishe kwamba imefunguliwa, tumeona yale yaliyo pale ndani. Lakini mwakiendelea kuifunga, alafu wao wenyewe wanakuja kusema, ukitaja jambo wanataka wanasema umesema makosa, kama vile Chege amesema. Mimi sidhani kama hiyo ni haki. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante bwana Jakindube. Sijui kama kuna swali kwake. Kuna Mkenya Spain. Sasa
Hello.
How are you today? Nzuri, karibu. Namna gani?
Mnanipata safi kabisa. Kenya namna gani?
Kenya iko salama. Chebukati ndo anataka kuleta kiwewe.
Niko salama. Wasalamini. Tuko salama? Ndio kuingia. Halafu hapa naona watu wanaongea mambo ya winzi wa kura. Surely I think the best thing we can do with our country is when we talk about the right thing. You saw that when people start telling about faking, doing this with bots. So somebody has said it might bring violence, because ni vibaya sana when I cast my vote, then after that I start hearing that kuna rumors that some votes were done, this what happened. That's not good. It's like we are just the same people. Ni tu kurudia. It's just like me, sometimes I just say instead ya watu waambiwe watu waende wakavote when they know they will ring the votes. See what they just choose themselves now, instead of telling people to go and vote. Because why allow us vote when you know that what will vote is not what will come true? And this shows that the leaders who we have, morality, they are not that clean. Me, I'm not judging anyone, but saizi nianze kusema ati mambo ya we did this is what will happen, this is what, I think when Sabina Chege talked about maybe she was making just like for fun, but sasa watu huko inaonekana kama wamechukulia kama yote uzito yote, and like they have started making like themselves, they know how to do it better than others. Sometimes we have to look what it will bring what will be good for our country instead of what will divide our people. Because we vote to bring the country together. We vote so that the country can have a good leader who can lead people to where they want to be. But if we start now prophesying of birds when we are at the beginning, this shows that we are not sure of what we want. If Halinda can start prophesying of ring and doing this and this shows this person is not sure of what he wants. This shows that this person is not that good. This person doesn't want good for others. That is being selfish. I think if we can live apart being selfish, we leave that angle inside ourselves and we start working for the good of one another. I think everyone will want will be working and will be looking forward to see our country doing good in everything, education, tourism, industry, wherever. Because that's what we want. We want our country to grow, not closing industries, not closing. Actually, it's so sad. Ukienda Kenya, unasikia Mumias is just a past tense. It's just something which has passed. It's not something which is so sad. And I think those are some of history which we don't want to repeat. We don't want to repeat closing industries, which can be of help to youths who are looking for jobs, who are, not everyone has gone up to university level. Hata hivyo hata tukisemaje, even Kenya we have seen people holding degrees, people with masters, they don't have where to work. There are no jobs. I think if our leaders can sit down and think what good can we offer our people, instead of talking some of these things which is like prophesying what prank. They prophesy prank to us. When we want at least people to prophesy end of those pranks we have been having in Kenya. At least they prophesy creating jobs for the youths. At least making better our health centers, equipping those hospitals which you have in Kenya, because in Kenya, every hospital, if you don't have money, health, education is money. Everything is money. So I think if they think better of our country, instead of presenting these things, these plans I can see here, they better think of something better for us. About the Oka and these things they negotiate. Me, I think it will be better for Kalonzo Musyoka to at least to think and to think better of our country. Instead of being there selfish, holding campaigns which he knows do well, if it's getting votes, only Ukambani will give and maybe some of. I think the good thing they can do is come together with Azimio and maybe look forward forming our future government, and that will be good for Kenyans and will be better for us. Thank you.
Okay.
Haukusema anything about Nyamira.
Nyamira sijawahi kanyanga. I have been Western but not exactly Nyamira. So when nikifika Nyamira, I'll talk about Nyamira.
Thank you for coming to Western, and the people of Western.
Thank you, Leonard.
People of peace. Welcome you again and again. Now let's hear from Murunga as you continue.
Azimio hoye, good evening.
Azimio, karibu.
Yes, Bernard, how have you been?
Good. We thank God.
Now, before I make my contribution, there is something I'm noticing about these cheap bloggers who are attacking the person of Paranya, and this is not good. I don't know what who pays Robert Alai to taint the image of our Kakamega governor. It is just not good. I've seen that thing going on. The other time we raised that issue and we went, of course, we had to engage him on his page. But this is sad. We don't want to go that way. And actually, we must have, whether if it's something that is substantial, that somebody should come and substantiate it, other than attacking the person of our governor. That's very wrong. Now, leo tumekuwa na David Kitengela, na kwa kweli hata yeye mwenyewe ameona ground si nzuri, and I think he has learned something. Manake ile makelele ya kawaida na ile hali ya watu, sherehe yake ile anapenda ile watu yani vile tumezoea haikuweko, kwa sababu watu walikuwa na people were gloomy, people were waiting to see what he would say, but in the end it was just attack on Raila Odinga, attack on Uhuru Kenyatta, and of course his two candidates were not spared at all. The two camps were fighting each other, and of course the meeting, to me, basing on what I saw, I think when he learned that people started now heckling, telling him that this is an Azimio zone, he opted for, he actually decided to end the meeting and went away. What I want to say is this. Sisi watu wa Azimio tumejipanga, na kwa kweli nikijaribu kuangalia nchi vile tulivyo, sioni mahali hii watu wa UDA wanatuimbia kila siku wako na kura inatokea. Bana, can you hear me?
Mruga,
Yes,
go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh yes, I'm saying.
Yes.
Mimi nimekuwa nikiangalia na pia nikizunguka, najaribu kuona mahali watu wa UDA wanapata kura. Ukisikia wakikwambia Kenya kwanza iko na kura, unaanza kushangaa, because I saw the people, especially the people from the Luya community, those who attended the DP's meeting. I think what happened is they were shouting him down, shouting Mudavadi down, and telling him that he had actually betrayed the community and that it was time for him to reconsider his move. And something should actually click into Mudavadi's mind and remind him that this has been happening to him. Amejaribu kufanya hii mchezo kila wakati na it has never ended well. What has really happened? Nashangaa mtu kijana yetu kutoka Mululu, what happened to him? Aliamua kuuza akili yake kabisa at the expense of 300 million Kenya shilling. Hii mambo ya Iebc anashinda kutuambia kila siku, mimi naona iko tu kwa mfuko yake. Hiyo Iebc iligonga mfuko wake na ikamharibia kabisa, na mimi naona akienda kupotea kisiasa na yeye mwenyewe ameshiba. Going by what I've seen today in Butere, that is in the meeting that was attended by the governor and Mosea Tuoli and the rest of the MPs in Western Kenya, I see that the Luya nation has decided, and we are moving ahead. We have our candidate, that is Raila Amolo Odinga. We cannot be voting. We have been voting for Raila Odinga, that's fine. But now, wakati tumeona tumegonga mnyama ndio anaelekea kuanguka chini, ndio tunaanza kutoroka kwa Raila Odinga. That is unacceptable. We cannot allow that. Hatutaki watu wako na ubaya na uhasama na wengine, na ile hasira kwa ile kiwango tunaona nani uko nayo, Musalia Mudavadi uko nayo. Because when I look at somebody like Wetangula, I think Wetangula was pushed into joining Kenya Kwanza Alliance, ama Kenya Kwisha Alliance. Manake hata ukiona body language yake, naona bado akili yake bado inaegemea upande wa Azimio. Hajatosheka kabisa. Na kwa vile yeye alienda ni kama free transfer, inamkula sana kimawazo. Inamsumbua, manake anaona kiti cha Senate wa Mujiji atachukua. MPs wake ameona Trans Nzoia hata kuwa na governor. Unlike the other elections, he has never gone without a governor. This time around, he's not going to have a governor. In either way, because I don't see him winning the Bungoma gubernatorial seat. The incumbent is going to win that seat. Trans Nzoia, that is decided. Hiyo imeenda hivyo. Kakamega, that is Fernandez Barasa. That sisi watu wa Kakamega tuliamua ni hivyo. Busia, hiyo ni mambo ingine. Hiyo ni region baba amecontrol kabisa. Hiyo hata bila kuwa na kingpin ama nani ana campaign huko, hiyo region ilishaenda kabisa. Na hata sisi watu wa Kajiado tumejipanga. Vile tuko Kajiado pia tumejipanga. So what we are saying is this. Sisi watu wa Azimio sasa tusalie kufanya siasa ambayo ya kujenga Raila Amolo Odinga na kujenga na kuweza kuongezea kura za Raila Amolo Odinga. Tusipoangalia, na kuna watu ambao tuko nao pia kwa timu yetu, tuanze kuangalia tuone kama kweli wanaleta faida kwa upande wetu ama ni watu ambao wanakuja tena. Unajua kuna watu ambao tuko nao wakiongea, mimi naona I am a very big supporter of Junet Mohammed, but at times Junet Mohammed anaranga overboard, like what happened yesterday. Najua unafaa tunaangalia vile mambo ile semi zinatoka kwa mdomo wetu, so that it doesn't affect us. But I'm sure you listened to what Junet said yesterday. It was not good. Tuwe tunaangalia mambo yale tunaenda kusema, na tuwe na uhakika ya kwamba unaenda kupayuka hii ama kusema hii, na ujue ya kwamba it's not likely to affect your camp. Na kama unajua ya kwamba ni semi ambayo itaumiza upande mwingine, let us have our devices closer to us, watuambie ni nini mkutano wa aina hii utasema kitu cha aina hii. Na ndio sababu nasema hivi, tunafurahia kwa sababu ile kitu nasema tunafurahia kwa sababu tuko nao upande wetu, lakini sasa pia nao pia wasitudisappoint kuwa wanaongea mambo ambayo hayana msingi. Kuna jambo lingine kuhusu upande wa diplomacy sasa, wakati deputy president wa nchi anaongea semi ambazo zinadhuru uhusiano wa nchi na nchi nyingine. Nimeona ile mambo yenye William Ruto alinena kuhusu mambo ya DRC kutokuwa na ng'ombe, ya wale wa ile nchi ya wanamuziki, ati wanamuziki wanaitwa nani sijui kinakana bongo man. When you listen to the whole deputy president of a country, surely this is not a fair state. And you would still imagine that there are those who think that William Ruto will still make a good president, owing to what we are seeing him doing. It's very unfortunate, very unfortunate. And if there is anyone still in the forum this evening, listening to what we are saying and listening and actually think of voting William Ruto, kindly spare us that mediocrity. That guy is not, and William Ruto is not ready for the presidency of a country like Kenya, unless we have decided to sell this country, to give it away to the dogs. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because we are now seeing diplomatic activity, because we have seen the High Commissioner has responded, and we are seeing Twitter is also full of responses. And the deputy president, you know, is somebody who does not apologize. So I wonder which country he wants to lead. Kama ni nchi ya Kenya, hapana, unless anataka tena turudi kwa ile mkondo ya, sorry to say this, unless anataka nchi tugawanye, tubaki na nchi yenye wale watu ambao hawana mawazo, wale hawaoni umuhimu wa nchi, then we have two states. Ile ya watu ambao, na mimi ningependelea kama inaendelea namna hiyo, tuweze kujua kabisa kama kuna wale watu ambao hawezi badilika na kufikiria kimawazo, then itakuwa mbaya sana. Deputy president of a country like Kenya should be somebody who is sober enough and even think of what he's about to say before he spews those words from his mouth. He must be sure that it is not going to affect the other party. And that is what it means. Ujuzi wamekuwa watu wake wametukana rais, yeye mwenyewe yuko tu. And I think now, from what I saw the other day, ako na attack dogs amewapanga strategically kuwaweka kwa positions ambazo watakuwa wanatumika kutukana watu na kutoa matamshi ambayo haina matamshi mabaya ambayo hata yanatishia. Manake hata ukiangalia watoto wale tunalea sisi, na yale mambo ambayo unasikia hiyo kampu inapayuka, mambo yanatoka huko. Imagine wakati mwingine nikiona mimi inabidi sasa television izimwe watoto waone cartoon. I will actually be contented with what I see on the social media. Nikifungua social media ile nitapata hiyo news, hiyo imenitosha. Maanake ukifungua news ukiwa na watoto kwa nyumba unasikia mambo ambayo huwezi taka kusikia hata kidogo. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Watu wa UDA wanafaa wa style up, wafikirie kabisa, if we need a country tomorrow, waamue ni nani wanachagua. If we don't need a country tomorrow, then it will be better suited if they picked William Ruto for to be their president. But if they want a country tomorrow, huyo mtu hafai kukaribia kiti ya presidency. But I'm very happy that the country has taken direction, that Raila Odinga is going to win this. Na pia nashukuru ICC na mkujia. Nimeona hiyo evidence ya vile evidence inatoka huko kwa ICC, naona hiyo pia itakuwa ni, unajua huwezi fanya vitu ukifikiria kwamba wewe ndio uko na monopoly ya impunity na uweze kuponyoka nayo. So yeye tunaona ya kwamba yeye akabiliane na mzigo yake, asianze kulia like last time. Hiyo line alitumia hiyo kusema ya kwamba watu wamemtupeleka ICC. No, it's now emerging that yeye mwenyewe ajijipeleka huko apambane na shida zake. Sisi kama nchi atuachie nchi ikiwa salama, tusonge mbele na nchi yetu inayoitwa Kenya. Bernard, back to you in studio. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Asante sana Bwana Murunga, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Kama hakuna swali kwa Murunga, naomba tu kabla Jared akam tucheze hii video. Alafu Jared achukulie hapo. Downloads.
William Ruto hii leo amemkashifu kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga akisema kuwa ana njama ficha kukivuruga chama cha Jubilee kupitia salamu zake za heri na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Akizungumza katika mkutano wa hadhara eneo la Majaoni huko Mombasa, Ruto amesema kuwa wamedadisi mienendo ya Raila na kugundua kuwa hana nia njema. Ruto amezua kumbukumbu za kutimuliwa kutoka chama cha ODM, akisema hatakubali kutimuliwa tena kutoka chama cha Jubilee.
Wapatia ilani ya mapema, hamna nafasi ya mambo hiyo katika sehemu hii. Hiyo watafanyia kule. Tunaelewana? Unajua mimi nilikuwa ODM na nikafukuzwa ODM, nikapelekwa kotini, vile hawa kinaisha na Dori wameandikiwa barua, hata na mimi niliandikiwa barua. Sasa wale nataka niwaambie, hamuwezi kunifukuza ODM ati mkanifuata ati mnanifukuza Jubilee. Haiwezekani. Hiyo haiwezekani bwana. Ati wanajipanga huko porojo, fitina, tutavunja Jubilee. Watavunja Jubilee ya nani? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana nani? Hiyo msahau kabisa. Muende mtafute kazi nyingine ya kufanya. Hiyo haiwezekani. Tunaelewana? Tuko zote. Therefore, I want to categorically state that we have no space for gossip and propaganda and conmanship in our party and in our government. We don't have space for those things.
Tukisonga mbele.
Bwana Jared, karibu.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Naitwa Jared.
Good evening to you.
Niko sehemu inaitwa Foi. Na mimi nataka nichangie kidogo kama wenzangu. A few points to talk about, tunaelimishana hapa. Kitu ya kwanza tulikuwa tunaongea mambo ya stolen elections, mambo na Chebukati. Na kusema ukweli, Kenya mambo ya elections, stolen elections ni kitu umeongea kwa muda mrefu sana, mpaka imekuwa mahali we don't trust one another. In fact, election in Kenya is the most, I think is the second if not the first expensive in the world. Imefika mahali in fact we don't trust anyone. Kama wewe na ndugu yako you don't trust one another. In fact kitu hii ni mbaya na I don't know nini kitatuokoa, because imefikia mahali yani mambo na election hakuna mtu anaamini. Sasa hii wa Kenya tutakuja kusaidika namna gani? Na kitu kingine mimi naongelea kuwa following leaders blindly. Najua wa Kenya sielewi vizuri, lakini most Kenyans leader anaenda usiku anakati deal somewhere, following day anakuja anaambia sasa najua leo tunahama. Na wa Kenya tunahama tu, unamfuata tu leader, hata wewe kuuliza tunahama tukienda wapi? What happened? Today unaona leader anakuambia yule mtu ni mbaya, yule mtu ako hivi, is not a good leader. Tomorrow unaona mtu amechange, yule mtu ni mzuri. I don't know what's happening. Na sisi wa Kenya tu we follow these people, we don't ask questions. In fact wa Kenya inafaa tu na principles. At least wewe mwenyewe analyze, don't follow leaders blindly. Angalia this person, understand what does this person stands for. Wakati unapiga kura, piga tu kama mtu informed, don't follow euphoria. Analyze. Unajua kama wewe ni mtu mzima 18 years, at least you have lived in this country. Unajua huyu anasimamia nini. Alafu tupige kura na an informed way. In fact in Kenya we have so many challenges na sioni kama kuna mtu anasi-address. Kitu ya kwanza, in fact the biggest problem we have in Kenya, if we are not addressing it, I'm seeing a revolution coming soon. There is this unemployment na economy ni mbaya na debt ni mbaya. Na in fact all of these leaders sioni mtu anaongea hii issue. Because ukiangalia vizuri, you have a very expensive government. Najua this county government, in fact, kama if you are watu wote hapa tunaishi Kenya, the problem started when we had, okay, it was a good idea, but the way it's implemented, hizi pesa kujaba mashinani, in fact zinakuliwa na wakora, hazisaidii wa Kenya. So this government is so expensive. Ukiona women rep, governor, senator, MCA, all of this around 6. Kuna mzee wa mtaa, si kuna nani. All of these people are represent you. Na unajiuliza, na hii watu tunawalipa. Kwani hii watu wananifanyia nini? Kwa vizuri utakuja kuleta wewe mwenyewe kama mahali niko sahi, I've never gone to county government kusaidiwa. So na sindo hii ati ilikuwa inaleta hii ati kwa huduma karibu na mwananchi. Hii huduma kweli ni gani? So in fact mimi kama ningekuwa na uwezo, if I were the president today, in fact ningefunja county government, ningepunguza hii representative hii mambo na parliament. Mshahara, can you imagine you have a technician who is working hard day and night. Technician is paid 20,000. We have somebody in the office who is coming almost once, maybe twice a week, is earning 1 million. How is this disparity? Najua hii ndio shida kwa Kenya. Najua I don't know. Hii ndio shida najua wa Kenya tuko nayo. Because this technician is working so hard, but huyu mtu yeye anakuja anaweka signature peke yake. The difference is so huge. No, now watu hii gap inaendelea tu kukua kubwa, inaendelea kukua kubwa. Nafikiri pia hii ni kitu wa Kenya, I don't know kama kuna mtu anakiona. Mimi ningekuwa na uwezo, ile kitu mimi ningefanya, ningecap. Ila nani alikuwa anasema punguza mzigo. Ningesema hivi, kwa nini mtu alipe for example 2 million in Kenya? Kwani yeye anafanya nini unique? At least unacap unasema if you are a president, be paid 500,000. If you are an MP, be paid 200,000. If you don't want, don't go. It's where somebody to serve. But unajua hapa Kenya, mtu anaenda kwa leadership ni kama kutafuta kazi. Unajua watu wanaenda tu kukati deals. Unajua unaona, can you imagine a governor is campaigning for almost 1 billion. No, kipiga tu msara ile governor atapata hata ufiki milioni kama tuseme 100. Hafu jiulize, we don't ask, unajua I don't know what's happening with Kenyans. Wezi tujiulize hivi, lakini if this person is using all this money, kwani mtu kweli anapenda sisi? Kwa hivyo yani, how is this person is loving us? Anatumia resources zake kucampaign. What Kenyans, we have a serious problem and I don't see anybody addressing it. Alafu kitu kingine mimi nasema kufuata tu mtu. Unajua a leader akipata uongozi, in fact you will be surprised, even your brother can have, anaweza kuwa na uongozi kubwa tu au ulale njaa if you are not careful. Anaweza sema oh, tunataka leader from our community, a president now, kufa kupona ati mtu mpaka atoke kwa community yako. How will this help you? Huu mshahara kweli atashare na wewe? Unajua hizi vitu unafaa mjiulize sana, kwa sababu if maybe your brother can be a president na ulale njaa, what will this help you? Hata ukiangalia vizuri naona kama watu wa Mount Kenya they are crying, wanasema huyu president amekuwa kwetu, lakini we don't see him gaining anything. Hata ukuona hii last year ikianza hivi kuna watu wakianza kusema hapana, wewe president umetoka kwetu, hautusaidii. Na ukifuata tu vizuri ni haki, kwa sababu president anafaa userve Kenyans. But watu wanasahau huyu president ni kwetu, wacha akuje kwetu, kufa kubona. How will you benefit? Unajua you don't ask yourself, huyu mtu kweli akitoka from my community, nini tutafaidika kama wa Kenya ama kama community? Instead deal anaweza kuja aseme nyinyi kama community, mimi mkinipigia kura nitafanyia hii na hii na hii. Hiyo ni mkataba mmesign. Tena you hold this person accountable. But huyu mtu ni wetu, tutapiga kura tu. Watu wa Kenya tunafaa tukue enlightened, tupige kura in a very informed way. Alafu pia tusiwe na ile makasiriko ati kwa sababu yeye anapigia yule au unasikia vibaya. Hapana. Unajua kila mtu pia ako na haki ya kupiga kura mahali anapiga. Alafu unajua sisi kama wale watu, unajua if you have gone to school at least you understand. Usiwe mtu wa msimamo mkali. Unajua kuna ile mpaka naona watu wanapigana ati you can argue with leaders mpaka mpigana. I think that's not civil. Alafu ile maongezi mabaya it's not civil. At least wa Kenya we are at least informed, we can make good choices, we remain friends. Alafu pia hiyo unaona mpunge leo kama sasa mtu leo amesema fulani mbaya, watu mnapigana. Foreign day these people are together. Niwo watu wa tunasoma nini? At least mimi nasema hivi, at least najua kama like here I believe we are at least watu wenye tumeenda shule, watu informed. At least think, najua mtu hawezi kuja kuambia bwana ule jamaa 1 week nyumbani 2 weeks huyo mtu ni mzuri. Unashangaa kwani what happened? Because kuna mara hata niliona Duale akiongea ati nani Mudavadi ni mwizi, si Mudavadi ni nani? Chusi naona Mudavadi ni mzuri. Alafu wewe tu unasema kama Duale amesema tuende, unafuata tu. It's not good. So ndio nasema wa Kenya sijui kama ni maombi tutafanya, sijui nini tutafanya. Still we are far, yani tuko tu mbali. Kusema ile ukweli kabisa, hawa viongozi wote wamesimama. Hata ukiangalia tu vizuri, it's not to the interest of Kenya. Tuulize hivi, President Uhuru kwa nini hataki kuenda? Unaona ukiangalia tu vizuri, tumeangalia tu vizuri kabisa, this is the interest of Kenyans. Yani ni kama anatupea, ndio naona, do you know he's spending a lot of money, his own resources to make sure hii kiti wa mahali wameenda wamekosana na jamaa yake asipate. Unajua wao walikutana usiku wakamake down deals. Unajua even in Kenya we don't know what happens. Ndio ile siku walikutana wao wenyewe wawili, they cut some deals, hakuna mwenye anaelewa, na wameenda wamekosana wao. Anakuja kwetu sasa, kwa unajua wao ndio wanatupiganisha, wanakuja kwa wananchi wasema huyu ni mbaya, huyu ni mzuri, na sisi tunafuata tu. So in fact it's good. Although mimi nile kitu naangalia viongozi wote, hata ukiangalia tu vizuri, none who was the interest of Kenyans. These people, they are two, ni wale watu tu, they are a kind of brokers. Huyu amekula round hii, huyu anageuka pandira, amekuja na chama kingine, amekuwa tofauti. The same tu. Na ukiangalia vizuri hata utaona hata huyu ukiona vile Raila na wanapelekana na Ruto hivi, mtu akifika mahali alemewa kabisa, uone mtu amelemewa, utakuta mtu amezunguka nyuma, ndio mwenzake, bwana nisamee tu, hii maneno tufanye tu pamoja. Na unakuta watu wamekuwa pamoja. Najua Wakenya tunabaki kwa mataa. So, to me na advice at least this informed people, think about our country. Na sijui ndio nasema, in fact I don't know whether it's a revolution which can help us. I don't see any hope. Unajua ukiangalia our leaders the way they talk, you know they are promising things. Hata ukiangalia hii bottom up, ati ndaleta hii, ni uongo tu. Hata ukiangalia hii ati ndaleta 6,000 si wapi. Already in fact tuko na ile 2,000 ile wa Kenya wanapewa. Do you know namalizia?
Naomba hivi. Mute your mic kwanza ndio usikie. Sababu ya kuwa na uchaguzi Kenya kila baada ya miaka 5 ni kupewa nafasi ya kurekebisha makosa ambayo tulifanya katika uchaguzi uliopita. Okay? Sasa saa hii tumepewa hiyo nafasi ya kukagua. Kabla tupatia watu mamlaka ya miaka 5, tuwadadisi vizuri ili wasiturudishe mahali ambao hawa wametuweka. Okay? So wewe kama mpiga kura, tena mtu ambaye ni wa umri wa makamo, uongozi tuseme hata kwa hii platform unapaswa kuonyesha uongozi kwa kuelekeza the young people on how they should make decisions on matters election for the betterment of the country. That after listening to you for the past 3, 4, 5 minutes, it's like you don't see any hope. You don't see any future. And it's like you want us to give up and just let this country go wherever it wants to go. Are we badly off that way?
Okay, let me talk, brother. Do you know these people have held us hostage? Do you know right now we have only 2 options? Right now, the way we talk, we have only 2 options to make. We have, now they have.
Don't group people. Just say fulani na fulani wamehold hostage. Nani hao wamemhold hostage? Kwa nini?
The elite, the elite people, like, these people who accumulated wealthy and they had close to power, they make it almost impossible. Brother, today, if you decided to fight, you don't have any chance in Kenya. No, that's good. It's good to be honest. We have brilliant people who can change this country.
Unaona ukweli ni kwamba wakati tunaenda kwa ballot, wakati tunaingia kwa hiyo booth kupiga kura, kuna askari anakusimamia anasema piga hivi. Kuna jirani anasimama anasema lazima upige hivi. Unaingia kwa hiyo booth peke yako, unapigia kura yule unataka. Sio lazima awe wa mrengo huu ama mrengo ule. Kwa sababu katika Kenya hii ya sasa tuna uhuru. Kuna time hatukukuwa na uhuru wowote hata kusema vile tunavyosema, na unaelewa. Okay? Sasa hivi tumesonga hatua mbele mpaka tuko na nafasi ya kwenda kuchagua, alafu hakuna mtu anakushurutisha kwamba lazima upigie huyu kura. Ni uchaguzi wako. Unaona? So sisi tukianza kuhubiri injili ya kusema we don't have options, we have been held hostage, then utajiri wa mtu binafsi ama utajiri wa familia, okay, hauwezi kuwa sababu ya kuwa na maskini katika nchi, kulingana na mimi. Okay, Yesu mwenyewe akasema maskini mtakuwa nao wakati wote. So there is no society anywhere on earth that doesn't have poor people. Anybody who is claiming that is lying. Even those in the first world, the people who live in the US. We have people in the US who live under the bridge, who are homeless, who are fed by well-wishers. And this poverty issue is everywhere. So when we begin to blame one family or two families for vast problems that are within the country, I don't think we are looking for a solution. We are looking for incitement so that we create hatred, which doesn't help anything. Yes, Bwana Jared, conclude maoni yako, tusonge mbele tafadhali. Unmute mic yako iko mute.
Mute. Okay, yes. Sasa ile kitu nakwambia my brother, just sometimes me I'm speaking in a very honest way. Unajua me I have a stand, but I'm speaking as a Kenyan from honest perspective. Hiyo ukweli hata Mungu akishuka, saa hii the contest is reduced to 2. Upende usipende itaenda, hata ukiamua usipige kura ama ukienda uamue upigie ng'ombe kura, na uongozi is unacheza hapo kwa hao watu wawili hivi, na hivyo ndio nakwambia, these people have made it almost impossible for somebody to come from somewhere who has a vision to change the country. Na in fact they have guarded that area, no, hakuna mtu hata atakaribia. So ndio hata nashindwa sisi kama wa Kenya, it is maybe young Kenyans, I'm a middle-aged Kenyan, I'm not that old, I'm not that young. What can we do? That's what hiyo ndio kitu huwa najiuliza. What can we do? Because in fact, brother, it's good to be honest. Do you know we can't now between these two people? Is there a way these people cannot be, one of them cannot be the president? Iko. Unajua kama uko nayo, hebu uniambie wewe mwenyewe between Raila and Ruto. So, kama kuna mtu anaweza kuja mtu wa tatu ama wa nne akakuwa rais wa nchi.
Naomba hivi, kama kusudi letu la kwenda kwa ballot ni ku stop somebody from becoming president or make somebody become president, then even the purpose of voting is lost. Okay, the judgment between the people we are going to vote for should be who has an agenda that can progress the country, not even who
that one
has,
is not there.
Hold on. Progress the country means the policies are going to improve the country from where it is to where it ought to be. Unajua kuna ile hali ambayo nitakuja kwako ni kuone uko na shida fulani. Niliuliza hili swali hapa kwamba naweza kuwa mimi niko na simu 3, okay, smartphone. Alafu wewe uko na smartphone unataka kuniuzia. Okay? Na kuna jirani yangu ambaye hana smartphone. Okay? But mimi niko na pesa, naweza nunua hiyo ya 4. Sawa sawa? So kwa sababu mimi niko na options na huyu hana option, katikati ya sisi wawili nani ni rahisi wa kuuzia your smartphone? Unmute, you're mute.
Nasema mwenye ana pesa ndiye anauziwa smartphone. Mwenye anaweza afford hiyo smartphone ya nunua.
No, I'm talking about for you to sell that smartphone for me, you should convince me that that smartphone is better than the one I have, okay, for me to consider to buy. But this other person who doesn't have a smartphone can easily buy your smartphone without much convincing because he needs the smartphone. Me, I may just looking for something to improve on what I have. So politics, you can capitalize on people's needs to win them over. And by that time, you don't have any reason why. All you want to do is win them over. They make you president, and that is all. Or they make you MCA, and that is all. So katikati ya viongozi ambao tuko nao, okay? Nani ana interest ya inji? Ili tuponye matatizo ya Kenya, ni lazima tutengeneze Kenya ambayo inafaa kwa kila Mkenya. Unanielewa? Sio kwenda kwa kila nyumba na kutafuta matatizo iliyoko kwa hiyo nyumba na kuanza kuyatatua. Ni lazima tufanye nini? Tutengeneze Kenya ambayo itafaa kila Mkenya. Hiyo Kenya ambayo inafaa kila Mkenya, sio Kenya ya jana, sio Kenya ya leo. Lazima tukue tayari kwa Kenya ya kesho. So kati ya hao viongozi wote ambao wanatafuta uongozi, nani anayetupatia sababu na policies ambazo zinaweza kutupatia hiyo Kenya ya kesho, ambayo tukifika hiyo kesho tutakuwa tayari to feed in the international community and able to feed each and every Kenyan. So sio tu maswala ya nani akaachia nani, mbona alimwachia, mbona hawa na nini. Ni you has the agenda that is geared towards the future and not right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me answer that one from honest perspective. These two leaders, none has the interest of Kenyans. That one I can even the MPs, almost Kenya here, almost 100%, none who goes to serve. Almost 100%. They go to seek jobs. The governor go to seek a job. The senator wants a job. No, none who goes to serve. None who has the interest. You know, if you have the interest of Kenyans, you can even not want even a salary if you want really to serve. But if you see the way people conducting themselves, the way they are using a lot of money, you know, the way they are using a lot of energy, you know, the way they conduct themselves, it's not to serve. It is there. That's honest. Hiyo mkatae, mkubali. Although me I refute na niko na stand, but wakati tunaongea ukweli, ile ukweli ya Mungu.
Jared,
yes. Yes.
Do you have the interest of Kenya as an individual?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Answer the question.
Yes. Answer the question. My friend, I have the interest of Kenya. If I'm given an opportunity, I promise I will go home with a nitaenda nyumbani mguu. Sitaenda na gari, sitaiba kiti ya mtu na sitaenda, nitakwambia I will serve and go home.
Jared,
mguu peke yake.
What political seat are you looking for?
Yeah?
What political seat are you looking for?
Hello?
What political seat are you looking for?
Nasema sikubati.
You want to vie for which seat?
No, I'm not vying now, but I'm saying if I get the opportunity to serve wananchi, I will not even steal even one single cent.
You already have the opportunity. You already have the opportunity. TV right now as an opportunity. We are here to educate Kenyans. And help them make the right decisions.
Exactly.
Alex.
You know, Jared, unaona hata Jared mwingine amechange jina mpaka akaandika Jared 1 kwa sababu the way you are arguing ameogopa sana. But anyway, acha nienda on my point. Unajua Jared, when you come to debate and then you have a closed mind, unasema I'm talking from a honest point of view. Mkubali, msipokubali, iko hivyo na iko hivyo. You know, then you close that parameter of debating and getting points from you and also you learning from us. So I wonder why you're even here. Umekuja kutusomea about your truth, whether we like it or not, or you want us to know your truth, you also know our truth. Because at some point you have closed it and said, whether you guys like it or not, iko hivyo, and that is the honest truth. So, I mean, ni kama sasa unatusomea, you are not open for us to hear you and you to hear us. No, don't close your mind. Listen, there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening. Why is it so? Because we are also learning from you. So usiseme kuwa whether we like it or not, that is the honest truth. Na utatusikiza. No. Usiongee hivyo. Listen to us too.
Okay.
Brother, you know, ni maoni nimetoa. Ni maoni tu nimetoa. Now I will listen. I'm listening and I continue listening.
Hiyo maoni ni mzuri, lakini ulisema whether we like it or not, that is your position. Sasa hiyo
I may withdraw that one. That one I may withdraw.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, before Alex, mute your mic, please. Asante. Before we go to, I think it's Njiru, then my Sagala. Sagala is a name near my village. There is this guy, Major Rawlings. I have followed the discourse and I can say without fear of contradiction that the whole panel is made of Azimio. So unbalanced, so biased. Major Rawlings, I keep sharing the link there where you are commenting. You clicked the link and it told you are not Azimio, don't enter before you raise those kind of allegations. I want us not to abuse each other's intelligence. These people are meeting them on this platform. We never have any prior arrangement on when they will come to the platform. I just start the show and everybody comes in individually and they air their views. We don't know whether they are Azimio, UDA, in between, or they are still undecided. So, Major, with your good English, click the link, get in here. Tell us why you think what you think about this country. But the reason why we stay awake until now and until daybreak is because we seek a better Kenya. We don't seek UDA or Azimio. We are looking for how do we make this country viable for our children and our children's children. If our vote doesn't count, how do we make it count? If our leaders are giving us substandard, how do we make them give us the required standard? Those are the questions we need to ask, not to buy into the lies that politicians are feeding us with, that the reason why we don't have land is because the Kenyatta family has land. The reason why we are squatters is because the Moi family has land. All those excuses, we should drop them, okay? Because my father died and left us about 8 acres of land. We are 8 brothers. I mean, we cannot sit around and begin to say our father was not smart. He did not gather enough land. At least now we should be having 5 acres each. Now we are left with plot. He gave birth to a community and left them 8 acres. If you want a bigger land, go out and get it for yourself. You don't go and begin to bemoan that so and so got a smaller one and all that. So Kenya is enough for all Kenyans. Let's exercise our brains and our capacity to go out there and expand the resources we have available, not to look for who to blame. Thank you very much. Now, Aruni wewe, sema.
Just one point kwa huyo ndugu yangu mwenye in fact amecomment, ningependa kumwambia my brother, come join the panel, then from there you convince Mr. Jared, because I've seen that not Jared one, this the one of the panelists was completed in fact airing his submission, because I've seen that he's not decided. Come and convince him to join your side, because that is a vote, because I see a vote here. So come join the panel. Don't be complaining at comment section. Thank you so much.
Okay, where is Njiru Amaura?
I hope you can get me.
We can hear you. We can hardly see you. Now, okay. Thank God we can now see you.
Yeah. So I want
Karim.
Okay. I want to contribute to the discussion today in a brief way. First of all, I would like to tell that brother of ours who has talked that our country is still better. At least we are not in war. Just tell him to look at the map and he can be able to see some of the countries which are having so much issues. Watu wamekuwa na mashida mingi sana. Unakuta like our neighbors hapo Somalia wamekuwa tu na issues perennially. Tumekuwa na vita ile pande ya Ethiopia. He knows what is happening in some countries in Middle East. there is a lot of instability. Sisi somehow Mungu ameweza kutusaidia, we have even been able to coexist together even in our sharp disagreement. Even after divisive elections, kitu moja ningetaka kuambia huyu ndugu yangu, there are very few countries which can undergo issues like which happened to us in 2008 and they still resurrect alive. So hiyo ni kuoneshana tu wa Kenya, they can be able to circle around and be able to come and agree. So let me go to my first point on what nimesikia pia amesema ya kwamba tuko na watu wengi sana vitu kama devolution, hii county government angetaka itolewe. Ningetaka kuambia my brother ya kwamba devolution was just late in Kenya. Devolution iko kwa countries mingi sana. Even in the countries which we admire and we look at, in America we have devolution. Wako na the national government and they have wako na hii serikali ya mashinani. That is why they have governors. Na ningetaka kumwambia ile kitu tulifanya tu ni replacement. Before devolution tulikuwa na watu walikuwa wanaitwa mayor. Sasa hii mayor yuko. Na like in Embu we used to have 2 mayors. Sababu tulikuwa na like 2 county councils. So we used to have the chairman of county council. So unaweza kuta hao watu wote walikuwa hapo. Hiyo ilikuwa population ya politicians. Then from there we also used to have a very big national government. Sahi national government sio kubwa vile. So there are majority of people who used to work in the national government, they have been distributed to the county government. So I think ile wakati tunasema that there is a lot of bloated budget and bloated people and we are being overrepresented. I think somebody needs to do that's why even I partly disagreed na yule jamaa wa punguza mzigo, because hakuweza kutupea a comparison of the amount of labor which was redistributed to the county government. So I would like somebody who is criticizing that aniambie what is the percentage of people who left the national government wakaenda kwa county. We need to see that redistribution because it is there. So we did a lot of redistribution of resources and manpower also. Kama sasa ukiangalia vile serikali ya Moi ya Kibaki ilikuwa inafanya kazi, it is not the sahi kuna a lot of work which is being done by the county government na watu wa remove sana. So hii story ingine I wanted to comment about Mount Kenya. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kucomment about Mount Kenya hapa. It is a bit unrealistic that Mr. Deputy President campaign in Mount Kenya for 4 years na hajaweza kuelewa hawa watu, na amekuja kuwaelewa when it is too late. There is something which I would like to maybe to advise people here, even when you are approaching people in Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya people are a bit different. Watu ya Mount Kenya hii maneno ya kelele mingi hawataki ama hawatakangi. They like listening and making decisions on the things they can see. So Deputy President amewafanyia makelele sana for 4 years. For 4 years he has just been going there in the podium and talking and talking and talking and talking. But that is not what Mount Kenya really does. Watu ya Mount Kenya ni watu ya kusikiliza, watu wa kufanya mipango, watu wa kufanya nini. So I think Deputy President was able to understand that concept of how Mount Kenya people operate, and he was able to redesign his campaign. Na akaona sasa he needs to start speaking by those people. So huyu David D asikuja ati kutudanganya, alienda Nyeri ati because ati Nyeri ni kwenyewe ati president yule alifanya kazi mingi alitoka. No, he is hiding. The truth of the matter is alikuwa anafaa kutuambia they have redesigned their campaign so that it can conform to the way of life of Mount Kenya people, because Mount Kenya people sio watu wa podiums. I can tell you for that. In Mount Kenya we are a bit apolitical, if I would say that. People like doing their things. Like that's why you see like in Mount Kenya region, for example, nikikumbia hapa it is the only place utakuta like they will even vote people who are not learned. They are there. Like hata sahi hapa in Mount Kenya region, you will even hardly see us electing even people who are even professors, because for us kuna zile vitu sisi tunaangalia even when we are electing people. So ndio unakuta like if somebody will come and convince us that we will get money, our businesses will continue extending, so utaanzia kuona huyo mtu akianzia kupata mvuto. Utaona huyo mtu akianzia kupata mvuto, and that's why even you will see even somebody who is not learned can even defeat somebody who is learned in Mount Kenya. That's why even in Mount Kenya it is even very difficult right now even to get a professor becoming a governor. It will take time. We have not gravitated to that point. So our point is about somebody who can be able to connect business and other things, and that is what the deputy president has learned now, sababu amekuwa akipiga makelele sana. And I told somebody whatever the deputy president was doing ilikuwa makelele, he was not communicating. So the concept of Mount Kenya people is you have to sit down with them, you have to show them the formula and what will happen. So I try to see vile David D alijaribu kuelezea hiyo concept yake yote, but there is one thing which I want to fault David D, although I'm not an economist, I'm in other things. David D alisema hiyo story ya mang'ombe, sijui story ya kahawa, there is something which they did not separate. Unaona ile wakati unataka kuleta new policy, kuna kitu tunaitanga deficit. They never stated what has been done and what needs to be done. They did an explanation ni kama they are coming up with a new system. Nafikiria kahawa, hatujaanzia kulima kahawa sahi, hatujaanzia kulima majani chai sahi. So I'm expecting them, even as they are explaining wanataka kusaidia wakulima wa mang'ombe na kahawa, let them bring a system which can be hooked to what is existing. Lakini the explanation is kind of, because hata unasikia ati David D akisema ati hiyo program yeye ndiye atakuwa chairman wake. He is the guy who will be overseeing that program. We are already farming kahawa, we are auctioning it in Mombasa, tuna auction kahawa, we have market. So he was only supposed to talk about additions. So ilikuwa inabidi aseme hapo kwa kahawa, this is what we will need to add. This is what we need to add. But the confusion which David D brought in Mount Kenya region is kind of, he is designing a new system. He cannot manage to design a new system. And that is why to me, I see it as a lie. It is the same lie Deputy President alisimama akasema he will build a stadium in 3 months. And in engineering tunajua ya kwamba there is no any project hata ya kwako nyumbani ya kujenga nyumba ya matope unaweza jenga na miezi 3. You need to assemble material, you need to assemble labor, na especially kama hizi government za serikali, hizi project za serikali, you have to give tender, you need supervision, you need mobilization of labor, na so many other issues in the land. The deputy president alikuja, that's why I'm saying, you need to judge somebody na vile amekuwa akifanya. Alikuja akatuambia stadiums will be done in 3 and 6 months. He did not consult expert kujua hata stadium inajengwa na miezi ngapi. I asked hii kitu jana. When the deputy president alikuja hapa, did he know that you cannot build a stadium in less than 24 months, a good stadium? Aende Qatar kule World Cup inafanywa saa hii. Immediately they were announced, stadiums zilianzia kujengwa. Qatar walianzia kujenga stadiums in 2017. You need, kama hizo za World Cup, they use close to 4-5 years to build a good stadium. Hata hizi zetu za Kenya, hata kama tunasema ni stadium ambayo si mzuri sana, you need 1 year plus to have something which can be presentable to people, hata kuweka hiyo manyasi na nini. So me, what I'm saying, I'm just saying somebody here who is continuing a trend of lies. So story ya leo hii ya Sabina Chege and the way alienda na lawyers wake, as usual, one thing which I can see is that I'm seeing competency ya wale lawyers alikuwa nao pale, bwana Otiende Omolo, you can see the competency of that team. So they were able to tell Chebukati what he needs to do. Wao walisema they need to be served with a full statement, and I know mko nayo. So mimi ile kitu naona hapa, whatever this Sabina Chege story is trying to show us, inatuonesha tu incompetence ya IEBC. Because number one, ulisikia hata nani akiuliza bwana Orengo aliuliza IEBC, where is your prosecutor here? So you can see IBC kuna vile tu they want to build a case and they don't have a platform of how to they are not following the normal procedure. I think IBC imetoka sasa kwa mandate yake ya uchaguzi, and now they even want to handle things which are supposed to be handled by other institutions. I think IBC needs to be more advised. They need their lawyers and the company secretaries and whoever who is mandated to advise IBC. I think they need to get their right path, because hii confusion inaonekana if IBC will not get serious, they will take this election into shambles. Tutafanya uchaguzi and we will not be able to know the winner, na confusion inaanzanga hivi if they cannot be able to handle a simple matter like hii speech ambayo imeongewa kwa podium. See, they cannot even produce a good scripted document. There is a problem. I think it is just showing how IBC needs to get more serious, because singetaka ati immediately tumefanya uchaguzi we are now ending up in the same problem which we were in 2017. So I think then the other thing which I can also comment is about Dubai. I think niliona leo Dubai venye president and the majority of the people who are meeting in Dubai. What I can say is that there is a lot of appeal for the president. Yani president akona a lot of goodwill in the outside environment. Na there is a lot of link that these people, they still appreciate Uhuru Kenyatta. Maybe sisi Kenya tunaweza kuwa to appreciate Uhuru Kenyatta, but I can see that gist whereby Uhuru Kenyatta is being appreciated more outside. And I think with that appreciation, sasa tukiweza sasa kuleta mtu ambaye akona more international network apart from yule mtu ambaye anajulikana Uganda peke yake. For your information, the only place where deputy president has good links ama ile kitu najua, I only know that deputy president is a good president of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni who has manipulated this country for so long. So mimi sijui hata ni masomo gani anapata hapo. I suspect their friendship can even make him an eternal president for us. That's why si vizuri aingie hapo. So hana network kwa njia fupi. So president ile kitu anafanya anaelekezea. So you can see is good network in Dubai, US, where all those good trade deals. So mimi naona if Raila Odinga will be able to get presidency, hatutakuwa na ile lapse ya kutaka kusoma. Raila ni yule mtu tu, he will start work from day one. Kutoka tu siku ya kwanza tu hivi, he will be signing executive orders. We need to do this, we need to do this, we need to do this. But for Ruto will need 2 years to be able to connect with the outside world. Remember saa hii, he is still fighting for his case in ICC. Kesi ya Ruto ijaisha vizuri. Remember huyu jamaa saa hii anaprosecutiwa ICC, ni hii story yake bado. So there is too many grays which are surrounding his campaign. Na mimi naona actually by August, I do not see deputy president being a candidate. Kuna vile naona he might end up either supporting Baba or defecting, but I don't see him going for the wrong run. Mostly because he will lose support, and number two, it is because he has too many crowns surrounding him. Crowns za ethics, and sababu hata hii maneno ya ICC na reflect too much, and I still don't see how he will be able to use ICC 2 times to win power. At 2013 tutumia ICC na 2022 tutumia ICC. I don't see it that one happening. I think Kenyans have run through it. Now, we also know how he has been able to carry himself in the government. He is a guy who needs a lot of running. What I can tell Mr. Ruto is to relax for 10 years. Mr. Ruto, in the next 10 years, he can make a president. But Isahi, all the odds are against him. Hakuna kitu, even campaign team yake, it is diffusing slowly. Everything is against him. So that is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bwana Njiru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tu Temba, I wanted to play a video before. Come in. Temba.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to give a comment, and then I step out because I know I'm seeing you in the next few minutes.
Swali lako
comment,
linatoka kwa Kinara. Kinara nauliza, Themba uko solo kwa room. Mask ni ya nini jamani?
siko solo. Acha zako Kinara.
Yes, go ahead.
My comment is going to Jared. Jared is saying that we are tied by two people. I don't think that is the truth. None of us has our vote tied somewhere by anybody. We do have an independent choice to make. You still have your vote with you. There, other than Raila and Ruto, there is also this Professor Waljakoya, who is presenting himself. There's also Ruben Kigame. There's also, we have like many other presidential candidates that you can choose. So it is a narrative, a wrong narrative to say that these two people are tying you. You're tying yourself in your mind to think about the two people. If you feel that these two people are not the best for you, then you have the obligation to mobilize. In a democracy, you mobilize and invite more people towards your ideology. Nobody has tied anybody's vote to vote for certain people. It's a democracy that works like that. And once the democracy and your constitution that you voted for is working, you don't blame the people, you blame yourself. So exercise the powers of your democracy. If you think there are other alternatives, mobilize people. That's how the constitution works. I think that's what I needed to say, that we need to get ourselves off from the idea that we have been fixed to vote for Raila or Ruto. Nobody said that, and you haven't voted for anyone yet. So it's just a constitution that is being practiced. That's what I wanted to say, Bernard. You can go on.
Okay, thank you Themba for that. Kabla tumesikilize Segalala, Sagala. Nacheza hii video moja tu. Hiyo jina Segalala inatoka sehemu fulani ambayo God have mercy on me.
Invitation, but by your own invitation. Because in the statement of the breach, half of it you have dealt with the 2017 general elections, in which this commission was found at fault by judgment of the Supreme Court. The Jubilee Party was never found at fault. It was the commission that was found at fault. And I think there's a distinction here between the general elections and the presidential elections. There were two presidential elections in 2017. One was the election, the presidential election, after the verdict of the Supreme Court, which was purely a presidential election. But what you have brought into purview is the general elections in which there was a presidential election. And that election, the commission was found at fault, not the Jubilee Party. And Mr.
Senior counsel, you know, it's not the commission on trial here.
No, that's why I'm telling you
it's
on
not
trial.
the commission on trial. Just confine yourself,
confine
yourself to the
just
matter before us.
You
Yes.
have the last word. You have the last word. Yeah, you have the last word. I don't have the last word. So there is no reason for you to be sensitive. And we are officers of the court. You are an officer of the court. And I know my parameters. You also know that there's a matter which is before the court, challenging this commission arising out of the outcome of the 2017 general elections. That you refused to make a disclosure in pursuance of the court orders that were made by the Supreme Court. And therefore, I would plead with you, in these circumstances, don't bring the Electoral Commission into disrepute at this time when we're approaching a general election. Because we'll have to go to the conduct of the commission itself, even by the manner in which this complaint has been brought against Honorable Sabina Chege. So the honorable thing to do for this committee is to withdraw from presiding over this proceeding. And that probably will not be the end of the matter. Election matters are not completely in the exclusive domain of the Electoral Commission, insofar as some of these breaches are concerned, as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, I would conclude by saying the breach are set out in the statement of the breach, and the particulars of the breach do not meet the constitutional muster, and that the words that are contained in the particulars of the breach cannot be a substance upon which you can enter into an inquiry as to the statement or utterances of Honorable Sabina Chege. And finally, that the Commission will not have jurisdiction on this matter arising out of the many issues that have been brought out by Honorable Tenda Amolo, particularly on account of the manner in which the charges have been framed, and on account of the applicability of the electoral code at this time when the election program towards the 9th of August 2022 has not been fully articulated. That will be all.
Okay, thank you. The preliminary objections raised, we have heard you. The Commission will retire and make a ruling within 30 minutes from now. What time is it now? So can we come back at 11:15 for the ruling on the issues raised on the preliminary objections? Thank you.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo yanayoendelea katika IEBC na mkubwa wake anaitwa Chebukati, Bwana Sagala. Karibu, namna gani?
Niko vyema hapa, habari zenu hapo?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Hata mimi nashukuru kuwasikiza, huwa nawasikiza tu nikiwa bila kuingia, ila nashukuru kwa the progress you are making. Kwa hayo, kwa nini mada ya leo, UDA wanasema opposition leaders hawezi kuwa ongoza serikali. Mbona Kibaki kaongoza serikali na akaongoza vyema hata kuliko mtangulizi wake? Kwa hivyo hapo anacheza na hisia za wengine, kwa sababu anajua wakati wa 2013 walicheza na hisia za wananchi na wananchi wakaweza kuwafata na wakawapigia kura. Kwa hivyo kwa maana saizi anaona amepoteza, ana watu, ana wafuasi wengi. Sasa anajaribu kuangalia wale anaweza cheza nao hisia zao, angalau waweze kupata, hata kama hata kuwa rais, aweze kupata angalau kidogo itakayompa nguvu akiwa kiongozi wa upinzani. Kwa upande wa Oka sioni kama ni muda tu ambao tunasubiri. Ni muda tu wanasubiri tu, alafu waweze kujiunga na Azimio, sababu hamna chaguo lingine. Akiamua kwenda kwa UDA ama KKA, pia naye pande yake ya kisiasa atakuwa amepoteza kabisa, sababu hata kama ni uteuzi hata upata. Kwa hivyo lazima tu acheze kwanza karata zake vizuri, ndio apate nafasi mpenyo wa kuingia tena kwa Azimio. Kwa Jared pale, Jared ambaye alikuwa anasema mshahara, angekuwa yeye angepunguza mshahara wa wafanyikazi kabisa, ama wa rais ufike 500,000, hapo haiwezekani, kwa sababu yule mtu ana majukumu ya kuchunga hela nyingi na miradi mingi ya serikali, na lazima awe na uwezo wa kujiwezesha na pia akae maisha, kwa sababu huwezi sema utakaa katika uswahilini ama kijijini kule na wewe unahudumu katika ikulu. Lazima yale maisha ambayo unakaa vizuri, unapata usafiri mzuri, ndiposa na wewe uweze kuhudumia. Ila kwa upande wa ufisadi tu ndio unaoturudisha sisi wa Kenya chini, lakini sheria zipo, ni watu wazuri wapo. Sababu ukisema upande zote unaona wote ni wabaya, ni siku gani umempa Raila uongozi akakosa kuongoza vizuri? Lazima tumpe mtu nafasi, alafu unaweza mhukumu kulingana na yale ambayo ameyatenda. Na wakati alipokuwa upinzani, wakati alikuwa anafanya alikuwa active kwa upinzani, tuliyaona, kwa sababu mambo mengi sisi wengine hatungeyajua kama sio Raila alikuwa anayataja, anasema ufisadi sehemu fulani, kuna Arol na Kimwareli imetokea pesa fulani inawapotea, kuna NYS mambo yanatokea hivi. Kama hangekuwepo kupuliza kipenga, sisi wengine hatungejua. Ila yeye alicheza wakati alipokuwa pale alicheza vizuri, kwa sababu huwezi sasa kuchukua lawama kwa sababu ameungana na serikali ukasema hao wote ni wabaya, alishindwa na upinzani kwa hiyo hawezi ongoza serikali. La, kuna ukiangalia yale, labda lazima kila mtu ana mapungufu, lakini ukiangalia mapungufu ukilinganisha na yale mazuri, utaweza kujua huyu mtu anaweza tuongoza hadi kiwango gani. Ukiangalia upande wa devolution, alianza mbali sana. Mimi nilikuwa nasikia akianza haya mambo ya devolution kidogo kidogo hadi ikakuwa ndoto ambayo ilitimia. Na sasa yule ambaye alikuwa anapinga devolution sasa anataka uongozi. Mwenye alikuwa ana support devolution anataka uongozi. Kwa haki, kwa kweli, ukisema kati hawa watu wawili tumuone ni nani ambaye ana uwezo wa kuendeleza hili devolution, ni yule ambaye alipigania hii devolution, ambaye ataweza kuipenyeza mpaka mashinani kabisa, ambapo watu wa kule chini wataweza kupata ama kuhisi kweli kuna serikali ambayo ina watetea. Sababu wewe ukianzisha jambo lazima uhakikishe au ujaribu sana uone kama linafaulu. Sasa kiongozi Raila ambaye alisukuma mambo haya, akipewa nafasi lazima atahakikisha kabisa devolution imefanya kazi, hata naye awache legacy ambayo kwamba devolution iliipigania imetimia na nimeacha kama imesimama. Lakini yule aliyekuwa anaipinga, ukimpa uongozi kwanza ataiweka upande, atajaribu kutafuta namna yote ya kufanya ididimie. Ila yeye huyu Raila mkimpa na sheria ifuatwe na lifestyle za watu ziangaliwe, ile hela ambazo zimeporwa zote zirudi katika serikali, wala hatutakuwa tunalemea na kusema wao serikali hapa tunalemea, hatuna hela, hatuna fedha. Yale mashimo yote ambayo wezi wamekuwa wakipora hela za Wakenya, zikifungwa, zikibanwa, ile mali iliyoporwa ikirejea, hata wawekezaji wengine kutoka nje watakuwa na imani ya kuja kuwekeza katika serikali yetu ama katika nchi yetu, ambapo tutaweza kuendelea. Nafikiri ni hayo tu, na Mungu awabariki. Nashukuru sana kuwasikia na kuwaona kila saa.
Asante sana Bwana Sagala, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako na mimi tunasonga mbele. Kabla Bwana Njiru amebeba mkono, kabla ya Njiru kuongea, ningependa tu kusema Kenya haiwezi kurudi nyuma, lazima tuende mbele. Hawa watu wapunguza mzigo na punguza hii na punguza hii, hii haifai. Kama ulikuwa unaandaa chakula watu 10 alafu watu 20 wakaingia. Unapunguza watu ama unaongeza chakula? Sasa mbona mtu anataka kuwa kiongozi wa nchi na yeye anaona kwamba apunguze watu ama apunguze majukumu ndio aweze kulisha watu? It doesn't work that way. We need a working nation whereby people are thinking on how do we expand what we have to be able to feed everybody. Kuna katika historia, ni story tu, naambiwa wakati Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa anapewa prime minister, wazungu walimpatia mtihani, wakampatia asali kwa glass, okay, na akamwambia alishe watu, okay, na walikuwa wanataka kuona kama anaweza kuongoza nchi ama hawezi. Hiyo story inasema alipopewa asali kwa glass, na kulikuwa na umati wa watu wengi, so ambaye alisha hawa watu na hii asali, yeye akachukua hiyo mkia yake alikuwa akitumia kuongea, akadip ndani ya hiyo asali na akaanza kusprinkle hivi, nawe ndio swali liisha hivyo. So uwezi kuwa unataka uongozi na unafikiria tu one way, ati utapea glass kila mtu akunye moja moja. You must be a leader who thinks diverse ways in order for you to sort out the problems that Kenyans are faced with. So tusiwe wale watu wanatafuta kupunguza. Hata mkipunguza wabunge, uzazi tunaendeleza, okay? Pumwani kila siku kunazaliwa, Kenyatta kila siku kunazaliwa, Mama Lucy hapa kila siku. So watoto wale wanazaliwa kila siku, wanazidi wabunge bungeni. So mkipunguza bunge, hii maternity mtapunguza. Do you have control over that? So it's just a matter of anticipation. In 10 years, we'll have 5 million added. Are we ready for that 5 million? For us to be ready for that 5 million, we should expand our agriculture, we should expand our education, we should expand our healthcare, so that by the time these 5 million come, they already have space. Graduates, hakuna mtu anaangianga shule asubuhi ana graduate jioni. Kuna ile period, course ile unafanya ni ya 5 years, 3 years, 10 years. Unajua after 10 years hao watu watakuwa na graduate as doctors, they will be graduating as nurses, they will be graduating as this and this. Do we have where they are going to serve? Because Kenya imekuwa tu nchi ya kutrain watu alafu wanawalimbikiza hapo wakingoja kazi. Lazima tutumie resources ambazo tumetengeneza. How do we get that done? By having a government that is functioning in anticipating problems and solving them before they arise. Sio maneno tu ati hao waliongoza, sasa ni zamu yetu kuongoza. Mtoto ambaye ile Wetangula alikuwa anasema leo ati jina la baba yake alipatikana kwa Google, lakini la Wetangula linapatikana. So thank you. Naomba tumsikilize nani. Njiru, ulikuwa na swali?
Nilikuwa nataka tu kuongezea tu kitu kimoja.
Very briefly please, tumlete Thomas na Mama Selina amekaa sana.
Ni hiyo story ya Ngirita ilitendeka leo. I think pia lazima tukue serious. Mimi naona watu kama akina Ngirita yes, tunaweza sema wako na makesi nini, hazijaisha, they have not yet been proven guilty, lakini manze tulipoteza do mingi sana. So mimi vile naona watu kama akina Ngirita, they should not be cleared. That's what I see, and I think it was a mistake for Jubilee.
Pamati, nafikiri uliniruka, ni sababu nilienda huko juu.
Samahani. No, huyu alikuwa anatoa tu nini, alikuwa anaongezea kitu kwa kile Sagala alisema. Lakini we Jared, si uliongea baada ya Mama Salina? Na Thomas naye hajaongea kabisa. So naomba hivi.
Mimi nachangia kidogo tu niende, natoka ndio niachie mwingine aingie.
Chukua hiyo kidogo basi.
Asante sana. Tafadhali niwe radhi. So two things. Hii video umetoa hii ya nyuma kabisa. Unajua kuna saa zingine wakati unafanya kitu alafu unaenda kujiuliza kwa nini nilifanya. I think baadhi kati yako anajiuliza na hii tabu gani nilifungua nilijiletea mwenyewe. Uliona when Orengo was telling about that Jubilee was not accused to be stealing, but it is IBC. Then he was interjecting to start, so I think he is opening some warm up cans which he might not even know how to handle. But I still insist this was not about what Sabina Chege said, but who was Sabina Chege. I still think that there are people from Mount Kenya who are threatened by this young lady. There are people, those are the people who want to bring her down, to take the limelight from her. As I said again, it might have been unfortunate, but that is, if we have truth, there are so many people who have said so many things, even way far, even direct, but why pick somebody who did not say even anything? And there is no reaction on this. I think it is people who are fearing why this lady is been fronted, and they're fearing on that. That is why they are. Watch what this guy from Ligati was saying. Look how he has changed today. He was saying, I think I don't know if it was yesterday, was saying, oh, they want Mo Kenyatta to be the deputy president for Raila. All of these are emotions they want to throw to try to diminish what the president is going to do when he's going to go around. I looked at yesterday when deputy president was sitting as my friend, I think he left, was saying that he has devised a new way. The man was very uncomfortable. He cannot run away from a microphone. So he was sitting down. You see that he's almost jumping to grab the microphone. That's why today he went back to what he is used to. He doesn't want to be somewhere where he can listen to things. No, he wants to be the one controlling everything. So I don't think he can sustain that, even if they say they will go to 47 counties. I bet you cannot sustain sitting down and listening. But when we come on the side of ICC case, I think we have to be very careful. Now, this is not about Ruto as a person. It is as a country. It is somewhere where we don't want to find ourselves. We should be desisting from there. We don't want to be there. There are things which we might deliver, but as a country, it is for our sovereignty. It is our protection of the country. We don't want anybody to be tried outside our country. Let us find a way to deal with our things locally, rather than saying, I want William Ruto to be on the ballot. If it is going to be defeated on the ballot, rather than people saying it was another plan to edge him out. To finish with, there is somebody, I think, actually, I remember Bernard. We have spent some time here. People have known you, Bernard, and people know us by names. So we need to protect these names. When you bring somebody and start posting him as Jared, people might think it's me. So we need to tell them to be changing the name.
That was you speaking.
No, listen. So we needed to do that. I'm very sure, Alex, tomorrow if you find somebody putting in the same, it will be you will be on the same side.
That's why I've taken the name LX.
Somebody can put that tomorrow. But what I was saying, this guy was when I heard about this guy, what he's talking about. These are the people who want to say that we can do this and this, but they don't want to do themselves. You cannot win a jackpot if you don't play the lotto. So if the choices we would have is Raila and Ruto, Where do they want us to go vote for? You have to offer yourself, and then we can vote. We can only vote those who have offered themselves. But we are not going to get people from somewhere else to vote for them, as nice as they might be. But they have to be on the link for us to be able to vote for them. Thank you.
That is it. Thank you very much. Alex, what is it?
I would like Jared to be honest on this. Since the ICC cases, some of them cleared, one of them collapsed, and you still say that we are capable of adjudicating justice locally, and nobody, even one, has been charged for the deaths of a people. How can we convince the world? How can we even say that we can, just because a prominent politician now or as some lawyer is in ICC, now we start saying that we are capable of doing that locally? We are not. Let's agree, we are not, and that's a shame.
Alex, I don't agree
Alex,
with you.
Alex, if
The
you
people
see,
are not
you
taken to
support.
ICC because of the incompetence and the lack of capacity. It was lack of goodwill.
No, Bernard, I'm following up the precedence of what my friend said. I know that. But what Jared said is that we are capable of doing that locally.
No, I
And
didn't
I'm
say that.
following up and saying that we have not shown that we are capable, yet we have professional. As the other Jared say, the human capacity development is there, the institutions are there, but the goodwill to surely do what is right. I mean, we are not even close there, Bernard. I mean,
No, Alex, I didn't say that. What I said is one thing. As a country, US is one of the supporters of these codes, but they have one clear thing. They are
it's a supporters of
cannot
what?
divide in that.
Supporters of what?
On this ICC, they fund this ICC code,
Man,
but they have a
US
very
has
clear
nothing to
that.
do with that because they withdrew from the Hague. When Bush, no, relax.
Alex, let me finish.
We've been lying to
Order,
people
both of
about that. We've been lying to people about that, Bernard. Relax. When Bush went to Iraq, I mean, the motion to withdraw US from ICC went even within 2 hours in the Congress. And US does not even want anything to do with Rome Statute.
Okay, Alex, why did they withdraw from ICC? It is with the understanding that they don't want their citizens to be tried. What I'm saying, we might not be capable, but we don't want any other person as a country. I know it is becoming as a scarecrow, but we don't want to wish anybody to go be tried in another country. Let's try to find a way to do it ourselves. Let's go even East Africa, but let us not take people to ISIS as a country, not as an individual. I'm not talking as an individual.
Okay, thank you.
So we can go to Arusha, but not Hague.
Subirini tafadhali. Ninyi watu, kuna kitu ambacho mnafanya ambacho ni makosa. The cases that are at ICC right now, it's too late. We cannot recall them. And we went there because we wanted to, not because we are unable to prosecute those cases locally. We have a functioning judiciary. We have a functioning government. We have had successive governments. This is the 5th time. What we are not a banana republic from where I sit. We can prosecute anybody. The problem is we politicize it and people take advantage of that. But capability, we are capable of handling any case locally. The ICC cases are in the ICC, unfortunately, because of our politicians who refused to take responsibility, because Kofi Annan gave the grace period more than 3 times. The matter went to Parliament 3 times. Prime Minister and the President begged the parliamentarians, let's pass this thing. Let us put local tribunal. They refused. They said, don't be vague. Let's go to Hague. Don't be vague. Let's go to Hague. Now, as soon as they got to Hague, they began now to blame that somebody else has taken them to Hague, when they were the ones begging for Hague. So as at now, that case is in the ICC and it is already in progress. There isn't much we can do on that. But if we don't set up serious judicial whatever structures to address such matters as a country, then we cannot run away from the Rome Statute, because injustices, say injustice to one is injustice to all. So the war, and we are in a global village nowadays. We cannot say that we pull away from the international obligations that we are signatories to. But as at now, the ICC case is too late. We took ourselves there. We should take responsibility for the same and look for how not to go there again. But from the look of things, it looks like some people are still headed in the same place where they begged to go. And that is not what is in our control. It's already out of our control. Mama Selina, uliinua mkono wako.
Asante,
Thomas,
ulisema.
Yeah.
Ulisema,
Bernard,
ulisema.
Mama Selina, just kitu moja tu. Unajua hii saa hii umekumbuka, mnajua hii ni slogan ile ya Ruto, anaendanga na slogan tu. So alisema don't be fake, be A. Hakujua hiyo slogan itakuja kwake. Hii ni kama Chebukati.
Sawa sawa, thank you.
Okay, yeah, nilitaka kusema hiyo na already ulisema don't be fake, let's go to Hague. Alafu nikakumbuka kijana anaitwa Kinoti, tulimchapa na tukataka afutwe kasi, lakini sahii ni mkubwa ya Interpol, so tukue ready kwa chochote inakuja Kenya. Tukienda mambo ya Chebukati, for real, vile wengi wamesema, yeye hakujua. Nafikiri hawezi fikiria vile wanarusha mambo. Niliona Orengo akimwambia nyamaza, ngoja. Alafu kuna swali tunaulisha pia kuhusu Chebukati. Alex, Bernard, nasikia Chebukati aliandikwa kama kikomishona peke yake. So yeye vile aliandikwa hawezi tolewa mpaka amalize contract yake, na ndio sababu amekaa hapo, na ndio sababu watu inakuwa shida as a lawyer, na mtu ingine ile anaweza kumsaidia ni vice chair, na ndio nataka mtuchunguzie, kwa sababu hii mambo yote Chebukati ni kama kiti ya president na deputy president. President hawezi kafuta deputy yake. So Chebukati pia alisign contract akiandikwa kama yeye peke yake. So tamu yake itaisha, na ndiye sababu anafanya yala anafanya. But tunakumbushia yeye tu ya kwamba Kifitu alikuwa very strong, lakini Wakenya wamelia 2017, na sitani kama kuna Kenyans wengine wako ready kufanya hivyo. Ingine nataka kukumbusha kwa panelists wenzangu, tangu UDA alafu sasa KKA, nataka mtu aniambie kwa mkutano sote wameenda ni kitu gani wame repeat, kwa sababu leo wakiwa Kakamega they talk about another thing, wakikuja Nakuru wanasema vitu ingine, jana walikuwa Nyeri walikuwa namwambia watu ya Nyeri mambo ingine, leo sasa walikuwa Kajiado wanasema mambo ya opposition. Sikukuwa nimesikia, na nashukuru muliweka. Sasa kama unataka kukua rais, suukue na msimamo ya kitu moja, ueleze wa Kenya kama ni hiyo bottom up, uanzie Kakamega uende round yote Kenya, mfunze watu what is bottom up. Badala ya leo unasema hii, ukiona Wakenya wapai hiyo. Sasa ni kama ile Raila alituambia tupai Kenya tuweze kununua vitu yetu ya Kenya. Sasa hii watu ya UDA ama KK, ile kitu walisema, kama unatongoza msichana leo unamwambia ninakupenda, kesho unamwambia sijui utaambia nini, kesho ingine nitakuletea nguo, kesho hiyo ingine nitakununulia viatu, kesho hiyo ingine nitakushukia nywele, hiyo ingine mama yako nitamletea sukari. Na kwa hiyo yote umepromise hiyo msichana, hakuna hata moja unatimiza. Alafu tena unakuja round, umesahau ile ulimwambia mara ya kwanza. Unafikiria tena leo hii umati hii wachinga walisema werefu wachinga hawana Kenya, nitawadanganya na nini? Nafikiri Kenyans wako sober enough, na ndio sababu unaona Kajiado, at least everybody alijaribu kuongea. They were shouted down. Huyu mama aliambia kwanza enda maliza shida na bwana yako, na desturi ya Wamasai ni wale watu bado wanafuata utamaduni. Kama mama umetaka kukanyaka familia, huwezi toka ukanyake nje. So hiyo ni moja. Ole Metito alitaka kuongea ati mimi ndiye ninakuja kukua cover. Yote ilikuwa ngumu. Na nafikiri sasa sitani sijui ni wapi, sijui labda Baringo, Waruti, Nandi walienda ni 50-50, Kericho ilikuwa sawa karibu kama Baringo lakini Abana Bomet. I don't know wapi hii watu wataenda. At least watulie bila kufaa. Na mimi naona leo hiyo Nyeri haikukuwa ma t-shirt na hizo makofia. Leo Kajiado tena wamerudi t-shirt na kofia ile watu mbele ya kupika kelele. So Baringo, sijui watu ya Baringo watakangi t-shirt, watakangi hiyo makofia. So Penat, kuna vitu mingi sana. Tukiwa hapa tunaangalia ile maneno inaendelea, ni ngumu. Naona sasa Northeastern wamekataa hiyo mambo, watu wanachipanga. Mudavadi sasa Wetangula anasema mtusaidie tu mumpatie. Yani already tumekwisha, lakini tunawaomba. Sasa wananyenyekea. But hata style ya kunyenyekea ni ngumu. Mudavadi anatuambia atatoboa siri, ameona hiyo siri wa Kenya wataki kujua, kama walisema Kwa nini Sabina Chege anaenda kushikwa na Mudavadi anasema alikuwa ameketi chini akijua vile wanataka kuchora. Si basi kwanza aseme hiyo ndio tuchue. So ninakubaliana na mtu anasema Sabina Chege wakati alikuwa na baba alisema I'm ready kupoteza kiti yangu ya member of parliament, lakini nitasimama na baba. Na sasa kwa wanaume pia ya Central wameokopa huyu mama juu wamekuwa very strong, na walikuwa wachache wamesimama na baba, na Sabina Chege amesimama na rais, na ndiye hata group sasa hii wengine wamejua hakuna nafasi. Watu wanatapatapa ni kama vile Ngereshi, huyu mama ya Kirinyaka. Han Waiguru walienda na pesa kwa tribute kwa UDA, inaitwa UDA KKA. Huyu mama mwingine amerudi na kushika crown, na ametingisa crown mpaka nafikiria sasa kumbe watajua hawajui. So saa zingine tunasema tu umoja, tunaambia Wakenya kama ni pesa watu wanalete juu ni pesa zetu, lakini ukweli watu wamechoka. Penat, wacha tuwapatie watu raundi ingine, sijui wataenda Mombasa aje, sijui wataenda wapi wanaenda, nataka nijue. Eldoret ni moto, Nakuru walienda juzi, hata wanapembeleza. Sasa ile kitu imenifurahisha, nataka kushukuru Wetangula na vile niungane na mmoja alisema leo ana regret. Nataka kumwambia Wetangula, wewe kuwa mgonjwa wiki moja, rudi huko Busia, lilia wasee ya nyumbani, waambie tu hiyo kiti yangu tu ya senator munisaidie, ama kwa sababu hakuna chama kama itaitwa Ford Kenya tena. Mudavadi, buy one get one for free. Mwenye alipaiwa, wewe wenye umenunuliwa free, tafadhali toa nguo ya wenyewe, kimbia Bungoma. Wapukusu ni watu wazuri, ukae chini ni hao unaambia tu ile walisema akiwa senator, vile alikuwa amepatiwa kiti na ODM, aliambiwa bwana, wewe ulichaguliwa peke yako, kucha polepole, ongea na hii watu, omba msamaha. Akasema haitakalika, na kweli haijaikalika. Yeye sasa anatabataba. Ile kitu ningeomba tribute akikaa nje opposition, kwanza mtu anaitwa Wetangula, hakuna mtu atakufungulia mulango. Mudavadi ndio huyo ameenda akishanga sasa. Jameni, at least lapta, nilikuwa nafikiria lapta Kakamega, lakini vile inaonekana imekuwa locked. So wacha niambie Wetangula juu hakuna kiti anapata hapo, na ile kitu ilinifurahisha. Baringo Tribute alisema hawa watu wamekuja kutuunga mkono, tukue chama moja inaitwa UDA. Hakuna kutoka ANC na Ford Kenya, wameenda parties vile baba anasema Azimio la umoja. Unaingia ndani, unapatilishwa, unapatiwa nguo ingine. Sasa Wetangula karibu kutoroka mapema, na wasee ya Kibukusu, Waluya, najua mko hapa, msiwache wote wakufe. Wamama wanasema ukizaa watoto wawili, hapana ruhusu wote waingie kwa shimo. Nyinyi shikeni hata moja, ile batu haina nguvu sana, saidia tu wasipotee. Otherwise nataka kusema hayo tu kwa leo, lakini imeharibika. Nyeri iliharibika, sasa leo Kajiado imeharibika. Nafikiri kesho mahali ingine watu watatoroka. Penat ile kurubi yote kwanza, ile wa mama ya Marinda walikuwa wanatuchezea hapo mbele, sijui ama ile room 350 imeisha ama hiyo maneno ya hiyo room umeenda round mpaka imepoeka.
Marinda ni nini mami?
Asante.
Asante Mama Selina, asante sana.
Mtu amesema kitu, amesema nini?
Ni Alex, achana na Alex.
Mimi nimekuuliza mama, umesema ile mama ilikuwa inacheza na Marinda. Mimi nilikuwa nauza Marinda ni nini?
Marinda tulikuwa tunaambiwa kiuno yangu iko sawa, muangalie. Walikuwa na shindana Aisha Chuma, mwingine sijui anaitwa wapi kutoka Kisii, mwingine tena anakuja kuinama mbele hao wengine, anasema na mimi ndiye. Sasa ndiye nauliza, hiyo room mambo imeisha? Ile kina mama walikuwa nasema come baby come, wameenda wapi? Saa hii mkutano hakuna, sijui maneno ili. Ndiye nauliza. Nashukuru wa mama ya Azimio wamekuja na manguo ya maana, wanafaa vitenge, wanatuambia hawa ni wamama viongozi. Hii wamama ingine ya skirt pupi pupi kuinama hapo mbele room 3 something imekwisha. Poleni, kaeni nyumbani, ngoja wamama viongozi waongoze. Nyinyi biashara yenu imeisha, wacha tukue na wamama viongozi.
Asante Mama Selina. Nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako na wasia wako kwa Wakenya, na I'm sure that is very clear, and anybody confusing that anahitaji msaada. Naenda moja kwa moja kwa Thomas. Thomas, vipi?
Thomas ako salama. So I want to greet the whole panelists, and I know everyone ako salama zaidi. So just hitting on the point about this IBC is one of the questionable commission in Kenya, because this is the same commission that their database center was being questioned. They refused to open the server. This is the same commission in Kenya that most of their members died, including Musando. And I'm very sad. Instead of Chebukati focusing on the rights of Musando, he is now focusing on serious issues. This is the same commission that was accused of stealing Kenyan votes and not properly handling the forms that has Kenyan votes. So I think IBC right now should be doing their major mandate as a commission to ensure that Kenyans can trust them in this forthcoming elections, to ensure that Kenyans have their voting cards, and to ensure that Kenyans know their democratic right on why they should vote. Now, when I comment just slightly on Sabina Chege case, I think there is no case there to answer, because I don't see where he breached the code of electoral conduct. There is no any, like Orengo was saying, there is no any seat he is aspiring for. He has not declared any position he is aspiring for, and there is no any publications that has been made, and maybe the party has accused her of any breach of conduct. So I think the commission is just trying to use some different ways on how they can lie to Kenyans that they are serious and trying to promise Kenya they are going to do something, of which I think Kenya should just wake up and stand out and say Chebukati must go. Now, when I comment on why Ruto is now crying all over each and every corner, saying that opposition decline their duty, I think there are two ways on how opposition party can demonstrate their accusations. Number one is through demonstration. They can go out, they demonstrate, and we all know how demonstration was being treated last time. Innocent Kenyans were being killed, including what was her name? There was a certain baby that
Baby Pendo.
Yeah, Baby Pendo, exactly.
Refresh your memory.
Yeah, my memory, my memory is going. Hii kitu nanipatia sana Alex. Anyway, we all know how demonstration are being treated. The police were brutally attacking innocent people. So I think it was just a change of tactics by the opposition party, having shook hand with President Uhuru Kenyatta. And we all know Ruto has been several occasions ethnicizing a particular Kenyan tribes. For example, the other time there was some fracas in his campaign, and openly he was trying to mention, to associate a particular community with violence. So even this opposition thing that is trying to say, I don't think there is any person who has been given that duty to be an opposition party. By the Constitution. Each and every Kenyan can be an opposition party. The UDA can be an opposition party because they are no longer Jubilee. Jubilee is the party that is in the government. So UDA is an opposition party, and we know before, when there are demonstrations, some communities were not getting the resources. Just recently, people in Nyanza are now celebrating the construction of so many developments. So I find it very unnecessary when Ruto is trying to ensure that people should go back to the old way of being an opposition party by just demonstrating. Right now, Raila Odinga is using negotiation, which is a very peaceful, democratic way of solving issues. Now, when I come to the ICC is one of the international body that has been questioned for so many years, because this was one of the body that was created to try and solve international conflicts, but their direction in recent history has diverted, because in most cases we've seen how the African continent is being treated. They seriously target the African continent because in most, look at, for example, the Burundians. The Burundians withdrew from the ICC pact, Even the Philippines withdraw themselves from the ICC Pact because we cannot trust the ICC people trying to think that they are perfect, and yet Kenya is ranked as one of the country that has a very good judicial system. The only challenges we have are so minor. Maybe bribery of these judiciary members, but that is a disease that we can cure by just allocating the judicial system much funds. So by celebrating and wishing the deputy president or the associated members to go there and being persecuted, I think is reducing our country to a low level ranking in the whole world. So I'll just pray that that case, like the other time the country was requesting to get away from that pact, I'll just say these members to be brought here and everyone to be persecuted here in the country, because we are very capable judicial system. Now Ruto has now changed his campaign tactics. The other day he was saying that Raila Odinga is in big tents and in small hotels. Right now he has seen the ground in a change. Right now he is trying now to think of calling people intent, but the approach is using, I think advisors wake wamsaidii vizuri, because instead of preaching the bottom up, now he is bringing diplomatic crisis. You see here now we have problem with the Congolese government. So I think these are person that will only will not bring any change in Kenya, but Kenyans, especially my good friend in Western, should start now nicknaming their chickens and start counting their chickens in terms of reproduction, because kuku zitapotea Kenya, zitaenda Uganda, and mayai pia zitapotea. So Bernard, I still have time. That is just my single submission.
Thank you for your multi-single submission. I accept.
Question, Mr. Bernard. Question.
Aaron, yuko nini?
Yeah, I want to ask Mr. Thomas this question. UDA is an opposition party, right? Who is the leader of UDA? Ruto. My question to you, Mr. Thomas, can Ruto, as an opposition leader of UDA, make us a successful government?
I think deputy president and the leader of opposition party in Kenya, by a party called UDA, cannot make a good government. That is my answer. The reason why he cannot make a good government, we all know, wanasemaga dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, na palipo na moshi pana wingu. You cannot be accused of corruption cases. You cannot be accused of murder cases. You cannot be accused on several humanity cases, and yet you try to prove to the world that you can, because this is a person that is a double speaker. Today he will say tutajenga mabarabara. Tomorrow he will preach mkokoteni. The next day he will preach wheelbarrow. So I think this is a person that did not sit down, did not have any proper consultation, and did not look at the vision of the country. When I take you back to Kibaki and Prime Minister Raila Odinga, there was this vision called Vision 2030, and Vision 2030 was about the infrastructure, was about the healthcare system, and was about modernizing the towns. That's why you see Nakuru has been since 2005. There's been a proper plan on how we can have more than 5 cities. So that is the main reason why we cannot have Deputy President William Ruto as our next president, because it will automatically divert from those visions and back Kenyan monies, then aende kuchanga kwa kanisa, alafu waseme ati ameokoka, quoting some Bible verses which I don't accept.
Thomas, you don't accept the Bible, or you don't accept the verses?
I don't accept the misuse of the Bible verses. Those are holy words.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Thomas. There is something that Gerard talked about, Sabina Chege being a threat to, and also Mama Selina talked about being a threat to some leadership in the mountain. But there is somebody in the comments who brought out the other side of it. There is the UDA leadership, and I'm aware Rotich is your session. You are coming next. There is the aspect of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance is quickly losing the mountain, and they know without the mountain they can't make much happen. Their only ray of hope is to split the relation or mess up the relationship between Raila Odinga and the president. If they succeed in bringing out the bridge, separating these two people, they will have an easy way of getting this election. So what do? They use Sabina Chege's issue with Iebc, so that Iebc will be forced to open the server. Then when the server is open, the beans will be spilled, and it will mess up the current mathematical arrangement. So as much as there could be local politics at play from the mountain, this thing is much more instigated from this other side than the mountain side. Then also, based on the nominations of 2017, the person who calculated and made sure that every strong leader from the mountain does not succeed to get back to parliament. The weak mountain makes a strong Ruto. A strong mountain makes a weak Ruto. So who is threatened by Sabina Chege's rising star? She has been adamant. She has been strong. After you saw Waruguru joined, the crossed over, Waiguru crossed solid. She's becoming the only woman in Jubilee. I mean, the only man in Jubilee. like Martha Karua was the only man in PNU. I don't know how you take that, but I will want also to hear some of your sentiment on the same. Bwana Raphael Rotich, karibu kwa show.
Mchamboni panelists wote.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asante. Okay, yangu ndaikusia maybe hiyo story ya ICC na mambo ya Sabina Chege. Kwa hiyo upande wa ICC, okay, my own personal opinion is that okay, they need to tread it carefully, because itakaa kama one side show, and I'm sure watu kwa ground are not happy about it. They're suspecting maybe somebody is trying to instigate, somebody is pushing for it. And whatever happened in 2007, we need not to revisit it again. So kama witnesses, ama huyo lawyer alikuwa ameonga, ama yeye ameongwa, they need to carry his own cross alone. Otherwise, hatutuweke kwa shida. Kwa hiyo Sabina Chege kuitwa na IEBC, kwangu naweza sema ni afadhali yeye alienda mwenyewe, akaongea mwenyewe, akutumia watoto wa watu, the youth. So kama hiyo mchezo itachezwa walikia juu na wadosi huko viongozi, as long as wasitumie vijana, I support it 100%. Hata kama kesho wenyewe walimana kwa podium, as long as not the youth of Kenya ndio wanaumizwa. Because usually hao wakiumizwa ama wakiekwa ndani, the politicians wanaenda away. The Orengos ulikuwa unaona, you'll never see them around. So let them have their game, let them watuambie story zao, lakini wause game yao huko juu, wakilimana, it's up to them. Then the other one hiyo ya ICC ni hiyo story ya Rwanda. Okay, no need to tupande vita ama hizo za kusema who is who. Let's take it like a game. Kama sisi watu wa UDA tukishindwa, tukubali tuendelee, tusukume gurudumu la Kenya. Kama nyinyi watu wa Azimio mgelimwa, mkubali tuchenge Kenya tukisonga mbele. So nimesikia Mama Salina akisema Baringo imeumana. Baringo iko intact sana. Na huko Baringo hatunanga ati tunavaa suti. We pick the best regardless of ile chama anatoka. So we always pick the best leaders, not mwenye tumeinstoliwa. So how I wish other counties could emulate watu wa Baringo, Kenya ingekuwa mbele kiasi tena. Thomas ameongea, naona yako kwa line yake, but no, hiyo ni opinion yake, is interested to. Mambo ya kukawa Mount Kenya, hiyo ni mathematics ya wanasiasa. Kalonzo akisema anakwama na watu wa Eastern, he knows he might be the winning girl siku ya mwisho for the rerun. So tuombe tu Kenya kila kitu iende na amani. Thank you.
Okay.
Pena, nipatie 1 minute niongee na Rotich.
Sawa Selina.
Thank you. Rotich, nimesema Baringo walijitokesea, walikuwa sawa. Kama watu yote mahali deputy president anatembea wangekuwa kama Baringo, the genuine. Walitoka na roho yao moja, si wale wanalipwa wana shout. That is what I meant. Kwa sababu hii mahali pote anaenda, unakuta watu wamepalishwa t-shirt, wengine wanapalishwa kofia na wana surround, wanapika kelele. Ingine, najua Baringo munakawanyanga kura, especially maybe this time round ndio mutatupa Gideon, but otherwise Baringo mumekuwa mkichakua Jubilee na pia mnachunga KANU. So kama vile umesema, najua watu wengi walijitokesea kuona, but mimi nilikuwa Baringo, niliishi Baringo sana wakati ya Philemon Chelagat. I'm also part of Baringo, lakini najua watu ya Baringo msimamo yao, lakini nyinyi najua Kitio ni mtoto yenu, na I know ya kwamba maybe this is the first time Baringo wanaweza fanya kitu kama hiyo, lakini kama Wakalenjin tunaona mahali Kenya wameenda, tunaangalia msiko, but kama sisi Wakalenjin tunaweza simama kwa opposition, of which hatuwezi, hakuna haja tuingie na tulie. Na kitu ingine, kagilegisete tai agatam pigap tugen kaigay komi kityon sigaron yelul ketit otinye chi neimuchi kotechech ako mi chito nekemuchi kemushi asikinagei beek mong'etye tugena akowirte ki age tugul akokany kebetye tugul biikab Kenya. Kongoi mising. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay.
Thank you. The other part I didn't get it, but it sounded very nice. So I believe it was divine counsel.
Actually,
So,
better maybe I can.
No, Rotich, I wanted to ask you, the ICC cases, like what is going on right now for Paul Gisheri, has been on for how long now?
Alikuwa ametoroka.
Yes, na alikuwa anatafutwa na ICC.
And he went last November. So November, December.
Akaenda kujisalimisha mwenyewe.
Yes.
So who could be pushing the ICC to listen to his case?
Okay, now such cases, because it's active, no need to comment about it. Just we need to just pray and think of positive results both sides, not to
No,
bring any tension.
sababu mimi nakuuliza swali ni kwa sababu vile umesema statement yako. Umesema hiyo kesi kama huyo lawyer alitoa bribe ama aliinterfere na files, abebe mzigo wake, okay?
Exactly.
Asiingize watu wengine kwa sababu ground inafikiria kwamba kuna watu wanasukuma hiyo kesi. So hapo
Yes.
That's my area of interest. Hii ground inafikiriaje kuna mtu anasukuma hiyo kesi ile hali huyu ni mtu ametoroka ICC for almost 5 years, yeye akaenda akajisalimisha mwenyewe, investigations zimefanywa, ameenda ikaimba wimbo wake, saa hii kesi inaanza. Why should we drag somebody's name into it when it's a clear case?
Like today I was watching some news and for example, Ruto's name ilikuwa mentioned 87 times today. So you can imagine somebody in the village thinking maybe this guy is looking for sympathy votes from the other side of the political wing. And maybe from his also political wing, watasema the other wing wamemsukuma hawamtaki, as long as kuna some comments ulikuwa nasikia wakisema hata tokezea hata kuwa. So people are starting to add up the notes or the dots. But nikirudi kwa Mama Selina, you know, see, we had Moi for 24 years. Na tuko matajiri, we have to work. So let other tribes or other sub-tribes, whichever, wachukue tu. Yetu waje ikuja 2032 ikuja Baringo.
Sema tu mko kwa wheelbarrow, sio mnatembea 24 years na wheelbarrow.
24 years ilikuwa maziwa ya Nyayo na I'm sure ulikunywa.
Na sasa mnataka wheelbarrow.
This
Alex,
on a different angle.
Penat.
Yes.
Alex.
Wacha nikwambie. Watu ya
Order Alex, Raphael. Sikilizeni mama.
Nasema
watu wasaidia tu mama.
Wanakaa karibu watu ya Central. Mkikuja Baringo anakuchekea. Mtu anaitwa Pokot. Mtu anaitwa Mutuke. Atakuchekea, lakini ikifika ile real decision, hawa ndio Wakalenjin batu wanaheshimu kitu inaitwa ngoki, kitu inaitwa tambi. I don't think mtu akikumbuka mahali moja amewatoa, wako tayari kufanya kitu yenye haitakuwa. Najua kitu ni ya senator atakuwa naye. Hiyo vitu ingine najua watachanganya. But kuna kitu moja nimemuuliza, na kwa sababu Rotich ako hapa, hii mambo ya ICC, huyu lawyer alikuwa lawyer ya nani? Kwa nini nyinyi Wakalenjin na mulikuwa na Katwa Kigen na mulikuwa na fulani na nani, kwa nani walituroka? Nani aliwaroka? The same vile jamii yetu inasema, you cannot laugh with somebody's teeth. Kwa nini inatudanganya? Nini inatanganya mtoto yetu mpaka angeshika mtu kama Katwa Kigen yenye akiuawa atasimama na yeye, unalete mtoto ya nyumba ingine kama saa hii? Na ulisa Rotich, tuko na viongozi katika Rift Valley. Uniambie kiongozi moja alikuwa wakati ya Moi walikufa yote. Hatuna wasee ya Wakalenjin wenye wanaweza ongoza mtoto yetu. Kipchumba Magurmen, Suti, who else? Wapi Sally Koskei? Wapi kina Sumbeywa? Wapi kina hiyo wasee yote walikuwa nakaa chini na kusema sisi tunaenda hivi? Nini ilifanyika? Nyinyi tunaimba UDA, tunaimba wapi, lakini nauliza swali. Kina mama, hakuna mama hata mmoja wa Kalenjin wanaheshimu asimame na kumwambia mtoto yetu enda polepole. Kingo lechitab Kalenjin ongebe mutama cheigeli, they know what they were doing. Nyinyi vijana mumetupa kila kitu, munakimbia. Haya, kikikona ati ngorjet ingelret. Magila kwa ngorjet nebo kaindonatet, kikikona nekibendi boriet nandiek, kikikona ngorjet nemabo kaindonatet. Ako noto ni kabarak. So Kalenjin owege ngunya kotobungun. Inye Rotich chitab Baringo mameche angololji chi nemi Nandi, ameche atebenen chitab Tugen. Ngochube lakweng'wong sikokonon age. Kaliamoun ngikileni ngosich chepyoso lagok ko ngot ko boyot ko bonindet ko kicham kelechin chepyoset sungul. Kaliamo sungul kityon simutai ngoech emet otinye akot agenge norwochini.
Kanyawalunung'e mutyo agenge pichira chebo tulwet.
Sasa imekuwa Kass FM. Bernard.
Tutawapeleka kwa private call.
Okay, you
So,
are saying
I wish
something very important.
mngeniruhusu nimjibu polepole kwa sababu aelewe.
Sawa.
Kwa lugha.
Lakini sasa sisi tuko hapa hatujui ni nini inaendelea.
Ata
Ndakuja
translate.
translate.
Fanya haraka basi.
Haya, nikomwa piju chimika jeresa ai. Kukikanam bonde nino kamandoi. Kukoeno kowente sikonam nimi nguni. Kiungchigei ni kukoib bonde kwo. Akot achek kikere kele ana kirkit ngiro nekamach koit. Kele mun mayen nini sikewoi nirane sikaron yetare nino kebe kenamte nino kemi tai. Haya, sasa wacha translate. Kwa Kikwete wanasema hata kama panya ni mbaya iko na ukoo yao. Yesabu simuri yangu pako iko na ukoo yao. So hata kama Gideon ako huko na Ruto haka hapa wote ni wetu, but sasa lazima tuangalie ni gani amesonga mbele. Atuwachukii. Yeah.
Okay, so Kityon Ruto amesonga mbele. Kityon ako chini. Wakati Tibet ameshikana na Uhuru. Wakati mzee alikataa kuona Tibet mpaka alikufa. Na Uhuru alikuwa rafiki ya Ruto. Kwa nini angeshika mkono Ruto kupeleka kwa mzee aombe msamaha? Pile Moi aliita Raila akamwambia wewe ni baba, ushike inji, nimekuachia hii watu. Haya, nyinyi kama Baringo ni ukweli. Na sasa kwa sababu rafiki yake amemuruka, nataka nikuulize, are you 100% kikile machame senge, are you 100% nyinyi muko karibu? Sahi batu muko karibu ama mumerudi chini? Where are you now? Nyinyi muko wapi kwa sasa? Batu mnadanganyana tuko namba 2.
Hatudanganyani. Hata tutaenda vile itakuwa tu, tutakuwa hapo. Ikinyesha tutakuwa hapo, ikikuwa na mafuno tutakuwa hapo. Then ingine ya ICC ya wakili. Okay, one, if Atola alikuwa wakili wake, ujue hii generation tuko naye tumeintamari. So unaweza kuta kuna Bernard ameoa kwetu, Thomas ameoa kwa kina Bernard. So kuna mtu anasema I know somebody who is good. Naweza jua driver mzuri, naweza jua wakili mzuri, naweza jua auditor mzuri. So that's what we are trying to eradicate hiyo ya kindani ndani sana.
I know we are in the marriage, but mambo sensitive Mukale alisema. Si ati kwa sababu hatujawacha in the marriage, but anyway, hiyo ni sawa. The only thing I want to say is this. Kwa sababu ndiye nilisema Baringo was excellent, Nandi is not excellent, Eldoret is not excellent, Bomet is not excellent, Kericho is excellent. So kwa Ruto ako na kaunti mbili. Marakwet is not excellent. Turkana atuko nawa. Bokot atuko nawa. Wamasai atuko nawa. So tukienda, nimekubali tuingie mtoni, tunaambiwa tukioka tuoke, ikiwa mbaya ikuwe mbaya, lakini saa ile tunakubali kuanguka ama kupona. At least msichana akiolewa anapatiwa pimbo, anaambiwa ukifika hiyo nyumba weka pimbo wapi? Kando. Lakini usiwache nini? Macho, kwa sababu umeolewa na umesindikizwa na umepatiwa, enda weka hii hapa sasa, msichana yetu, hii nyumba umeingia, usifunge macho. Sasa na nyinyi Baringo, hiyo pimbo muweke hapo, muende na macho. Hili ikiumana, mtakuwa na hiyo pimbo, msichana yenu atatoka naye afanye nini? Atoroke. Msitupe pimbo na muende na macho, alafu kila kitu inaharibika.
Asante Mama Selina. Nafikiria Bwana Rotich na wengine wetu tumeshika kile kinachoendelea, na nikisisitiza tu uamuzi wa uchaguzi huu unahitaji hekima ya hali ya juu kama ile mama anazungumzia, na tukubali kuwaza kwa ndani, tusikubali kutembelea hapa juu. Hiyo suggestion yako Bwana Rotich ya kusema tuende tuone vile itakuwa, huwa tunasema experience is not the best teacher, because there are some experiences you will never come back from to come and explain how it was. So he said the wise people don't learn from their own experience, they learn from the experienced. So tusikilize wazee ambao wamekuwa na hiyo experience, wanaweza kudadisi siasa, wanaona imeshika mrengo huu na itaenda hivi. Tukiwapuuza, we are bound to get lost no matter how smart we are. So leadership that is secure is one that is translated from the elderly to the younger smoothly by both the wisdom of the elderly, the energy of the young, and the dream of the youth. But if we just go with the youth without the elders, or we go with the young without the elders, our getting lost is guaranteed. It doesn't matter how fast we are going there. Hilo swali ambalo mama amekuuliza ni swali ambalo nimejiuliza miaka mingi, kwa sababu State House Controller wa miaka mingi wa enzi ya Moi ambaye ni Franklin Bate still alive. Henry Kosgei ambaye ni minister wa government ya Moi wa miaka mingi is still alive. Sally Kosgei was a PS and also, what is it called, head of civil servants for many years. She's still around. Where are they in this UDA matter? Ama nyinyi UDM mlikuwa hapa katikati, hamna mizizi, hakuna kule mnatoka, mko kama Roho Mtakatifu. We don't know where you're coming from, we don't know where you're going, but you are there. Bwana Rotich, mimi nakuona wewe.
Unaona hao watu waliouliza wote, kuna vile mama alikuwa amejibu polepole. Uwezi weka mayai yote. Uwezi weka mayai yote. Oh, sorry.
Ngoja kwanza. Ngoja, wacha maneno ya mayai. Mimi nakuomba hivi, wewe ni mtu wa hekima na wewe ni mtu mzuri, okay? Usikubali kufanya nini? Kufuata jambo ambalo unajua si sawa, kwa sababu kila mtu analifuata. Lazima kuwe na voice of reason. Voice of reason. I'm a Bible teacher, so my examples will come from the Bible. Kuna Rehoboam na Jeroboam, wote walikuwa watoto wa Solomon. Okay, wakati Solomon amekufa, Rehoboam alipewa ufalme. Okay, haya, akaambiwa na wazee, please, baba yako alitupeleka mbio sana, tunaomba katika ufalme tafadhali punguza mambo, kuwa more lenient, sikiza, ili ufalme ushikie pamoja. Okay, akachukua hiyo hekima ya wazee, akasikiliza advice. Baadaye akaita youth, akawauliza mnaonaje? Youth wakamwambia, ati wazee walikuambia nini? Ati upunguze? Ambia hapana, kule baba yake alitumia kiboko ya mbao, wewe tumia chuma. Mahali alitumia kamba, wewe tumia mnyororo. Ukafanyika nini? Yeye akachukua advice ya vijana, akaacha ya wazee. Na hiyo ndio mwanzo wa kugawanywa kwa ufalme wa Israel between Jeroboam and Rehoboam. I'm sure you understand that. So there is despising the wisdom of the elderly that result into failure. Na kile mimi naona kinaendelea haswa in Rift Valley, North Rift Valley, ni ile kutokubali kufikiria, kwa sababu kila mtu ashafikiria, na tunaona if we don't do it this way, we are betraying. There is no betrayal when it comes to saving somebody's life. Nilifanya first aid. One of the first aid of somebody who is laughing uncontrollably is you slap the person to bring him back in his senses. A bad example, but a good one.
Hey, Bernard. I think you wacha temba kuja uende. Hiyo submission yako ya slapping wacha.
No, it is recommended. St. John's ambulance. That's where I trained for first aid. If somebody's laughing uncontrollably and he's not stopping, you slap the person to get him back.
Ile saa hii utafanya kama Mama Selina anacheka, Rotich atachapa mama mbaya. Hiyo usiseme.
Sio hivyo. So, Bwana Rotich, tufundishane ukweli, tuelezane ukweli katika vikao. Tusiende tu eti hapa ni UDA, hapa ni yellow, hapa ni UDA, hapa ni yellow. Nobody's asking what is yellow. Is it a primary color, secondary color, in between color? Or what is yellow? What is it bringing to the table? How would we see ourselves 10 years from now as the Kalenjin community, as the people of this particular locality? Where will we feature? If we are all locked out, how will we make a comeback? Kwa sababu kile mimi najua katika siasa, hata tukisozana lazima uwe na mtu ambaye utatuma. Okay? Huku kwa press conference hakuna kuonana. Raila na msimamo wake hataki kusikia kile Uhuru amesema. Okay? Hiyo ni press conference. Lakini huku chini unahakikisha kwamba kuna SK Macharia ambaye anaenda kumuona akikuletea habari. So you can't lock everybody else out and say mimi niko na msimamo, mtajua mjui, nitawaonyesha. Ayendi hivyo. Thank you. I think you, Bwana Rotich, you can say one thing before we listen. Kuna watu hapa wanasubiri.
Okay, so actually kuna mahali umequote Biblia about Jeroboam, but I'm sure unakumbuka story ya Esau. Yes, story ya Esau, what happened? Sakachukua leadership. Na ukirudi story kidogo ya Masai wakiwa around Mount Kenya region, the younger brother pia maybe alichukua kiti akatoroka. Now hata witness Mama Selina wakale, kuna vitu tatu tunapiganianga ama we have to fight for. Number one ni leadership, hiyo we have to fight for. Hautaongoje upewe na silver plate. Number two ni mwanamke ule umepeleka nyumbani, hiyo utaenda vita ulete nyumbani. Number 3 ni mali, kama ni ng'ombe. So hiyo iko kwa system. So hata mama najua atacheka hapo, lakini hizo then before Piwot marehemu akufe, wakati ya Makto yeye aliongea na akasema mbele ya Dakoske. So kuna ile vitu inaingianga, inaitwanga telepathy ama what, inaingianga tu kwa system automatic. But bado tumeona nyuma like 2 generations tuko sawa tu. So tuendangi ile vita ya kurudi nje ama ya ku okay, sisemi vita literally, yes, but I'm saying that this whatever we are doing now, the political competition, na tuendangi ile ya kukuja kulose at least. Kama usipopata stake, at least upate mbavu mbili. Yeah.
Okay,
So
I get your point. I get your point. What I would respond to is Esau and Jacob. What was the end? Jacob took the birthright.
Esau. Yes.
Jacob took the birthright from Esau. He went to Laban.
But still, as Esau lost because alikuwa anasikiza ya baba. Anaambia enda winda tu ukirudi jioni niletee nyama. Kijana akachapanga mapema na mama.
No, mama alikuwa na vijana wawili.
Subiri kwanza. That's why I want us to be orderly. Story yende vile imeandikwa.
Vile mako na Biblia yake bwana.
So Pena, walikuwa vijana wawili, kijana mdogo na mkubwa. Kijana mdogo alikuwa anasikiza baba na mwili yake ilikuwa na manyoa. Esau na huyo
alikuwa anasikiza mama.
Kuna mwenye alikuwa anasikiza mama na kuna ule alikuwa anasikiza baba. Na mama na kijana mdogo ama mkubwa wakaelewana. Akamwambia nimesikia baba leo anakuja kubariki kijana huyu mkubwa. Esau. Sasa wewe kimbia msituni lete nyama akuja afaa hiyo ngozi, na kwa sababu mzee alikuwa aoni. So alikuwa kifofu, alibariki, lakini wakati the real person alikuja akamwambia mwanangu ulikuwa wapi? Aisuru nimebariki ule kijana. Ukiongea kwa sababu unatoka Baringo, and I'm so happy today nimepata mtu ya Baringo. I want you na mambo ya Biwot hakukuwa alisema Haisuru wewe hapana Ruti pigana nao vijana. Aliambia don't come back fight Gideon, don't come back fight Mandago. Wewe umeenda huko juu, kaa huko juu, hapana rudi nyumbani kupiga hii ingine, kupiga Isaac Ruto. Ukienda vita kama una mwenzako mkono huu, na ukipikwa leo watu wapige nduru, na una nduku yako karibu ya kukwambia inama ama simama. That was the meaning of what? Ya kwamba wewe umechiweka kwanza, umechiweka kiongozi ya Kalenjin. Sasa hapana rudi chini. Was it true? Msee mwenyewe.
You're right.
Na aliambia Gideon, tulifuata baba yako 24 years. Akatusiana ile yote mulifanya, hiyo ni ya nyumbani. But still ukichukua kitu uchabarikiwa. Ile kitu ningeomba tu, umesema vizuri mwenye ameenda mbele, lakini hiyo mbele umechipeleka. Kagile ngogere la kwetumta kumagiwe toy kiati toy, lakini kwa watumta kumatinye material. Is that true?
Aja gile kui man.
So as like that, you guys, you have to know where we are going. Kago mate. Now Uhuru ameenda step aside, na yeye ndiye mulikuwa mnategemea. Amewaambia no, mtoto yetu ataki kukaa chini kuelezwa. Is Mr. No, I know and I know and I know. Now we are all of us suffering. Tutaenda ingia shimo. All the Kalenjins, you have to go inside because of one person. I was saying like this, because Kenyans are crying for you guys. Can you Baringo leave Gideon? Keep Ruto at the presidential election. Patie Kitty a president. Kitty a Senate. At least leave that boy alone to be there for your sake. Kitty a governors and this one didn't do it. But because now Gideon will be out, but the new government will keep Gideon position. Will we run to Gideon the following day and say we are coming? Because they will not let him. Kitchen since the father died, acha tusi mutu, hata kwa Makto aliambia Ruto, you say you are a leader. Me, Kitchen, I don't have no problem. I will come slowly, slowly, slowly when time comes. So the new government, Kitchen will be in. Are we, like the way you guys, you are asking Menjo. Menjo is a councillor in Eldoret. He has been with Baba and he has been opposition for the longest time in Eldoret. But when the Kalenjin have a problem of maize, they have a problem of milk, they go to Menjo. Menjo has no office. Menjo is with Baba, is opposition, but the Kalenjins are going to say, Menjo, why can't you go to Raila, ask Raila to assist us? Menjo is not elected. Now, we will go back to Kityon and say, okay, Kityon, can you take us where? We had a chance. Why can't you elect him in there so that when we go, we ask him, second, Baringo, Bokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, there are 3 Kalenjins, 3 Kafanas, plus the Turkana. And all of them, they are supporting Ruto. Why are we fighting? And then we talk about the other people, and we have the second in command that he can come today and say, hey, Baringo, hey, Bokot, hey, Elgeyo Marakwet, I'm your second son, I'm in command, I don't want to hear this. Kwa nini hata hiyo kidogo? You don't do it. You have that pimple. Why don't you even pick that small thing and then we know tomorrow when we give you Kenya, you will control. If you cannot control your wives, you have 3 women in the house. All women are fighting for you. You cannot have peace to sleep in another house to have a child. How can you control 10 women at the same time? Kongoi?
Now, order. Thank you, Mama Selina. Na Rotich, nimeona pia captain akifurahi sana. Naomba hivi. We need to move forward. Nimeona mpaka comments naambiwa this is now turning into Cast FM. Now let's do this. Na mimi najua ile nafanya hiyo. But all the same, we have heard what needs to be heard. And whatever Mama Selina is talking about, Rotich, I'm sure you know it and you understand it very well. And so does Captain. But what we need to have as an appreciation is the Kalenjin nation, okay? The Rift Valley nation is part of a bigger nation called Kenya. And what makes the Kalenjin nation attractive is when they are together with the rest of the Kenyans. So isolating yourselves is not the right way to go. I want you to cross the border and talk to your neighbors. We are your neighbors, the Bukusus, the Banyalas, the Batoto, the Maragolis, okay? We have always voted in our own way. My wife can vote for Jubilee. I vote for ODM. We will still eat omena from the same plate and go to sleep. Let us not mop up the community and say you have to vote in this direction. Let the liberty of voting be multiplied in the society. Hii maneno ya pressure mingi, ati sisi ndio tunakuwa targeted, sisi ndio hawataki tusimame kwa hiyo kiti. Hiyo kiti inakuja, lakini inakuja kwa masaa yake, kwa zamu yake, kwa wakati wake. You said that traditionally you fight for everything. Yes, and that is within the Kalenjin community. But when it comes to Kenyan community, there are many things to be put in consideration. You cannot practice your Kalenjin tradition over Kenya. That's within your homework. Just like the way I run my home. I cannot say the way I run my home, every person should run their home that way. That will be now violating your rights. I'm imposing myself on you. So culturally, you can practice that, your culture within that framework, and it will be right. But when you make it now a national issue, you make it a Kenyan issue, then you spark conflict, because we also have our own traditions. We also have our own culture. You cannot impose your culture on us. So let's open up the conversation among yourselves, reason out with the scholars within your community. Let the kamkunjis begin to take place. Mwache hii maneno ya kufuata ati amesema ni hivi, lazima tuende hivi. Yule anapinga ni adui. Hapana, siasa hiyo imeisha. Tukubaliane. Tuko kwa enzi ya handshake, kuko kwa enzi ya negotiation, kuko kwa enzi ya kama kwa mfano the conflict between Kiraitu and Munya. Okay, baba alikuja ambia mimi, hii nyumba ni kubwa, ukikosa kitu moja unaweza pata ingine, tuache hii pressure ya kufight, lazima nikuwe governor. So unaona mambo huko Meru imekuwa sorted. So like that, let deputy president be the father of the Rift Valley by presiding over this conflict. My trouble with him is that he is the one firing the conflict. Now hiyo sasa inanishinda, hata kama ninyi ni wa who must fight for everything. You don't fight unnecessarily. Naomba tufunge hiyo chapter. Naomba tufunge hiyo chapter. If you are lifting your hand to go back there, no. Najua tukienda hapo hatutoki na tunangoja Temba akuje. Naomba hivi. Bwana Captain, umechelewa huko kwa line, lakini sio sahi.
No,
Sasa unajua mnaguzia bwana, mnaguzia jamaa wangu, si ningeguza hata kidogo.
Kitu moja, be fair.
You people. Everybody's talking and everybody's asking me to be fair. How do I become fair now?
By allowing captain to talk. Fair captain, we miss captain. Captain ali defect, that's why amechukua polepole. Captain ako Azimio.
Wewe Alex, naona unatafuta campaign nini? Campaign manager post. Utapewa, usijali. In my government. Captain, umetetewa sana. Sema. Lakini ilikuwa time ya Stone PK.
Unajua unafunga kwa sababu unaongelea my president to be. So they must give me that chance. All the panelists, they are giving me the chance to talk. So habari zenu kila mtu. It has been a while, sijakuwa na nyinyi kwa muda mrefu sana. Sababu ya shughuli mbili tatu. Na kuna mtu aliaka account yangu, sijui ni nani huyo. Nimejaribu kuchunguza but nika retrieve it back. So anyway, Sabina Chege, I see you are there from the victim area. Rafael Rotich, karibu sana bwana, sijai kutana na wewe hapa. Hapa tunasemanga vikweli vile iko. Hapa tuongesangi moja na moja ikue 11, inakuanga mbili. So niliingia nikisikia Sabina Chege akisema Mr. Biwott was telling William Ruto wachane na hizo iti ndogo ndogo na yeye asimamie huko juu, na akamwendorse. Let me tell you, Sabina alimwendorse na akamwambia wewe ndio utaendesha kabila la Kalenjin, na hiyo video iko kila mahali, everybody knows that.
Deputy.
So
Unajua Wakalenjin wanataka nini?
Hapo sasa
Wakalenjin wanataka peace, wanataka uongozi. Na Wakalenjin hawana mambo mengi. Wakisha install somebody, they support. Vile tuli install Moi na kusupport mpaka mwisho, tutasupport yeye. Lakini ile poro ndogo ndogo namna hiyo, mimi namwambia deputy avoid. Hapana, wewe ni juu huko, unatakia nini makabana? Unataka au mjumbe yote. Don't pay any attention. As long as president yuko hapa na wewe iko hapa na tuna bishop wetu hapa mnatuombea hapa, kuna shida gani? Pole Duale, nasikia nimelemewa. Haya. Haya, kwa hayo machache kwa haya machache naombea family wakae kabisa, waonyeshe ile unity ambayo walikuwa nayo juzi. There was a temptation, lakini wali overcome. Mkaa kama vile Mark alivyokuwa hapo, na muendelee, tutasaidiana. Na naomba Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi. Asante sana.
Nafikiria sisi wote tumeangalia na ni mzuri sana kwa mwenye amecheza hiyo video. Kwanza akianza kabisa, hata uliona Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa very attentive until hata uliona macho yake anataka kulia. Mimi nasimama na Biwott hapo hivi. Ile Biwott alisema awachane na viti ndogo ndogo na asimame huko juu, president akiwa juu, yeye ako hapo chini namna hiyo. Aendeshe kabila yetu vile inatakikana. Rafael Rotich, tusije tukaimba wakati nywele yangu unaona inanyolewa pale. Wewe yako tia maji. Sisi wote tunasimama na William Ruto, na kuna mambo mbili tatu ambapo haiendi sawa sawa. Kwa sasa hivi nilisikia mkisema Gideon abaki akiwa senator, of which mimi nilikuwa naangalia Gideon sasa penye hapo hafai hata senator. I think anafaa position kubwa kwa sasa. Ingawa anatoka, unaona huko kwake kuna vita ya hiyo cattle rustling na whatever. Wanajaribu kung'ang'ana hata wao kuangalia. Sijaona debiti wangu akienda huko Rafael. Sijui hata sijawahi sikia akicomment hiyo. Na wale kuna kura pale ya Wakalenjin. Mbona Ruto aendanga pale? Wewe umeona pale? Na kuna vita pale. Ukuta hata angeenda pale atulize hiyo ile area ingekuwa mzuri. Tusije tukaimba wakati mimi naishi nyumba yangu ya glass pale juu. Mimi naimba na nyinyi mko chini pale mnaona. Kwa sasa sina mengi ya kusema, lakini ni harakati mzuri sana ya kuambiana ukweli. Nimesikia Salina umetaja kuhusu Makto. Mimi natoka sehemu ya Mahindi, hata Bena tunatoka sehemu ya Mahindi. Mara mingi naendanga mpaka inaumana. Mpaka unasikia mzee mmoja aliongea siku nyingine akiuliza ya kwamba sisi wenyewe tunakulwa na watoto wetu ndio wanatukula. Murkomen akaulizwa pale. Wewe Murkomen, kijana tulisoma na baba yako. Nani anakula mahindi yetu? Huyo Katela hakuna mtu alisema. Lakini sasa hivi tuko mbioni tukipiga makofi ya kwamba we are all well, we are going to be the president, and that's which we have no problem with that. With the people of Kenya, what I think we have to do the country is, but we have to do the right thing at the right time. We don't have to rule the country. Mambo ni mengi. Nataka tuendelee na hii kidogo nisikie vile kwa. Alafu from there I think ina neno lingine. Remember, you can take over from there. Then.
Okay, thank you, Captain. Ancestor, what is it?
Yeah, ningependa kuuliza Captain, nimesikia marehemu Biwott akiambia Deputy President kuwa in fact yeye ashughulike na hizi viti za juu, awache kushughulika na hapa chini. Hapa chini right now is the Deputy President interfering with MPs, governors and what have you. Alikuwa advised ama iko namna gani, Captain?
Okay.
Then, Mrs.
Aaron.
Let me say one before you continue. Biwott alisema ukikaa na president hapa chini, which means if you work together with the president, all these things, don't worry about it. So is he still working with the president the way Biwott alisema? Kuna vitu lazima mkifuata tufuate vizuri. Wachana na viti ya chini, kaa huko juu na rais. So if Biwott can wake up today, what will we tell him? Are we still working with the president? Ila alituambia tufuatane na yeye.
Okay, Salina, labda nianze na wewe ndio nirudi kwa Haron. Biwott wakati aliongea nilisikia tu akisema, hata kwa sasa hivi vile nimesikia alisema president akiwa hapo na wewe uko hapo chini, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Sijaelewa kama alisema we work with president, but maybe alimaanisha hivyo in a way, but they are not together right now. Even everyone knows, even if you are not living in Kenya, that is what everybody knows that. And I think because William Ruto alikuja akafikiria pale mbele kwanza, ndio ukaona akatoka kwa serikali ya Jubilee akaanza kampeni zake mapema. Alifikiria ile aliambiwa na rafiki yake, yangu 10 na yako 10. So pia unajua lazima tuangalie where everybody has failed. Mahali president alifail wakati wa campaigns ya Jubilee, wakati alisema yangu 10 na yako 10, hapo tena nafikiri sasa sijui kama Ruto alishikilia hivyo kama vile boss wake alisema. Kama juzi wakati aliongelea akasema kazi haifanywi juu ya gari. Mimi nikarudi pale wakati Maraga alikuwa amenullify the elections. Wakakimbia pale Bama, Togoro. Niliona Uhuru Kenyatta akiwa Togoro akishusha mbaya sana na alikuwa juu ya gari. So wakati juu ya gari inakuwa kwa upande ya Ruto ni uchungu, lakini na Ruto haikuwa uchungu. But hapo hiyo ni mambo yao, sitaki kuongelea hapo. So Salina Sego, they are not together as we talk. Vile Biwott alisema, but Biwott amesema literally ya kwamba Uhuru afanye kazi yake ya juu, Ruto afanye ya chini. Nafikiri Biwott alikuwa anamwambia hapa chini, governor, senator, member of parliament, women rep, MCA, wacha wenye wako huku chini washughulike. Wewe huko juu na president fanya kazi yenu, wachana na hawa chini wafanya mambo yao. I think ilikuwa hivyo. That is when Mandago was going for the second term, if I'm not wrong. Okay, now when it comes to Aaron, when it comes to interference of the aspirant of the next election, Aaron, we are in Kenya. Even you, I know you are in Kenya, and you know what's happening. I'll talk of my region where I come from, because right now somebody is pushed, and I understand is from UDA side ya kwamba is the person mwenye alitengeneza UDA na hakuna vile atabaki nje ya serikali kama atapewa direct nomination. He wants the seat for the governor. The people of Uasin Gishu, they have seen somebody who they think is better for them, and this person we are looking for Buseki. Buseki haja declare atakuja na chama gani, but kuna fununi ya kwamba anakuja na independent. So the candidate mwenye atatokea UDA during nominations ni anakuja kupigana na Buseki. So wananchi wakaamua hivi, yule candidate UDA watatupatia ambapo sio yule tunamtaka, tunarudi independent kwa Buseki. Na kwa sasa hivi I applaud that. Yule candidate wananchi wa Uasin Gishu wanataka wa governor anaitwa Jelil for governor 2022. But the likes of UDA, they want Caleb Kositany, which is very wrong. We don't want that. So tumemweka tu Buseki kama backup. Whether Buseki akuwe ana bibi Mkikuyu, whether Buseki akuwe sijui nini, we don't care about that. To bring in Buseki just because there is some dislike in UDA. Kuna so many interferences ambapo siko pale. Wambui Ngirishi Aaron, uliona the other day alitoka Jubilee, alitoka UDA baada ya Waiguru kuingia UDA. Mimi na wewe tuko hapa, hatuwezi jua sana wadozi wanaongea, na I'm very right. Kuna kitu Wambui Ngirishi alisikia ndio akaamua kujipanga mapema na independent. Nikishikilia tu hapo pande ya Wambui na Waiguru, nitarudi pale ile uchaguzi ilikuwa Kabuchai, ile ya kina Nabulindo. William was sponsoring the two candidates, and I can tell you guys here, Wambui Ngirishi and Waiguru, William are sponsoring all of them. It's only that Ngirishi ameenda kando. So vile Aaron umeuliza, I can confirm to you, not even 99% but 100% that there is some interference of candidates who are supposed to come out from UDA, from the main party, from the main leadership of the party. That is it. Thank you very much.
Captain, about Ngerechi, alitoka akasema ametoka kwa UDA, amewachia Waiguru, na alienda State House na aliambia watu ya Kirinyaga, I think today was yesterday, pena tutatuwekea, alisema yeye ataingia kwa ofisi ya rais 100 times. So kusema deputy ana sponsor yeye, hiyo iliisha. Huyo alishatoka, alikuwa anataka aende independent, lakini kwa sababu amekaa na rais na alafu Kirinyaga wamerudi kwa Jubilee, hiyo maneno ya kusema ati deputy amesponsor wote, hapana. Huyo mama alitoka, alisema alidaiwa 200 million na alikataa, na ndiyo sababu alitoka.
What I meant, Salina Sego, is that what I meant before Akwit atoke aende independent, two of them, they were sponsored by William. So again, I think Ngirishi, because of the belief she has to decide and disappeared. Akaenda sasa akaamua vingine. Juu labda aliona vile maneno inaenda haingemwendea vizuri. Juu hata uliona Waiguru naye vile alikuja na hiyo force, he was very 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 active.
Bwana Captain, partly of what you're saying is true. The other part I don't think is true, because it is alleged that William Ruto is the one who sponsored the MCS that impeached Waiguru while they were still cooking UDA with Ngirishi. So how he turns around and become another sponsor for Waiguru, it's confusing. But this is what I will say, and I want to end here. That William Ruto is mistaken to take the unity of a region to mean one party. The unity of a region doesn't need uniform parties. If he wanted to be the leader of the Rift Valley and he was endorsed and blessed to be leader of Rift Valley, he would have been the father of all the political parties within Rift Valley and negotiate a way forward to provide leadership. Recognize there is KANU, there is CCM, and there is independent, but we are all from Kamatusa, or we are all from this region. And now I'm the one at the top. We can't afford to fight among ourselves. Let's forge a way. Let's have our caucus. Let's chart the way forward. How do we ask for the highest seat in this country when we are still fighting among ourselves? So that by the time he's getting set to ask for presidency, he has already consolidated his backyard. But as at now, the only thing he has to show is that I am number 2. I am the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. But the consultation is the same thing with, no wonder they are now flowing with Mudavadi. Mudavadi was meant the Luya Kingpin, but he never held another meeting. After the Buhungu's inauguration, he never sought other community, never called them for, even he did not do his homecoming in Murulu so that we can go and eat meat from there. He did not. from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2022. He has not made his homecoming. So when Atwoli comes in and says, hey, I gave you an office. I wanted you to consultate the Luya community, make them speak with one voice. You failed. Okay, so it is clear that there are some things DP failed to do. He had goodwill from majority of the communities within the place. He had an opportunity, but he did not retract to consolidate what was given to him. He just thought by playing in the gallery, he will always have the support. It's the same thing eating up Wetangula. Now that I'm party leader, everybody under me will what? Follow me. But your party leader hapa juu, lakini huku party imechukuliwa, imeenda. So those are the side mistakes that I think our young politicians are making. That they think by playing in the gallery, they will always have their grassroots. It doesn't work that way. Nowadays, you must ascertain. Even the people who confirm to you they are your friends, you need to call them and find out, are we still friends? Jesus asked them, are we still friends? So naomba hilo swala tukamilishe. Alex, iko nini?
You know, I had to ask this question for my fellow panelists who are from Rift Valley, but they don't have to answer this question now because I think we have overexhausted it. Because all of them, three of them, seem to agree on a singular thing, that the endorsement of Biwott and the advice of Biwott to one William Samoei Ruto elevated him as completely to be the kingpin of the region. And for sure, after Biwott said that, for some reason that day I kept quiet and I realized that even Gideon Moi in that meeting acknowledged it. And now, having agreed that, let's go back again to Michuki's statement. Ukitaka kuongea na Wakikuyu, lazima utumie Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Do you believe that it is a gross insubordination on the side of the deputy to go and which word can I use that could be palatable here so that you both the three of them can understand? I wish I knew Kalenjin, but do you believe that it's gross incitement of the people of Central against a leader also who was endorsed by a fellow and a more ranking elder on the same capacity? If you want William Ruto to be respected and his endorsement, do you think the endorsement of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta should be negated? Do you believe the endorsement of Oparanya and the rest should be negated when you go and say, sati mutu kama Eugene sasa anaweza fungua party hii mutu Eugene? Do you think that it is right for the same person who took an endorsement from Biwott, on which you people hold to be one of the key reasons why we should respect him, that he should go again also to our people, whereas we have endorsed Matiang'i and said, for now, I think he should lead us because we do not have anybody politically to give us direction. And all over, we have regional leaders, not kingpins, leaders for the sake of political direction. So do you think if you want to hold that endorsement to be, true and fair, is it right for him to go and also disqualify other leaders? You don't have to answer it now, but do you think he took his endorsement seriously? That's my question from an elder. If he did, why does he disrespect other elders like Michuki, like other elders from other areas like Atwoli, who says this is our leaders who should give us direction? They are not kingpins, they are giving political leadership. So that is the question you people should ask yourself, if truly these men took the endorsement of Biwott seriously.
Thank you, Alex. I think that is food for thought and soul searching. I believe it will generate solution. Stony PK, naona umeanza kulemewa. Naomba kuja mara moja tafadhali. Kama ni mara moja anakuanga gavana wa wapi?
Mara moja ni gavana wangu.
Basi kuja mara moja.
Thank you, Bernard. I was watching something na TV iko hanged kule juu. Now, wacha ni salimu. Naona Selina anataka Bwana Chea, sijui itakuaje. Selina anawaka moto. Anyway.
Mama Selina.
Itabidi juu hata mimi nitakuwa nataka kuongelea Alex, lakini itabidi.
Haya, wacha niendelee. Amjambo wote, Captain karibu, umepotea kidogo. Harun, Serena, Thomas, Alex, Raphael, Jakendu Bay, wote amjambo na asante sana kwa kuwaona. Mimi wacha niseme mjadala wa leo naona ni mzuri. Una mambo tunazidi kuelimishana. Lakini kwamba wacha nianze na hili la kwanza, eti kwamba opposition can never make leaders. This is ridiculous. Who was Sangrai? You know, we can count. And who are opposition leaders? You see, I keep on saying here in Kenya, tumeanza tunarudi nyuma. We are retrogressing kimawazo. Na tunaongozwa na DP. Our deputy president is very retrogressive in thinking. And I've done my research. Nikajua upungufu wake wa kiakili, ki-intelligence ni nini. Hiyo video imeonyeshwa hapo, nitawaambia. In any elder African culture, there is something called a curse. Hiyo iko kwa Kalenjin sana. I've lived in Kalenjin land and I know how they respect kitu inaitwa curse. In my tribe the same. In fact, across Africa, elders curse you as they talk. Elder akikuambia hivi usifanye, he doesn't have to tell you hii ni curse, hii ni akikuadvise na anakuambia mwanangu, oh my young man, when you are here, this is the route to follow. That is as good as law. You go against that, my friend, you are doomed. And Arab Ruto will never be a leader in this country. In fact, he has not been a leader. He has just been, you know, all the time amejisukumilia. We know, even when he was the MP, we know what he did. You know, there is nowhere Arab Ruto has been really endorsed genuinely as a leader, because he doesn't have those qualities. Sorry for those who support him, Captain Utanisameh, but this is the truth. It can be banked in any bank. Why did Biwott specifically tell him this? And this is what you people, Kalenjins, and you know, siasa ya Kenya ni tribal kwanza. You have to be loved in your village. Upande hivyo, ukibarikiwa, unabarikiwa, ukimwagiwa murisiki, ukienda unapewa na sword ya kwenda vita. These days is not a sword. Unabarikiwa, unapewa ile rungu. Why doesn't Ruto carry that Kalenjin rungu? Because he's too proud. That rungu has something. That rungu ile ilikuwaga na Moi, it has something. It's the symbol of respected authority in a community. This guy was told by Biwott, rule number one, respect your boss and remain there with your boss. You will fly. Hapana kurudi, unaenda mbele, unarudi huku chini. Chini unaenda kufanya nini? In the real sense. You are deputy president. Why are you harassing those leaders? Why are you participating in rigging out and rigging in MPs, MCAs, and all this? That is leadership upside down. My deputy president, every book he reads it upside down. And that's why he wouldn't make it. Look at even his policy. Anarukia, bottoms up. Bottoms up. He can't explain. Anarukia, like now stating that opposition leaders can never be leaders. Every kid in nursery school, no. Because the word opposition, it means what? It means it's a leader of the people by the people who is standing to take the government in place. And the government in place, si ati ilimshinda akakuwa yeye ni useless. It's because kura zinahesabiwa and you exceed me by a few votes, then you take the government and I remain in the opposite side to check you. That's why they are respected world over. That's why we have opposition leaders world over. And they are always the government in waiting. It is accepted all over the world. So for you to come and you are a doctor, stand somewhere in Kajiado and start pronouncing those kind of things. I don't know what has happened. I think wajinga waliisha Kenya, tukaerevuka, viongozi ndio wamechukua hiyo ujinga. Ugonjwa imekeuka. Because I think now the voters are more clever, and the stupid ones imekuwa ni leaders. You know, especially all these leaders wearing yellow. Wameshikwa na hiyo epidemic ya ujinga, ambapo uwezi kuwasaidia. That aside. So it is not true that an opposition leader cannot take leadership government. That is not, it's a fallacy. Come to issues of like, look at the meeting in Kajiado, for example. Now, this lady is talking in a meeting. I'm just demonstrating how failed a team is in UDA. Yani, they don't read signs of time. How can you be standing? You are talking to a crowd in where unaongea unasema unaitwa Stone PK. Unajaribu kuambia juu ya your presidential candidate. The crowd is saying, calling, let's say for example, saying, Alex. How daft are you? Sorry to use that term. That you should not pause and get to know why are these people talking about Alex? I mean, what does it cost you as a sharp leader to pause and then waulize, munasemaji? Then let them tell you, because they are the people speaking and you are standing there to talk to them. And the best is you are listening to them. I give you an example how Sabina handled that in Bungoma. Okay, she stood to speak. That is from Azimio, and then the crowd had another woman there who is so strong at ground level. Akasikia tu wanaita jina. She quickly said, haya, huyu anaitwa hivi ni nani? Aje hapa. She stood with that lady there. The crowd kept quiet because they were assured that their person who they are calling atafanya nini? Ataongea. Sabina managed the crowd. There is something called crowd management. But when you stand there, na una hiyo baraka ya kuona that sharpness, you think the crowd is at their hecklers. You know, they are not hecklers. They have come there to listen to you as a leader. So that's an example of crowd management. This lady in Masai Land, Kajiado, she continues to talk and they continue to shout their person. So all what she was saying for 3-4 minutes, that's why even the deputy laughed. To the deputy, aliona ni joke imetamba. Kumbe, it's loss of votes. That's why I'm saying UDA wako na ugonjwa ya kutokuelewa, kutokufahamu. What the lady should have done, angesema haya apose, aulize ni nani munataka. Aseme, huyo munataka ako hapa aongee. Ama, she returns the mic to the boss, to the MCA. I mean, to the MC, Master of Ceremony, who is the deputy. Amwambie boss, hebu sikiza hii crowd inasemaje. Then wafanye nini? But she insisted. So that way, she lost it. And it is how UDA is losing because their leader is upside down. Hiyo kile imetamba kwao, it's negative thinking. They are not able to even give strategy. Another thing about this Kajiado strategy, how do you start climbing a tree from the top? You've been doing rallies at marketplace, stopover bus stops, along the roadsides. Then you realize it's not working. Then the crowd that you've been kuta kwa barabara, ndio unawaambia sasa, nataka munipatie watu wachache, ndio sasa nitaanza kukutananga nao. Really? That is ridiculous. Why? Because he should have copied Baba mbeleni. Aone Baba alianza na consultation, focus group discussions. Hiyo focus group ndio unatuma waende wakalete watu wengi wa kujaza kiwanja, ndio wauzie sera ile umezungumza, na the few selected leaders. Communities have leaders. But the day you go opposite that, then you'll never realize it. That aside. Then we talk of Sabina Chege and Iebc. For me, this is another misplaced, irrelevant activity. It is in fact, it was a waste of time, only that Azimio realized you cannot defy that, but it is nonsensical. It does not bring any sense in Kenyan politics. Yeah, somebody said something, candidature has not even been declared, then you start summoning that. I mean, it is hiyo ni kujipaka matope kabisa kabisa. And what it did, it elevated Sabina. Now she's a national figure. Hakuna mtu azungumzi juu ya huyo mwanamke. She's now seen as a heroine. Okay? A very ameelevatiwa even where she doesn't belong. Why? Because of some very silly arrangement from UDA. UDA working through Chebukati. Because Chebukati ni kama hiyo wheelbarrow, ni kusukumwa tu, wekelea hapa, fanya hivi, fanya. So he did not stop to think of how ridiculous it will look. Okay? He is there reading what the opposition, or rather what Azimio has said. Oh, it has been agreed, it has been raised, all those points, which is what is going to be ashamed, ruling out on Tuesday. So why do you do such a game that is in vain and ridicules you? So this is what tells you that all these people who are stating that the opposition, UDA cannot, in fact, it is UDA that cannot make a government. They cannot even run a cattle dip. And you can take that to the bank. I don't see any of them. I would like to see any of those leaders in UDA who has led or managed anything to the succession. I challenge all the UDA supporters to give me the CVs. Other than somebody at amesoma enda Nairobi University, tunataka kujua your first degree, ulifanya kazi wapi, and what were the achievements. We don't want to hear ukafanya hapa ukafanya. It is you worked here as who, and what did you change there? What were the achievements? We want to see that, and that's how we are going to analyze the UDA person now, the DP. Ndio, ulikuwa YK, ulifanya nini? We only know 1,000 t-shirts zilizaa milioni moja. That is the achievement he did. And tukajua muliprint pesa fake. I mean, we are calling a spade from next month. Kametamba, katatamba na katanuka. We are not going to listen to nonsense. Right now tuko kwa ground tunafanya research zingine za ajabu. Okay? So guys, let's call a spade and let's respect the elders. That is where the DP went wrong. DP anatembeanga na mzee gani? Na Kalenjins are people who respect elders. That one I know. Which elder does Ruto listen to? Hakuna. So nyinyi mwambieni arudi kule. Alienda kule kwa ile inaitwa sijui Ndalai, ile wale wazee. I don't think he went there. He must have collected a few others, gave them money, and whatever he was told, he has not followed. So those of you who think that you can have presidency in Ruto, our God will never allow, because that would be the most mediocre president we can ever have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK. Kuna any matter rising? Basi naomba turudi kwa nani? Kwa hebu nione baba Jakindu Bey alikuwa hapa. Yes. Jakindu Bey, vipi?
Salama.
Karibu.
Asanteni sana wale ambao wamekuja wakati huu, na captain na wasalimia na nawakaribisha. Sisi tulikuwa kwa hapa mbeleni. Nimesikia sana mazungumzo kuhusu hasa kiongozi kutoka Rift Valley, ambaye ni Bwana Ruto. Lakini mimi nauliza kwa wale watu ambao wanatoka seme bonde la Ufa, tukisema tunataka demokrasia na nchi iliyo na utulivu, kweli mnaweza kusema kabisa wa Kenya kwamba tunaweza kuwa na uongozi wa kutoka Rift Valley na Central peke yake? Hizi makabila zingine je? Hizi sehemu zingine? Tukitaka demokrasia na utulivu na umoja, ni lazima tuangalie tunafanya demokrasia, lakini vile vile lazima tuangalie wale wachache ama sehemu zingine vile vile. Ni lazima juggle na hiyo kitu, manake ni kitu ambayo imekuwa ikiturudisha nyuma sisi kama nchi za Kiafrika, kwa sababu sisi kwa Kiafrika tuko na makabila nyingi ndogo ndogo, tuko na nchi watu wa tofauti, tunawekwa pamoja ili tuishi pamoja vizuri. Ni lazima tufikirie vizuri namna tutakavyo watu tunajitawala. Kama hii ndio maana wakati tulipopata uhuru, hii ndio maana ilileta mzozo wa tukapata na mauaji, yani assassinations, yani vitu mbovu, ukabila ikaingia. Ni kwa sababu hatukuangalia sisi kama Waafrika, sisi ambapo tumegawana katika makabila mbalimbali. Hatukuangalia hiyo, na ni jambo ambalo tusipoliangalia limekuwa likituletea vurugu. Si Kenya peke yake, ni nchi nyingi tu za Kiafrika zimeleta hizo vurugu. Hata tukijilinganisha na nchi kama Korea sijui nini, hao watu ni watu wamoja. Ndio maana walikuwa na nafasi, hawakuwa na time ya kuzozana. Ndio maana unaona wameendelea, kwa sababu nchi zao ni tulivu. Lakini zetu unaweza kusema ndio sisi hatujapiga, lakini tumekuwa na vurugu ya kuuana. Unaona, sisi kwa sisi tunauana kwa msingi ya kikabila, msingi ya kung'ang'ania vyeo. Hizi ni vitu ambavyo zinafanyika kwa sababu hatukuangalia, na hata sasa bado tunataka hiyo ni jambo ambalo tunataka kuisahau. Tunadanganya, yani tuna pretend sisi ni wamoja, sisi lakini ukienda hapo kando kuna ukabila. Niliwaambia jana, niliona wakati nikifanya kazi pale Nairobi, tulikuwa Wakenya peke yetu, tulipigania kwa sababu ya ukabila. Vyeo ambavyo tulikuwa nazo tunaanza kuzozana. Tulikuwa na mmoja ambaye alikuwa ni company secretary na finance, mwingine administrator. Hawa ndio walikuwa top kwa hiyo sehemu ambayo wazungu walikuwa ni wengi, lakini hizo vyeo vilikuwa ni za Wakenya. Wakenya hao walianza kupigana wenyewe kwa sababu ya ukabila, wakapoteza hizo vyeo, zikachukuliwa na wazungu. Sasa vitu kama hizo zimekuwa zikiturudisha nyuma, na mapo hapa ninaposikia kama kina Bwana Rotich, Rafael au Captain wanasisitiza, wanataka, kwa maoni yao ni demokrasia, ndio, lakini president mwingine atoke tena Rift Valley, alafu huyo president akitoka Rift Valley atamchagua makamu wake kutoka Central Province. Akimaliza uongozi unaenda Central Province tena. Hiyo sio vizuri. Ukienda katika hizi nchi ambazo hata ukienda Uingereza, hata kuna saa zingine wale wachache, kama ni weusi au ni watu kutoka Asia, kuna wakati mwingine lazima wa make sure kwamba hata hawa wachache wanapewa uso wao uionekane. Ndio kuna hiyo inaitwa balancing. Unaona, tusipofanya hivyo sisi wa Afrika tunazidi kuzozana. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaambia hizi vitu kama hizo ni lazima, tunapofanya kama ni demokrasia, lazima tubalance hizo vitu zote. Tuangalie kina mama, unaona, wamelemavu, hawa ni lazima turekebishe. Tukisema tu ni demokrasia, huwezi kuona hata mama, huwezi kuwaona. Ni lazima kuwe na hiyo balance, na hiyo tunafanya, lazima tuwe na utu. Ndio nafikiri vitu kama hizo zinaweza zikafanyika. Kusema kwamba watu wa opposition wameshindwa kufanya, ati anaweza kuwa, ati hawezi kuwa president. Hii nafikiri ni jambo ambalo halina tija lolote. Kwa hiyo mimi kitu kama hiyo, mimi huwa mara nyingine nashindwa kuzungumzia kitu kama hiyo, kwa sababu sioni kama mtu mzima anaweza kusimama na kuanza kusema hivi, ambaye tunamtegemea kuwa ndio tunataka awe kiongozi. Hiyo kwa mimi naona haina tija hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba wa Kenya lazima tufikirie kabisa vizuri, kama tukitaka ile kitu inaitwa balance, nchi ambayo ina amani. Amani ni jambo la muhimu, maanake amani ndio inatupatia hata maendeleo zote ambazo tunataka. Na hiyo ni lazima tuangalie kwamba kuna balance ya sehemu, hata ukitoa ukabila, sehemu kwamba kiongozi mwingine anatoka huko sehemu za Kisii, mwingine siku nyingine atoke huko sehemu za Mombasa, na vile vile hata hao viongozi inatakikana kitu inaitwa uaminifu, na unasema loyal to your boss, kwa sababu makamu wa rais hajakuwa loyal to his boss. Naweza kusema sijui, lakini kwa macho yangu ni mtu ambaye hakui loyal, kwa sababu alifanya kazi na Jirongo, wakakosana na Jirongo. Amefanya kazi na Moi, wamekosana na Moi. Alifanya kazi na Raila, wamekosana na Raila. Amefanya kazi na Uhuru, amekosana na Uhuru. Kwani hao wote ni wabaya? Yeye ndio mzuri? Lazima yeye ako na kasoro fulani. Huwezi kuwa hawa watu wote unazozana nao. Nikiangalia Rift Valley, kuna wale walikuwa katika hizo sioni hata mmoja ambaye yuko naye karibu, siwaoni, ni kama wamezimwa. Hiyo sio uongozi mzuri, manake hata hawa wazee ni sehemu ya nchi yetu. Hauwezi kusema kwamba wazee hutaki kusikia sauti zao. Kuna vitu wameona na kuna wako na experience hainunuliwi. Experience ni hata ukienda kwa sehemu watu wanafanya kazi, hata walimu, sehemu kitu chochote, experience ni jambo la muhimu. Hata ukiwa na qualification gani na una experience, utashindwa na yule ako na experience. Asanteni sana. Asante Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much, Jakindube. I believe that is important. Yes, Captain.
Kuna kitu Jakindube amegusia hapo, na nitaanza kwa kusema wakati kina Kipchoge na kina Kimboi wanaleta gold, hawaangaliwangi ya kwamba wameleta gold sana Wakalenjin, kabla hii ingine waende walete gold. Wanaangaliwa tu kama Wakenya. Kulingana na ile katiba yetu ya Kenya ile tuko naye, hatutaweza kusema sasa inji ibaki kuwa vacuum, haina president, kwa sababu the best candidate was to be elected was Kalenjin or Kikuyu, and it is becoming a norm that we want a different person, not a Kalenjin or a Kikuyu. We will not leave the country to be under no any president or whatever. Whoever will be elected as the president, whether ni Mkalenjin, whether ni Mkikuyu, ataongoza nchi. Na hiyo ukabila cha Kindube wachana naye. Ukiclassify watu wa Kenya kuwa hii ni Mkikuyu, hii ni Mkalenjin, ndio utaumia. Utaumia. Wewe ukubali tu ya kwamba wewe ni Mkenya, mimi Captain ni Mkalenjin, Bernard ni Mluya, sisi wote ni Wakenya. Tukubaliane tu tuko Wakenya, ndio usiumie ya kwamba ni Mkale anakuja kutuongoza, ni Mkikuyu anakuja kutuongoza, ni Mluya anakuja kutuongoza. Tujichukulie sisi wote ni Wakenya, na hiyo uchungu ya kuongozwa na kabila fulani itaisha. Asante.
Sasa bwana Captain,
ngoja nimjibu bwana Captain. Captain, unajua hiyo ndio uchawi ambao tumerogwa nao, na unaweza kusema ni uchawi wa kizungu, kwa sababu mzungu ametuletea kitu inaitwa demokrasia. Tumechukua kwao, tumeichukua. Maanake hiyo sio tabia yetu kama Afrika, haikuwako, hatukuwa na kitu kama hiyo, lakini sisi tumeichukua bila kuangalia inatusaidiaje, inatusaidia kwa jambo gani. Kwa nini basi tunazozana? Kwa nini kulikuwa na mauaji kama sisi wote unasema sisi ni Wakenya? Hizi mauaji ambayo zinatokeaga huwa zinatokana kwa nini? Ambazo zimetokea hizi vurugu zote zimetokea Afrika, zinatokana kwa nini? Kwa sababu ya hiyo kutobalance. Usifikirie ukisema kwamba tufuate tu hivyo kiholela vile unasema, hata kina mama hawawezi kupata nafasi, hawawezi, hata walemavu hawawezi. Hizi vitu ni lazima tuangalie. Ukiuchukulia tu kiholela hivyo unachukulia, wewe ndio utaumia. Ndio maana unaona hizo nchi ambazo mnasema zimetushinda, zinatushinda kwa sababu ziko na bahati kwamba wako ni wamoja, wanaangalia hizi vitu ambavyo ninakwambia. Hata Amerika wanaangalia hiyo. Usifikirie eti wanakaa tu kiholela eti uongozi itatoka. Hata Amerika katika hizo nani zao, state zao zote wameweka mikakati ya kusema kwamba president hawezi kutoka tu kwa state moja ati ni kiongozi. Hawafanyi hivyo ndugu yangu. Hiyo ni kitu haiwezekani. Kudominate wenzako, inaweza kuwa kabila yenu ni wengi, alafu na dominate kabila hizi. Ukitaka uongozi uzuri, uongozi ni lazima ujue kuna makabila, isikutawale, ukabila isikutawale. Katika nchi yako lazima ujue kuna dini, lakini udini isikutawale. Hizo vitu zote lazima ubalance. Usipozibalance zitakuletea fujo. Ndio maana utapata nchi iko na vurugu, kwa sababu hawajakaa na kuangalia vurugu ni nini. Tusipoangalia hiyo hatuwezi kuendelea. Ukisema na hiyo macho ambayo unasema eti ukabila, mbona walikuwa wanagombania ukabila? Mbona walikuwa wanagombania ukabila? Pale nilikuwa nafanya kazi, ilikuwa ni ukabila, waligombana tuliona. Hii ni kitu nimeona mimi. Wewe unasema nisifuate ukabila. Unajua kuna ukabila. Mimi wakati nafanya kazi tuliapply sisi wawili, tunapeleka kwa administrator kupatiwa loan. Mimi nilipatiwa kidogo na yule mwenzangu akapatiwa vile aliomba. Vile tuliomba wawili, vijana wawili, tulikuwa vijana. Na alinipatia kidogo kwa sababu ya jina langu. Nilipomrudishia kumwambia mbona unanipatia kidogo, akasema wewe mshahara yako kidogo. Nikamwambia huyu umempatia na mshinda na mshahara. Hizo ni ukabila bwana. Tukitaka kukaa kwa amani, hizo ni vitu ninakwambia kwa sababu ni experience my friend. Usifikiri sina experience, au usifikiri mimi ni mtu ambaye si kwamba. Ukinichunguza kwa makini sina ukabila, lakini ninapoona watu wanafanya ukabila inanipatia uchungu sana. Mimi nataka Kenya moja. Ndio maana nasema nataka wakati wote tuwe watu ambao wanasema ukweli na watu ambao wanafikiria wenzao vile vile. Hata kama tuko na demokrasia, ni lazima tuwe, maana yake ndio maana tunaweka mambo ya akina mama. Lazima kuwe na mkakati ya ku make sure kwamba wamefanyiwa haki. Walemavu, ukiwacha tu hawa watu hawatajulikana. Zamani hakukuwa na sehemu ya walemavu hata kupita barabarani, mpaka mtu aseme tutengenezeni namna ya watu walemavu wanaweza kuvuka. Ukiwacha kuna mtu anafikiria. Asante.
Okay, thank you Jakindube. Bwana Captain, labda nikirejelea swala lako, hili ni tukio ambalo limetokea sio muda mrefu umepita, na linahusu Moi University. Moi University, ndugu yangu anayenifuata ni mwanahabari sasa hivi, amesoma hapo. Nilikuwa nakuja kumtembelea nikimletea chakula. Sasa uongozi wa Moi University ulidorora mpaka sasa hivi. Moi University imefungwa, lakini imetokana na nini? Profesa Airo alitimuliwa. Kwa nini? Wakasema hii ni shule yetu, lazima itawaliwe na watu wa kwetu na hatutaki foreigners. So lazima masuala ya ukabila yaangaliwe kwa kina, sio kwa jicho moja. Pili, wakati Mama Selina hapa anatupatia mifano ya mtu ambaye ako na wake wengi, okay? Ukiwa na nyumba 10 ama nyumba 12 na wewe ndio baba wa boma, lazima ubalance kwa hizi nyumba zote ili uendelee kuwa baba wa hilo boma na kuwe na familia moja. Lakini ukianza kubagua ama kuegemea side moja na uchukie side nyingine, kile kinachofanyika ni nini? Hizi familia odhoni ya mtu mmoja itafanya nini? Itagawanyika. So Kenya ni kama nyumba ya mtu mmoja, lakini iko na nini? Nyumba nyingi. Hauwezi kusema ni nyumba ya fulani peke yake inaweza kutawala, kwa sababu hao ni 10 na sisi ni 3 na huku kwa nyumba nyingine ni 5. So kila mara wakati chakula kinatolewa jikoni, waambia tupige nini? Kura. Haya, tukipika kura, nyumba yenu ndio iko na watu 10, inashinda kila mara, kwa sababu tunatumia demokrasia. Sawa. So mwishowe itakuwaje? Ile nyumba 5 na ile nyumba ya 3 itajitenga, kwa sababu hawana namba za kutosha kupiga kura ili wapate chakula. So ili uwe kiongozi wa jamii ambayo ya tabaka tofauti, ni lazima ubalance, uone hata kama hawa ni 10 na sisi ni 5 na hawa ni 3, tunaweza kuendeleaje wote pamoja? Tunaweza kuwa na kiongozi kutoka hapa, makama atoke hapa na sisi tutoke hivi, ili tukue kwa pamoja. Shida kubwa ya Kenya sasa hivi ni huo ubaguzi wa ukabila, ambapo watu fulani hao ndio wanapata, wengine wananyimwa. Na hiyo imefanya nini? An imbalanced community. The rich are very rich, the poor are very poor, not because they were born to be so, not because they were meant to be so, but because the resources are mismanaged and also they are unequally distributed. Kuna sehemu ambazo serikali ambazo zimetawala hapo nyuma zilikataa kupeleka maendeleo. Si eti hawakuwa na pesa, si eti hawakuwa na plan, si hawakuwa na roadmap ya kudevelop. They just refused to develop that area on the pretext that uko ni opposition. Okay? Tuende kujenga kwetu. So what has happened? Saa hii tuko 60 years, we are almost going 60 years of independence, but we still an equal society. Kuna sehemu ambazo watu wanasema wakikuja Nairobi ndio wanakuja Kenya. Huko wanakaa sio Kenya. Hayo masuala yote yanatokana na nini? An imbalanced way of leadership that doesn't consider other people. So huwezi kusema kwa sababu tuko na demokrasia tuchukue wale ambao wako wengi watawale kila mara. Saa nyingine kuna masuala ambayo yanafanywa nini? Kwa mfano tunafanya KCPE ama KCSE. Kuna ile time ambao wanafunzi wamescore very very well, okay? The performance is very high. So A inatoka kwa 90, 91, inakuja inaishia hapo kwa 80. Straight A's, okay? Lakini kuna somo lingine ambalo the performance is very poor. Unakuta mtu ako na 64 ako na pure A. Now that is arrived at with consideration of all that has come into play. Hauwezi kuwa kiongozi wa kuinsist eti ikuwe hivi ama kama sio hivi itakuwa hivi, mpende msipende. Wakati wa uongozi huo ushapita, and that's why I'm saying the Kenya for today is not the Kenya for yesterday and is not the Kenya for tomorrow. And the best leader for Kenya is the one who has that Kenya for tomorrow that carries every other Kenyan along. A leader who doesn't want to have his people or his community in leadership only. We need a leader who will carry every other, the least community, hata wale wanakaa kwa bush, they must be a concern of that particular leader. Ili tukisonga mbele tunasonga wote mbele. Uongozi wa Kenya usiwe ni kitu tunang'ang'ania. Ikuwe kitu ambayo tunafanya nini? Tunachukua ili tuhudumie wa Kenya. There is no need for scrambling for leadership. We should offer ourselves for leadership. Then the people will decide who should be the leader. But when it becomes a matter of life and death, I have to be, mimi ndio niko karibu, mnisukume tu niingie. Hapana. Offer yourself to the Kenyans, let the Kenyan decide. But if you have to force your way into leadership, you have an agenda to use that leadership for personal gain. It is not to serve Kenyans. So, mimi naomba hivi, tuelewanwe kama Wakenya. Tukubali kwamba kuna kitu makosa na uongozi ambao tumekuwa nao hapa awali na jinsi watu wameingia katika uongozi. This time we correct it. How do we correct it? Be tolerant, kubali parties zingine in your locality, work with those parties. Hawezi kusema ati kila mtu hapa akue yellow. It is no longer working. Hiyo ilikuanga chama ya KANU, tingiza. Na hiyo enzi ilifanya kazi vizuri. Tulivaa tie ya red, shati ya red, tukasalimu amri, tumeimba hizo nyimbo kijijini kila mahali. That worked and then. Lakini saa hii ni collaboration. CCM ni chama, UDA ni chama, KANU ni chama, na zote ziko hiyo Rift Valley. Kiongozi wa Rift Valley ni yule atashika hizi vyama vyote. Awambie hata kama wewe ni wa nyumba ya kubwa na mimi ni wa nyumba ndogo, sisi ni watoto wa baba mmoja. Lazima tutembee pamoja, tusaidiane. Wewe ukienda ushike, usinisahau. Na wewe ukipata, usinisahau. That is how leadership is done. Lakini hii mkitaka kusimama na mimi lazima muache vyumba zenu muhamie kwangu. That is not the right leadership. So bwana captain na wengine wote ambao wanafikiria hivyo, haipaswi kabisa kwa Kenya ya sasa. Kenya ya sasa ni our differences should be part and parcel of our strength, not cause of enmity and fights among ourselves. Yes, Captain.
Asante sana Bernard, and what I need to say is in this platform we are not campaigning for anyone and we are not decampaigning for anyone. We are strengthening Kenya. Tunapiga panel beating Kenya, mahali iko kombo kidogo tunainyorosha. Haya, hapo kwa upande ya University of Moi University hapo Eldoret. Nafikiri nimewahi taja hapa vizuri sana nikasema kwa nini Faruk Kibet alipatiwa the whole contract ya kufence I think the 1500 acres ama ni 15,000 acres. Was there any other person? Hakukuwa na mtu mwingine wa kupatiwa hiyo contract 15,000 acres. Alafu ile fence inawekwa mawe kufika tu hata haijafika magoti hapa, imeishia hapo, inapandishwa vichuma. Sikuelewa. Niliuliza hiyo swali hata tukiwa na babangu tukitoka Eldoret, nauliza baba, hii najua mlipatia Faruk, what happened? Sasa unajua ni mambo yenu na watu. Anyway, vile tuliongea hivyo. So Bernard, we are not comfortable on some things the way you are talking. Don't think that when I'm here and I say that if the presidential candidate emerges from my own tribe and he will win, can we make Kenya not to have a president because he is coming from my tribe? No. There are some things that I'm giving an example in a way that every one of you understands. Kama ni mtu mwenye sisi wote tumeenda shule, mnaelewa vile nimesema. So tukikuja kwa upande ya referral pia kuna shida pale. Tukitaka kuweka mesa hapa tutaweka mesa hapa na mtajua sisi where we are not where we are in some countries because we like to be. We are where we are because the brains and the energy we had, those people, they didn't want us to work for them because maybe, I don't know. Yeah. So we have some serious issues in that one. And
Thank you.
also is my own region.
We didn't get what you said last. Your audio is failing.
I think it is failing. I'm saying maybe I said in Kalenjin, Kipsop Chege, Salina and Raphael Rotich can tell that. If Rotich, you are telling the truth the way Salina have been hearing, the way she's talking, Salina tunafuata ukweli, lazima tuambiane ukweli. Wanasemanga mgala muwe na haki mpe. Tuendelee from there. I think Bernard, you are supposed to go out. Temba karibu.
Rafael, endelea. Wewe captain, lazima nimalizane na wewe ndio nitoke, hata ukinifukuza siendi.
Temba karibu.
Tuko pamoja.
Temba karibu sana. Bernard, Temba karibu.
So kuna vitu tumeongea hapo, nataka nichibu cha Gendube. Hatujasema ati sisi tunataka president itoke kwetu kila siku, ati itoke kwa hii kabla ikuje hii. Kumbuka kwanza mwaka wa 2002 jamii yote tulikuwa nyuma ya Uhuru. Hiyo utakubali. 2007 jamii yote to the last man, maybe family moja, tulikuwa kwa Raila. 2013 tulirudi kwa Uhuru. 2017 tulirudi kwa Uhuru. So haijazunguka kwa kabla yetu. So tunaona tumefanya Meru Korao. So ingefaa tukuje sasa Nyanza tuseme tuliwapea mkono uturudishie. Tuende Central tuliwapea mkono uturudishie. Hakuna kabla zingine ilikuja, ni wawili tu. Ungekuwa na Mluya maybe alitutongoza vizuri, ama Mkamba ama Mkosi, but hakuna mwingine. So tunaona yetu ndume imetosha. Wacha basi twende basi tujaribu mara ya pili. Ufichi hiyo sio makosa na sio tribalism. Hebu pole tu surely. Kama mtu anakaa kwake Nairobi ama Western ama Coast, ikifika siku ya mwisho ati anakuja sasa anajionyesha ati anaenda mpaka Kamba. Akifika huko mashinani ya chuligani. So at the end of it all, you have to sell your chaka Kendube. We are not tribal. Tumepeana, tumesunguka actually, tunakuja kwenda sasa kuomba raundi mturudishie mkono. Ukikuja mambo ya Moi University, kwa hii mambo ya tribalism, I think ilianza kitambo, but not from we. Initially the leadership was not with us. And in that simaanisha hata ile ya juu mpaka hata hizo zingine za katikati. I know Vakai anatoka huko Pokot, alikuwa amequalify kufanya medicine. But wakati aliingia huko akaangaliwa, akaambiwa wewe mtu wa kuchunga mbuzi, you cannot qualify to be a doctor. Na huyo jamaa aliingia depression. He went back home. Mpaka saa hizi yeye ni wasimu tu nyumbani huko kwao. I know the second one, alirewind karibu mara 4. Akiangushwa tu that there is no girl that can qualify to be a doctor. Was it not for the political will of the day? Pia yeye angechizi. But thank God miracles happen. wote wawili wanafanya hospitali moja sasa, MTRH, tena wakiwa lecturers. But sasa ule mwingine aliomba msamaha ati siku anajua tulikuwa tumewambiwa ati ni kama moyo amewalea sana. Ufuju alikuwa na struggle. So hiyo tribalism iko. Then collapsing ya universities, I think ina happen across most universities in Kenya. Kuna financial challenges. So sio Rift Valley peke yake, kuna zingine pia zinaanguka. Then hizi machama mingi, okay, sikatai hata Rift Valley tuko na chama tatu, but kumbuka Moi told us chama mingi talete shida mingi. So we have to accept. Mimi kuna wakati nilikuwa na support Ngilu, but kulikuwa na kando Rift Valley, lakini hakuna wakati itakuwa inaasimiana ndio sasa nimpigie Ngilu. So tusiegemee sana, mtusukumie ni kama tumejitenga pale. Hata hiyo kura tunaenda kabla zingine ituchazie. So inafaa tuende Nyanza cause tumewapea mkono. Central tumewasukumia mara 3. Rosafi 15 years. So saa ingine mwelewe, msipeni story mpaka inakaa sasa si wenyewe tumekaa wabaya. And the same person
Bwana Rotich, mkifanya rotation.
Yes,
tuko 47, okay? Na nyinyi mnafanya rotation among 3. Is that fair?
Because hakuna mwingine alikuja kutuomba kura. Ni hao watatu ndio
unamaanisha nini? My Reverend Ruben is on television asking for votes.
Sasa
he has been in the Eldoret community. He had Fish FM, akaestablish vizuri, amewahubiria Injili. Sasa muone kwa TV akiwaomba kura tafadhali. Yaani
Rotich,
hata kama yeye mwenyewe haoni, nyinyi muone kabisa akiomba kura.
Kwa TV ameenda kuhubiri Injili huko mashinani, ameingia Bogos kuhubiri Injili, ameenda Bogos kuhubiri Injili. Atoke kwa nyumba, si ati akaa aletewe kwa mesa. He has to work and look for it.
Rotich, wewe unajua kile ninachosema.
Bwana Rotich.
Rotich, I have one question for Rotich.
Which question? Who is that?
Alikuwa ananijibu.
I'm captain. I have a question for Rotich.
Ndio, kabla hujamjibu nataka kumwambia Rotich. Bwana Rotich, mkichukulia hii kitu kimchezo, ndio maana unaona nchi zetu ziko nyuma. Nchi zote za Kiafrika ziko na hiyo problem. Na hiyo problem inakandamiza hata wanawake. Hata nchi hizi zingine zile zimeendelea wanajaribu kusukuma nafasi za wanawake.
Msiweke wamama, sisi wamama tunawapenda wote, tunasalia nyinyi watoto, nyinyi wote. Hii ukabila ni ya wanaume, wamama nikipata tukipenda.
Mama Selina, thank you Mama Selina. Wacha nani amalize point kwanza. Yes, Jakindu Bey, kamilisha tafadhali.
Nasema ndio maana unaona hata katika hizi nchi ambazo zimeendelea wanasukuma kina mama, kwa sababu kiacha tu bila kubalance utakuta kuna sehemu nyingine inaenda vibaya. Kwa hiyo nchi yetu, nchi hizi za Kiafrika tuko na makabila nyingi. Ni lazima, nimewambia usipuzie, ujue kuna hizo makabila. Hata dini usipuzie, ujue kuna hizo. So ni lazima strike balance. Hiyo ukistrike balance kutakuwa na utulivu, kutakuwa na amani, kutakuwa na umoja, na itafanya kila mmoja jione ni sehemu ya, kwa sababu ukichukua hata ukisema kwa mfano sasa, ukisema Azimio la Umoja, unaona kila Mkenya anaona kama ni jambo ambalo linampatia kila mtu nafasi na sauti. Usifikirie unaweza kumpatia mwananchi binadamu chakula na kila kitu, lakini kuna nafasi zingine ambapo kama umpatii nafasi, hata hizo vyakula hazitamfaa. Kwa hiyo kitu ninachosema kama wana Kenya, lazima tubala, tusisahau kwamba tuko na makabila nyingi nchini kwetu. Tuone tunafanya demokrasia, lakini vile vile tu balance kwamba kuna wanawake, kuna walemavu, kuna makabila hizi zingine, kuna kabila zingine wengine wadogo sana, wachache sana. Lazima tu balance ndio tuwe na utulivu wa nchi yetu. Asanteni sana.
Okay, Captain.
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Rotich ya kwamba tulisimama na Raila 2007 kama Kalenjin wa Ruto, tukasimama na Kibaki, tukasimama na Uhuru sasa mara mbili. Lakini Rotich, let me tell you this, that one does not qualify to tell us that there is no any other tribe that voted for all these presidential candidates. Kulingana na sheria ya Iebc, kuna kura lazima upate kutoka kila region ndio qualify uingie pale kama kiongozi. So ukisema hivi sasa Wajaluo waturudishie mkono ama Wakuyu waturudishie mkono, ile kabila zingine watawakimbia saa hii ndio mnaomba kura kama nyingine. Watajua ya kwamba bila wao Wajaluo peke yao hawatawapitisha, bila wao Wakikuyu peke yao hawatawapitisha, na watajipanga kule kwingine. So I think we have to negate that thing that we are talking about. Okay.
Actually hapo okay, siku kwa naongea directly at directly to one tribe or three tribes, lakini nasema hakuna mwingine from other tribe ametoka na akaingia mpaka akajulikana. Ndio maana sisi tumezunguka nao kwa swali kuja kutuomba kura, tukawapea tena rosafi. So na tukasema si hata si tuombe, but hakuna ule amekuja akashinda ule, tunaona tuko na yetu ya nyumbani. So sijaenda on the tribal ama hiyo line mofu la Afrika.
Okay, kwa sababu tuko na deni Nyanza, si ndio? Rotich, tuko na deni Nyanza. Mbona tunaenda Mount Kenya sana na hatuendi Nyanza sana? Nipe jibu.
Pia wao okay, exactly. Umeongea Mount Kenya wako na kiongozi yao na anaenda kustaafu. Nyanza wako na kiongozi yao au anataka bado anataka.
Huyu kiongozi wa Nyanza hata staafu baada ya rais mwenye atachaguliwa na wananchi kutoka. Huyu hata staafu.
No, atastaafu ndio. But si kila mtu anataka. So ana makosa. But ukienda kuomba kura huko haina makosa.
Okay, thank you both of you. Thank you Captain and Rotich. Naomba hilo swala tulikamilishe tafadhali. There is a very good lesson we are drawing here. Alex, iko nini?
Nilikuwa nataka nimwelezee ndugu yangu kwa ufupi kuwa I think he was belittling the way the management ya Moi University happened. Na akafika wakati akasema all universities that thing happened. My friend, if you truly read a report on how Moi University became a cash cow for political money to be swindled, ilikuwa ni a conduit through which money was being taken out, and the way it was being taken, a prestigious university. Ukiangalia the history of Kenya, when there were only 2 universities, and how Moi built that institution through pain, so that it could help people who are going out of the country. The investments, and to a point, at some point, that the law faculty was totally closed. and students were transferred to small universities like Kisii University. Unajua, the whole law faculty was transferred to Kisii University. So ukabila usifanye mpaka we lose our thought process mpaka tutetee kitu ambayo atakani kutetea. That was a national treasure. I'm telling you, before Moi came to power, the percentage of Kalenjins who had finished university was so low that losing an institution like that is not just for the Kalenjin community. It is the Western Bloc, to a point that we had a referral hospital. Laini tulikuwa tunapanga Kenyatta National Hospital, my friend, before we could get even better. You cannot belittle that. That's a national treasure to be taken to become a tribal thing. Yenye mpaka Mandago alinikasirisha sana. A man who was a governor who put his own people, akasema tuone nani ataingia kwa hii university. Don't belittle that. I think you as a person should be one who could vehemently say that was not the right thing. And that is the progressive nature of politics, so that sisi wote tuliona what happened. Usitetee kitu kama hiyo ndugu yangu.
Actually, Alex, I think we're on the wrong side of the page. We are all sailing on the same boat. Vile hospitali imecollapse ama vile imeumia. And still, kuna theory behind it. Hiyo hospitali ilikuwa imeni kwa ya county ya Uasin Gishu. They were supposed to build a new hospital, new referral hospital. Ikaingiliwa siasa, pesa, shamba imepotea. But as somebody from the region or the area, I know the importance of it. In terms of vile inaokolea watu, in terms of referrals, in terms, name it, employment. So sijaongea, nasema wale walikuwa initial na wale walikuja wakichukua that leadership, kinda kind of they want to revenge. Sasa mimi nichukue watu wangu na waandike kazi hapo, na sitaki nione watu wako. That's a mistake that happened there. And I wish ingechukuliwa ikuwe kama parastatal. Mimi singekata. Thank you.
Okay, I want to sign out and leave you with Demba, but let me say this. Kenya requires progressive leaders, not leaders who want to take us back to where we have been. The presidency of Kenya is not to be scrambled over. Everybody who wants to be president should offer himself to Kenyans and let the Kenyans decide. Making this vying for presidents a matter of life and death should not be encouraged by any community or any people. What brought about our independence was when our brothers began looking for one another. The central people had to find the lakeside people and had to find the people in the middle. They had to concast together and say, we need to find a solution to our problem. It was not Kenyatta alone. It was not Jaramogi alone. They sought for each other. Leadership is in how many leaders you bring together in order to secure a nation. This is not competition ile tulikuwa naenda ya mbio ama ya kwaya, where I'm the best, I am the best, I'm the best. It is what is best for this country. And so let us look for leadership that will secure this country, and the security of this country requires every Kenyan on board, not some Kenyans and others are left out. And that the leader given the responsibility to lead should ask, where are the rendiles? Where are the dicos? Where are the ones who say who stay in the forest are called what? Every Kenyan needs to be
James.
Yes, they need to be considered. Yeah, the Ndorobos and all that. So let's not have a country where tumeingia sasa, tumestruggle vizuri, tumefanya kampeni vizuri, sasa tumepata. Basi tulia tuanze kukula. No, let us seek for leadership that is able to mind every other leader. Thomas, you requested to say something. Mi nataka kuachia hapo Bwana Themba. Naomba ukaendeleze the remaining an hour and something. Unless kuna swala lolote, mimi nitakuwa nimeng'atuka. There's no matter rising. So Bwana Themba, I don't know kama umeongea na boss. We have resolved the Marsabit journey is on Thursday next week. Sure, you can make a poster to that effect. Thursday, so we go for 3 days. You travel Nairobi to the place. We are working with some locals who will rally the people that we're going to minister to in one place. We arrive, we distribute whatever that we have, and then come back the following day. So make a poster to that effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we will. I'll do that so that we have it ready.
Okay. Captain ameinua mkono.
Captain, sema. Endelea Captain.
Kabla Bernard aende, nilikuwa nataka kusema ya kwamba niambie mtu kama Raphael Rodichi Simoni amepotea na Salina Sego, ya kwamba sio heti ya kwamba forum kama hii kuraniwa na Wakalenjin tumeshindwa, but you know why we are not allowed to be in such forums. You know of GK Malema's forum, this exactly like this, lakini haiwezi kuja hapa tukaongelea tukawaambia ukweli. So I want to congratulate these two faces. The first two faces, Bernard, kabla aenda alale, my friend, enda ulale unono, lala mzuri sana. Na Temba, they give us that position tuseme maneno ile inafaa. Uko na shida mingi sana na Raphael, I think you can confirm. I see for you, Raphael, because I've been here with only Selena as from that side or from those regions whereby you want to just thump to be the well-known in this country. But I can tell you, why are you not running the same forum? Why are you not running Chika Malemas like this? For us to tell you the truth. Kwa nini hamtaki tuambie ukweli? So mwenye anasikia sahi Chika Malema, your TV, put it on air like this, we will tell you the truth to the core. Asanteni sana wanaume wawili hawa, mumetupeleka mbele kiasi. Hata kama tunapingana kisiasa, tutakuwa na kiongozi mzuri yule anafaa. Asanteni sana Bernard, asanteni Temba.
Okay, asante sana Captain. Bernard, una jambo nataka kusema kwa hilo kabla uende? Umemute.
I'm mute. Sorry. Thank you, Captain, for your kind remarks, and we look forward to going better. It is all opportunities that God gives us, and we try by His grace to do what can be done. But let's also appreciate that our country is evolving. It's evolving. There was a time when we could not do this. And so when you find bottlenecks in some forums, it is still work in progress. So we should allow them also to grow to that level. It's the same thing with our leaders, whereby they are leaders who are comfortable when other leaders are rising. Then others are uncomfortable when other leaders are rising. It's not that they are not leaders. These ones that are uncomfortable hawajafika ile kiwango ya kuelewa kwamba leadership requires for you to generate more leaders. They think leadership is in killing everybody who wants to be a leader so that you remain to be their leader only. So we give them time to grow, they will arrive there. But we thank God for the far that we have come. Thank you very much. And Patriot, Karibu, see you later.
Okay, thank you. Thomas, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, my time is almost due, so I will just slightly comment on that Biwott clip. It was a very comical one because you could hear Biwott saying the only thing that the Rift Valley people want is peace
and security. That is what he emphasized. And there is a very simple advice that he is saying, ukiwacha hii ukora ndogo ndogo, ukiwacha hii ukora ndogo ndogo, then you will reach where you want, and leave alone this grassroots politics, including the nomination. And you can clearly see 5 years after that, the nomination process is coming again and eating William Ruto, and that is the main cause that has really made Ruto to struggle. And we cannot assume that Kenya is still respecting their leaders. There is a very big role of elders in our society. Because when you look at these leaders, they are the kingmakers. Look at the role of leaders. The role of leaders in the unification of the people from Nyanza and the people of Central. Look at the role of leaders. So when you see a section of leaders in Rift Valley not blessing William Ruto, I think that is a questionable topic that William Ruto should not just look at it blindly. And he must also change tactics, because when you look at the Rift Valley itself, the name sounds very big, I think because of it's a geographical title, the word Rift Valley. But when you look at the partitioning after we got the new constitution, places like Nakuru, places like Eldoret, those are cosmopolitan area. You cannot count on such areas because we have people from Central, we have people from Nyanza, we have people from Western, and we also have the Kalenjins. So where exactly, like Raila can wake up and say, Western is my place, Nyanza is my place, and he can say Coast is my place. Where can Ruto wake up and say, this is my place? Now, when you come to Central, right now Baba can at least get around 50%. Let us not say 100%. Let us say 50%. But look at it in this way. It's going to get at least 60 or 70%. All the leaders in all the elders in Central Kenya, they are supporting Baba's bid. All the governors in Central Kenya, apart from the two, they are supporting Raila's bid. And when you look at even the endorsement in some other regions through leaders, it's happening. And it's now too late when William Ruto is now trying to change new tactics in try to reach out to people like Jakindu Bay, so that we can have the and propagating lies ati nimezunguka those 47 countries na tukaongea na watu chini, so officially he said we are officially starting in here, and on the other hand anasema amezunguka on some other regions. So this is a person that is very confused, a person that is having a very big double speak. And when you look at this person is also facing the May scandal allegations, which his team is really battling on that. Now, when you come up to the Moi institution, Rotich, I want to tell you something. We are all learned people. If a student has been denied to get his academical rights, there are two important bodies in an institution. Number one, we do have student council. Number two, we have a student examination council, and we also have the highest and very powerful organ in an institution called the Senate Council. Now, if this student, I think you're relying on a mythical part of theory. If this student was denied to do medicine because he is coming from a certain region, And you all know that the education is the basic right. So I think that is a very big lie. I want to give you two instances on why, on where politics has really shut down so many big institutions that create employment and work as a unifying factor. Look at the way Nakumat went down because of borrowing from politicians, and this is the same thing that happened in Moi. It started when some big members were financing the local politicians, and that's how you see now a student is supposed to be doing classes in Eldoret, in Moi main campus, is doing some courses in Kenyatta, in Kisii University, or in a KMTSC, institution in Migori. So I think it is high time, let us just don't assume, and let us just don't look at things so blindly. And when you say that, there's a member that say that ati ni wakati wa kurudisha mkono. We have initially we used to have 42 tribes. Right now we have 120 tribes. So you want to say these 125 tribes should ask, what questions should they ask themselves? I think we should vote for these people in terms of ideologies. What are they? Not you exactly, but what about the future, the generation? What are they going to do for this next generation? Look at, for example, Raila Odinga fought for the constitution. The person who has benefited so much is William Samoei Ruto. So the same way should apply to on how you're voting in for the leaders. Don't just say tunamfuata tu. Imagine right now, if at all maybe you have an 18-year-old child who has just gotten his ID this time, and this is the first time he's going to exercise his democratical right in terms of voting, and he asks you for the wisdom, Dad, who am I going to vote for this time? Wewe piga tu yule utataka. Sit down with this person, tell this person, I'm voting UDA because they are going to give you wheelbarrow. I'm voting UDA because they are going to give you bottom up. I'm voting UDA because they are going to give you pesa mfukoni. On the other hand, there is also another one. I'm voting Azimio because they are going to bring you peace. When they peace, economy is going to thrive very well. So I think it's high time we don't just vote these people and look at where they are coming from. I'm coming from Nyanza. The other time I voted for Jubilee. I was their agent in Nyanza, and I was not afraid. I told them, hey, I am from your place, but I am a Jubilee member, and these are the reasons why I'm supporting this person. And no one even bothered. And this time when I switch off my mind and I'm saying I'm voting for Azimio la Umoja, I have the reasons on my fingertips. So hii mambo na tuliwapatia mkono ndio hii yangu kumi yake kumi. I think the deal was already done. They never explained that Ruto atakuwa president for 10 years. Walisema tu yangu kumi, yake kumi. You can explain it in a different way. Utakuwa deputy president miaka kumi, nitakuwa deputy president miaka kumi. That's it. And wacha tupatie some other people as well, we try them, because Moi was a deputy president for 24 years. What happened? The only thing that he was doing was to give Kenyans free milk. And when a society stomach is full, they cannot think. Look at what happened after Moi. We got Kibaki. What Kibaki did is ensuring that Kenyans are getting education. An educated society think. After that is now you can see at least 70% of Kenyans really understand what is going on. They can really make decisions on their own. Now we need to have another person that fight for unity, and that person is none other than Raila Amolo Odinga. So Themba, I'm very, very cold. The degree is so down, and I think I'm not feeling okay. So I need to get some other stuffs. I would like to wish each and every person a very good night, and I'm so happy that people are having a very fruitful discussion here.
Thank you, Thomas, for that well presented views. In about a few minutes, I just want to address myself to a few things, and then I allow us to open it up to us again. Number one, on the topic of opposition leader, I mean, I want to submit to us that I've noticed the consistent and continuous change in the deputy president's rhetoric as he moves along. And one of them is that the idea of imagining that an opposition, first of all, it's a lie. Nobody goes to an election to vote for an opposition. Nobody goes to an election to vote for an opposition. Hold on. So nobody goes to an election to vote for an opposition candidate. So what we know is our constitution even does not have the opposition. So first of all, that is a lie. That is a lie. There's nowhere that people vote for an opposition. There's nobody who gives an opposition any work, and there's no opposition in our country. Our constitution gives minority and majority parties in parliament. When parliamentarians get to the constitutionally, when they get to parliament, we have three arms. That is the executive, the legislature, and of course the judiciary. The parliamentarians, all of them, when they get there, it's just minority and majority, you know. So what happens within parliament is where now the debate, what is it that is good for the country? What is it that is good for them? So when you find a deputy president coming out now, going on top of the vehicles and lying to wananchi that you voted for an opposition and you gave an opposition work, that is a lie. You know, he's lying to us, which I think he should be called out for. But I think his informers or his advisors are telling him, push that rhetoric. Tell them that these people were elected as opposition. Tell them that they're supposed to do something in opposition. Wakashindwa kazi in opposition. Which country, where do you find people going to elect people to be opposition? And secondly, which country? The constitution allows for you to question the government. You're supposed to question the ruling party, the ruling people. You're supposed to question even whichever country you go to. The government in power, once you have been voted and you have gotten to power, you cease to be your party. You are now the government, the state government. You are government of Kenya. And government of Kenya can be called out if they do things that are not supposed to be done. So that is point number one, where the DP has started again and continuing with the trajectory of lies. The second lie that I think he has speaked this week is now saying that the opposition was a laundry for the corrupt. Now, what can that imply? Does it imply, therefore, he is actually accusing, because the idea of laundry and sanitization came around when Waiguru went and said hi to Baba. So does it therefore mean he still believes that Waiguru is a corrupt person? Would this also apply that he should not have accepted these corrupt people into his camp? Because he has embraced Waiguru. He has embraced Gachagua, whose wealth the other day could not be explained. 200 million could not be explained. The same people that is saying that he's now using the idea of laundry, whose offices were being used as a place to launder people. And the person who was being laundered, according to the press reports then and where that word came from, was Waiguru. And who is Waiguru right now? His point person in Kirinyaga. Now, if you consider both sides, that is the UDA and the Azimio side, the UDA has the highest number of people who have been accused of corruption. Name them. You can, and in fact, even Aisha Jumwa right now, not only corruption, is also in court for a murder case going on. Gachagwa's case was pushed to September. So when you come out and speak, yet that is what you are suffering from. What do you think Kenyans are so stupid as to fall for what you're saying? Now, the other thing that he has said, that is number two. Number three, he has now moved to the point of now saying he needed 10. He said, yangu kumi yako kumi, sasa nipatie ni tano tu. Why, in my view, I can hypothesize he needs 5 alone? Because he started campaigning early. He has used a lot of money. And if within the first term of Jubilee, 5 years, there was a lot of corruption that took place and a lot of money got lost, you can imagine if you can give him only 5 years that he's asking for. Kenya will be put on auction because he'll have to return all the money that he has been using. Every place he was going was giving 1 million. 2 million nimeacha hapa kwa mama mboga. 3 million nimeacha hapa. 2 million. In fact, there are some people who are going to him because they thought he was going to fund their campaign. So that money is not there now. So he's saying, ata haya basi nipatie ni tano tu, you know. And someone has made it very interesting that you see now, when you start negotiating even the time, it means that you are getting desperate. And finally, I had one of, I think he's the deputy secretary general in UDA, that is Owalo. He was having engagements in Nyanza. And one of the things he was telling them that we are going to sign an economic charter that is going to go to an economic blueprint that is going to go to UDA government. And then the president, you know, the deputy president as a presidential candidate is going to sign an economic charter. You know, you take Kenyans for Kenya does not lack documents. Kibaki signed a document with an MOU with Raila. It was never honored. You can put your even marriage certificates are signed, but people after that they divorce. So signing a document does not mean you're going to do it unless you set up a structure on how you're going to do that, which has already been set up in the constitution right now. We have county governments, we have the national government, the constitution and all those bodies. We have revenue allocation commission. We have all those bodies that are there already existent. We have state corporations. You don't need a president to come and sign an economic charter with you in the county or sign an economic charter with you, an economic blueprint. What makes you think if they sign it, they're going to do it? You are only assured of the things you get when they're in the constitution. And the constitution is there. So I don't think, I see the desperation. So they're going now, they have decided, Owalo was telling them, now we have called experts, you already know what you guys need. You need to put it together so that you sign it. Signature can never give you development. It is structured plans that's already there. And if you are fighting the same constitution, you want to create a different structure to bring the things that have already been done? No. Those are the 4 reasons why I think the UDA side, Kenya Kwisha Alliance, are desperate in a bad way. Now, why? Internal disorganization. They started early campaign. They didn't put a team together. It was 1 man thing. Now later, right now, they are trying now to revamp, but it is not being revamped because of the challenges, internal dynamics. That's why nothing is happening. That is what I needed to say on those 4 points. Now I want to open it up again, and I want to start. Captain, you are raising your hand up.
Temba, I think maybe labda alikuwa anajikunakuna sikuwa na inua mkono, but
Okay,
I can
okay, go ahead.
give Rafael first, and then I'll come.
Okay,
I'm
Raphael.
saying I was not raising my hand. Maybe I want you to give Rafael, then I'll come.
Okay, Raphael, and then Stone PK.
Okay, so naona Thomas ameenda, but actually whatever nilisema ni ukweli. I cannot lie. Two, kuna hiyo story ya Piwot. I don't know if you can get that clip from the initial mali where he was addressing the president that Mr. President, mimi nimezunguka hii Kenya yote hii, watu wanakupenda, na mkiwa na deputy hapa kila kitu iko sawa, lakini nyinyi muungane kwanza, mupendane, ndio mkuje nje mtuunganishe sisi na Kenya itakuwa sawa. But wewe deputy president, wewe unajua ile kitu wakali nyinyi nataka peace na uongozi. So hiyo uongozi, that of course the leadership. So I wish hiyo clip ingerudiwa nani asikize vizuri tena, asirudie, asiseme kuna mali alisema ni hiyo 10 peke yake. Then huwa naangalianga lifestyle ya Kibaki. Kibaki was the deputy president au vice president ya Moi, na economy ilienda maji sana, iliinama, ilianguka, Kibaki akaenda kando. But wakati alichukua ushukani alitengeneza economy ikakuwa mzuri. So it doesn't mean hata kama saizi imeanguka ya saizi, I do believe also Ruto akishika ikiwa serikali yake anaweza itengeneza economy to mahali maybe ama mbele ya Kibaki. Nilikuwa naona amechukua Proini kina Ndi, the economist. All along I have been admiring him hata wakati alikuwa kwa Raila. So I don't think he's the wrong person. Na hii tech ameanza kwenda kukaa kwa vikao, amezunguka ile ya road shows ama roadside kujitambulisha. Nao anaenda kukutana na wananchi. Hapa mnataka nini? Huku mnataka nini? What's your priorities? So msijege ati ameogopa baba. No, hii ni style tu, ama change. Yes.
You see, you don't go telling people, Raphael, you don't go telling people ati mimi nitawaletea mahindi, alafu sasa utakuja kuuliza sasa mnatakaje? You know, that's that is where you should have started in the first place. You know, like for the other many years before coming in and saying mimi nakuja na bottom up kuwapatia mtu hapa chini. You should have started there before now coming in and starting to tell them that sasa mnataka nini. You don't give me the solution and then now start asking me for the solution. You've already given me, you're not giving me a choice, you see. So that is where you're starting upside down. You should have had this conversation. Now, if you remember where Baba started, he started with those conversations. He would go to a place, talk to them, get those their minds, you know, get the minds of everybody. He would go, remember before even he declared, he said, bado naenda round. So he would go sit with them, listen to them. Then after that, anakaa nao, wanaongea, wanatoa hizo maoni zao, zinawekwa kwa charter, he signs. You know? Then that is what gave rise to the 10-point agenda that were produced. They were not produced from nowhere. Now, by then Ruto yeye bado alikuwa anakimbia, anaenda round, oh boroma. So hizo wakarealize we needed to have started here. So what is he doing? He's going back there now. So it's already, I don't know, they are playing catch up. They are now started talking about the language of Azimio. We are looking for partners. Sasa wameanza kusema tunatafuta partners. Aya, wamerudi language ya Azimio. You know, they said a Mandela moment that Baba will only take 5. Sasa wamerudi hapo. Okay, sawa, msinipatie 10, nipatieni 5 tu. You know, they are trying now to do catch up. This thing imeanza kuwa kali for us. If we don't tone down, to mute kidogo kwanza Raphael. Raphael, you mute kwanza. Imeanza kuwa kali. Things are getting tough for the deputy president. So he has started, first of all, I want to tell you about 4 or 5 ways in which he has started, you know, copying Baba. Number 1, he has started with saying,
Hata mi sasa nataka 5 peke yake. Initially he was pushing for yangu 10 yake 10. Hasa he has started saying nipatie 5 peke yake. Secondly, the issue of now accepting the idea of coalitions, which he was refusing. So he has come down. Now he's saying that we want coalitions. The third one is he says that now we want partnerships. They are now using the idea of partnerships. He says that, okay, fine, yangu sasa staki mambo ya nini ama nini, nataka sasa partners, tuungane now. You know, that's the idea of bottom up has refused to work completely. The other thing is realizing as they are going by, if you listen to the deputy president the other day, he said, wacheni kupiga rais tulitengeneza naye uongozi. So for him, he's trying now to endear himself to the president so that it looks like the problem was not the president. And yet, a few weeks ago, he was actually hitting the president big time. So those are some of the ways in which it shows you that this guy, the deputy president's strategy, if there was any, is already facing issues. And the other confusion that I see, when you see Ndii, who is supposed to be a technical person, you will never see technical people in Baba's place going to be the ones engaging people, explaining to them. You only see politicians, because the technical people have already given them the technical. The face of the politics is a politician. They sit down, they say, okay, these are the target areas. Now, when you're speaking, go put it in the political language. The masses there, they want to hear the politics of it. Now, when you come, you're bringing the technical person to hear them. Unawakalisha hapo na wapatia wananchi seminar for how many minutes. You think people care. They say people don't care what you know until they know how much you care. So as at now, the deputy president has not shown Kenyans that he cares, because if he really cared, immediately walikosana na Uhuru, angetoka kwa hiyo government so that he can see, he can give him time. Okay, nimetoka kwa sababu mimi si agree na wewe in policy, wacha mimi nitoke nikuachie muendelee, wacha mimi ning'ang'ane niendelee hapa nje. But you see, for 5 years, he's been criticizing the same government. Actually, we can actually tell him that you don't even know whether you're opposition or you're in government. One time you're in opposition, you're saying the government has done, wamefanya hivi. The next time you want to take ownership for the same kind of things that the government is doing. You see, so he's trying to accuse the other guys for the same problem that he is. That's called projection. He's projecting himself on others. Who is he? Is the deputy president in government or in opposition? His dogs, his other people, every day, single day when they wake up, wewe Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, wewe Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The other day, Rashid in front of him, wewe Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So is he in government or is outside? And yet he's accusing the other guys of not knowing where they are. He's the one we need to ask him, when you are elected, were you in Jubilee? Yes. What is UDA? You have constantly criticized the government. Are you in opposition or in the government? Yes, Stone PK. Stone PK, are you there?
Dakika mbili Themba, somebody else can go before I come.
Okay. Patriot, are you there?
I'm September. Can I go on?
Yeah, go on. We can't see you. What are you doing in bed?
September, surely, my brother. Now, okay, fine. Now you can see me. There's nobody in bed today apart from myself. Madam went for holidays, so I'm alone. So you have confirmed there's nobody in bed.
That is not my business. I don't have to know if you're with someone or not. Okay, go on.
We didn't want to know who is there.
Okay. Well, thank you, Themba, and my fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to have you guys. And how are you, everybody? I hope you guys are fine. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Themba, you have finished my submission. Umepeana submission yangu yote nilitaka kusema. You have really brought it out very well. That the deputy president has run out of ideas. The deputy president is doing copy pasting. He's doing photoshops from Azimio. He's trying to replicate Azimio to be a UDA affair, and he's doing that without regard of the order of politics. He's doing that with impunity. He's doing that with it is quite indiscipline. You steal from your opponent and you want to run the show like it's yours. He's not using his script. The script he's reading to rebuttal the Azimio la Umoja is actually not his script. Very interesting. You have brought that very clearly, Themba. But allow me to say that something that did not come out very clear from when I listened to you is the way you have employed the term or the word corruption, not the word opposition. When I listened to you initially, you seemed to suggest that there is no opposition in Kenya. But in your last submission, you have really employed the very term that you address yourself to by asking whether the DP is in opposition or not. But if I heard you well, you seem to suggest, Themba, that there is no opposition. So if your take is that there is no opposition in Kenya, then in my humble submission, you should not have used it as a requisite or an address topic when you were asking whether UDA is in opposition or is in government. That's my take, but I'm sure you'll address that better. It didn't come out clear. I didn't get that clearly. So if you agree that there is no opposition, then you should not reprimand the UDA by asking them whether they're in opposition today, tomorrow they're in government. So it should be a deletion that there is no opposition. And if that is the position, then don't ask them whether they're in opposition or in government, because according to you, opposition does not exist in as far as the politics of Kenya is concerned. If I got you right, Themba. So, but you'll explain that further for me to understand, but that's what I understood. It's possible that I didn't get it right. So my next statement that I wanted to mention is that I agree for sure. These guys have run out of ideas. They are replicating what we are doing. They are asking for 5 years. I'm just echoing what you're saying, Themba. Seemingly you seem to talk on what I wanted to submit, but let me just overemphasize because I think it's still correct. The 5 years was not a subject matter in the quest for the presidential candidate UDA, but they seem to realize that this is what is the idea that is being bought here, that is making an Azimio la Umoja an exciting moment for Kenyans. So I think that is theft. It is not allowed. They have been stealing so much from the public coffers. So they should know we are not going to allow them go scot-free on stealing ideas publicly, and they want to make them theirs. They stole the slogan, Atupangwingwi. That was our slogan. I was there in Nyeri. They ran with it and they made theirs. Then we decided to leave it to them. Tukaamua kusema hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. I'm happy that was a very long slogan. They can't pronounce it well. That's why they have not stolen that from us. We will have very long ones that they'll have difficulties to pick it up because these guys love shortcuts. I think it is very clear that they are running out of ideas. They are out to give us things that they don't understand very well. The bottom-up economic model, in my view, this is an extract. This is an extract annexed from one of the mantras and theories that are associated to economic models. It's not a standalone story. that you can tell. You picking a tail of a lion, that doesn't mean you have an animal. The animal might be too far, it might be dead, it might be alive. You must present as the animal for us to know this tail that you're talking about here, whether it is dead on its own or it is a chopped off tail from an animal that either lives or it died. So you must have these things together for them to make sense. So in as far as I'm concerned, the theory and the narrative they are playing around with does not tell us whether the animal is alive or dead. So it's not a model in my view, and it will not stand the test of time. So allow me to also say this, Bwana Speaker Themba, that for sure, in my view, the story is quite telling. When you see the deputy president going to Nyeri, and they decided to have their camera avoid the audience, and the camera captures him, giving us an impression that he's in a lecture room. That to me, the psychology behind the avoidance of the audience with the camera is very clear that there was no audience. This is a man who has been bragging about numbers. If he is not focusing on numbers, on matters related to wherever he goes as a public speaker, that tells you no, those numbers are not there. So first and foremost, for some of us who have a very clear, focus on what numbers means in as far as the two groups are concerned, Nyeri, there were no numbers. There were no numbers. Nyeri, these guys gave them a wide bash. They gave the DP a wide bash. They didn't show up. There were no numbers. And that's quite interesting. Look at the body language of the DP. I'm sorry to say that even from the way you look at him physically, this guy, makilos inamtoroka, ameanza kukata weight. I looked at the shirts. The shirts look like there's something wrong. And when I look at Murkomen and the others, they have a problem. The body language in terms of how they look, it is quite telling. I am sorry to report to our opponents, and we are making this known that we know. I'm sure it's not news. We are winning this election. You guys, the body language is telling, you're losing. Don't start telling us anything else. I think the most important thing you need to start telling us, you are ready to walk the talk by accepting the defeat, because you are losers. And let's have a very peaceful country. I predicted here that Kalonzo Musyoka will come. It's just a matter of time. He does his own way. He has his own way of doing the politics. So for us, it's just a matter of days. We have toned down, and we know very clearly who our enemies are as Kenyans, not as Azimio la Umoja. We know who are the enemies of this country. The enemies of this country are those leaders who propagate corruption, who propagate tribalism, who propagate classism, in pretext that they are championing they are champions of the interests of Kenyans. This is very interesting, and I think I'm happy that Kenyans wajinga walikwisha, wameanza kubaki wadogo. Wheelbarrow imeenda, sijui ilienda wapi. It's neither in the farm. When we visited Trans Nzoia a while ago, 2 days ago, and probably yesterday with my brother, I will tell you, hata kwa shamba hakuna wheelbarrow. They are telling us they would rather use something else, not a wheelbarrow. Nobody wants to be associated with that thing. In fact, it's becoming almost it is becoming something that you will easily classify as a very infectious epidemic. It's a serious thing. When you mention a wheelbarrow, people want to run away from the restaurant where you are, whether in church or anywhere. It is interesting. So let me report good news that our brothers should be aware we are on a stretch home trajectory. The game is over. Let them continue trying to photocopy what we are doing, but it's very clear they can't speak our language. It's not news. People know exactly. The father of the child is known. So Themba, thank you so much for the time. But I'll be very happy if you clarified the issue of the opposition. I got it different, Themba, with a lot of respect. But if I'm right, you retract that and apologize. Thank you, Themba. Back to
you. Yes, Captain. What is it?
I think I have like 3 questions to to Patriot. And I think I'll give 3 of them consecutive. I think my network is not good. Patriot, do you hear me? You can hear me?
Hear you loud and clear, my brother. Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I like that loud and clear because I don't want you to miss any question. One of the question is this. You say that Baba will be the president. That is not a question. My question is this. What will you do that you have never done before for the last 5 times Baba has been running for presidency? Question number 2. What if Kalonzo Musyoka will not join Baba and later on come to William Ruto? Did you know that Mudavadi was an earthquake that was coming to UDA? Question number 3. What if Ruto joins Azimio and joins Baba? What shall we be discussing in this forum? Patriot, those are your questions, not for Temba, it's for Patriot.
You wanted to give me a good morning. I think you give that's a nice one. That's a nice one. I didn't expect to smile this morning, but that's nice. I think that's good therapeutic, talk this morning, my brother. One thing that is very clear, my brother, you are a very jovial man, and I don't know whether you're being sarcastic or the last time I watched you here when Selina spoke, you seemed to be a man who gave me the impression that you come from the nation that has a lot of brilliancy. And I know you are people who think twice. And for sure, I want to agree with what you're saying. But let me choose to read what I've read, because I know that's not what you want me to pick from what you say. But allow me to just say, I'll pick from what you've said, what I think, but I'll go ahead to answer your questions. What will we do? What will I do differently from what? So you said, did you say me? Do I say me or followers of Baba? I don't know whether that meant, but I want to answer according to what I understood probably.
Because I'm with you here and other panelists, I think you just, the question I've asked you, I think fellow UDA members would have asked you also. So you'll also answer on behalf of other members of Baba.
Okay, thank you. So something that you are not clear on that, my brother, because I don't want you to reprimand me on a statement, whether it's by design or by omission. You know, when you say, what will you do if Baba did what? Once Baba has become the president, or it remains a contest? You know, you should ask me, what will you do after Baba has become a president, or what? I didn't get, the first question was not clear. To be honest, if you can repeat that question or reframe it.
Okay, Patriot, it is this way. I want you to get me very clear. And I think I must ask you questions the way I know and the way I want. But I'll not ask you questions the way you want me to ask you. Are we very clear? Okay, now, my question is this. How sure are you Kalonzo Musyoka will come to you guys? And because you are very sure of Mudavadi that is joining Baba, but later on you are the casualties of the earthquake as we talk. So how sure are you that Kalonzo will be joining Baba? What if he fails to join Baba and he joins UDA? That is William Ruto, Moses Wetangula, and Musalia Mudavadi. Question number 2 is this. You said Baba is going directly now to presidency. He will be the president of this country. I don't know what will be, whatever. So I ask you, what will you do for Baba to be president that you've never been doing before for the 5 times he's been trying? I don't know, 5 times or 4th time. This is the 6th one or the 5th one, I don't know. What is that magic that you are going to do in the ballot for Baba to be State House. Are we together?
Are you
Patriot,
finished?
we are together. The third question is this: what if mimi kama UDA na William Ruto mwenzangu tuseme Azimio tosha, Baba tosha? What shall we be discussing in this forum? Because now we have been discussing Ruto, Baba, Ruto is this and that, Ruto is failing where, Ruto's crowd is this, Ruto is copying Baba, Ruto what? What shall we discuss next after we will join Baba? I think Patriot, are we clear on that?
Thank you. I am happy. I don't want to say anything much. I think I'm happy with your questions now, and let me answer them. My brother, and I know why you asked those questions. I know where you are getting, but I'll answer them. I have nothing to fear. I've worked with both the UDA boss in Kalonzo Musyoka. Let me concentrate on Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka is a family friend, just like you have your family friends. Keep hata wewe una marafiki yako ya nyumbani. So personally, me and the Kalonzos, we are family friends. So I can authoritatively speak about Kalonzo Musyoka, and I'll not mince words. I've said that before, and I'll still say it. Kalonzo Musyoka is coming. I want you keep to reprimand me here. If Kalonzo Musyoka goes to UDA, I promise on this platform, I'll give you 50,000 shillings on this platform. On this platform. I think that rests the case. If you think he will ever go, you're asking me what shall I do? I'll give you 50,000. So work hard. Make sure he goes to UDA. I'll give you 50,000. But as far as I'm concerned, unmute, keep.
I wanted you to give somebody that money first. Aside that, my heart can be arresting a bit, waiting for 50,000.
Allow me to talk, Keep. You are not going to tell me how to answer your questions. I heard you loud and clear. It's my time to submit. Thank you, my brother. Now, I wanted to tell you this, my brother Keep. If you are going to do your work, whether you're going to use billions, whether it's going to be for free, if you prove to me any day from today that Kalonzo Musyoka has joined UDA, hiyo ni kazi ni kwako. You have 50,000 shillings that I will give here on this platform directly to your M-Pesa. So kazi ni kwako. Number two, what are we going to do differently if the UDA joins Baba? We shall celebrate. Hatutakuwa na election. There will be no election if the Ruto group joins Baba. So I think one thing we shall celebrate, you'll have done Kenyans a good service, because we will save all the money that we will have used for the election. But unfortunately, we will have to do a sham election. For the sake of nyinyi msikuje, kwa sababu tukiingisha Baba bila election, mtasema nani alimchagua. Mkikataa kuwa kwenye ballot, eti kwa sababu mmekuja kusema Azimio la umoja, we will still run that election, because you might use that to be an illegitimate process. We are not going to have a president elected by people saying, yes, we are joining Azimio. We will have that election, whether you are joining us or you're not joining us. The ballot papers, for your information, are almost complete. The printing is almost done, and we have dispensed the funds from Parliament. That process is already there. We can't have a reverse. We will keep an election on 9th of August. Baba will be declared the president on 10th. When you look at the kind of merchandise we wear, some of us, and I think let me use this opportunity to say that very clearly, Baba is going to be the 5th president. I like the way you said, Keep, you don't know whether ni mara ya sita ama ni mara ya ngapi. For once, let me clarify this, so that tomorrow you don't come here telling us you don't know ni mara ngapi. Sikiza vizuri sana, Keep. Baba amesimama mara 4. Hii ni mara ya 5. So Baba anaenda kuapishwa tukifika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 saa 5 ya usiku. Saa 5 ya usiku. 5. Baba atakuwa amesimama mara ya 5, itakuwa ni saa 5 ya usiku, atakuwa president wa 5, atakuwa ni miaka 77, mwezi wa 8, tarehe 9, tarehe 10 tunamwapisha. So I want you to understand, baba anaenda kusimama mara ya 5, amesimama mara 4, anaenda mara ya 5. Jambo la mwisho nataka nimalize keep kwa haraka ni hivi: we are not doing anything different from what we have been doing. It's only that the system has realized that the best thing to do for a country that is progressing in the manner that we were supposed to have, we need to be given space to elect leaders so that we catch up with the tigers who have left us behind because of nepotism, because of unfairness, because of corruption, because of tribalism that has been so much anchored in our electioneering processes. I want to thank God today. I am a proud Kenyan, that Kenyans have seen the light of the day. They have seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Give democracy to thrive without you putting roadblocks to block one person just because you don't want one community to ascend to power. Today, as we are speaking, there is a level of that. There is a level play in democracy, and I am happy. And I want to borrow from Themba. Raila Amolo Odinga does not need the system to win the election, for sure. I agree. Raila Amolo Odinga just needs fairness, space, and respect for all that are going to vie, including the DP. That is what we need for Raila Amolo Odinga to win the election, something that was not there in the years that have actually come before this. So I want to be categorical. Nothing different that we are going to do. Followers of Baba are the same. You can see Ukambani will remain with us. The Luyas are with us, apart from Ugali Sosa and Mboga na Ugali Sosa and a bit of Mama Mbogas. You know who those are. Hiyo ni watu wachache. Let them go, because we need to have our people competing against those who don't want to be with us. So my point is this: we are not going to do anything different. Raila Amolo Odinga has the numbers that he's been having. This time around, the servers will be open. In fact, the requisite we are saying today, if Iebc wants to have a clear, level play for everybody, including reprimanding those who speak in a language that will not be palatable in these elections, they need to be ready to leave the servers open. They need to give the key open to anybody, whether they are there or not. That should be something that can be accessed by anybody, whether you're in Europe, you're in the Middle East, you are in Uasin Gishu, you are in Kisumu, you are in Nairobi. When we want to have the information of the server, let it not be a story that people are sleeping. Whether they are sleeping or they're in the bathroom or they're in the hospitals doing surgery, we must have a clear access to the server such that we avoid any atrocities related to the election. And this time around, if Raila Amolo Odinga is going to win the way I know, the opening of the server will help the UDA people to accept that they have lost fairly. Loud and clear, those are my answers to you, Kip. Thank you so much.
Kip,
Okay, let me accept
Kip, hold
your
on.
answer, Shingo Upande.
Hold on, Kip.
Okay.
Hold on, Kip. First of all, just a point of correction. For Patriot ballots have not yet been printed because they are yet to receive. Even parties are yet to submit the names of people who are buying. Secondly, you asked me, you put me on the spot on the use of the. Hold on.
That was and that correction. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Secondly, you asked me about opposition. I was alluding to the language used by the deputy president, that if there is anyone who is actually not sure which side, whether he's on opposition or is in government, it is him. So I was using his same words. So if you got me wrongly, but my first statement was to the effect that the constitution as it is right now does not have any part for opposition. And when we go to, it's just like going to a race. Nobody goes to a race to become number 2. When
they are minority. Sorry, Themba, not really. But let me say this: they are address that to the fact that we have minority leaders who earn salary, and they are called minority leaders, including the the officials that you know. So if there is no opposition in parliament officially, then who are the minority leaders in paraphrased terms? Please, I have a different meaning on those ones. And if you can address yourself to that, I'll be happy. Thank you.
You see, that's a good question. You see, there's usually a sense of a misunderstanding. When parliamentarians get into parliament, they now sit according to their parties. So there's a party that has the majority, and then there's a party that has the minority. So minority and majority does not necessarily reflect that they'll be opposing each other. They work, even the way parliament works, it works in such a way. That's why it was easy for you to vote. There are usually some things that are brought into the floor of parliament that are cross-cutting. For example, there's this issue that was being brought by Eric Omondi. They want 75% play. You find it was cross-cutting all the parties. So when they get into parliament, it is not that you sit this side. In fact, in parliament, you can sit anywhere. You don't have to sit in the minority side or this side. Those minority people, wait, patriots. I'll let you talk if you want to talk, because if you keep talking when I'm talking, you don't get the sense of what I'm saying. So, like when they changed, you know, when there was now the process that happened, and some of the Jubilee guys decided that they are not going to be part of the process. They left the seats, and some of those seats were taken over by some of the ODM guys. It doesn't mean that now when they took them, now the majority joined the minority. No. In parliament, the way they work in parliament as it is right now is just parliamentarians. But now we have the minority leader and the majority leader. Majority party is the party that has the most people in parliament. In some parliament, by the way, some majority party have lost their majority. I mean, in some cases, like Israel, if you follow the case of Israel, at some point, the parties that were together negotiated, and the prime minister lost the majority in parliament, and so they impeached the prime minister. So you can actually do that and impeach the prime minister. So it is not like opposition. It is a negotiation in parliament. Once they get to parliament, it becomes a totally different thing. So the executive is up there and whatever. Now, our constitution does not as at now. But now, when the BBI was to come, it was now going to create official opposition, so that you have opposition side and the government side, which was going to be clear, where you have the office of the opposition leader, and you have that. That is what the BBI was going to create, and which was also the same that was before, where we had opposition. I think I think the previous parliament there was opposition, and then the government. So it's not the way we think about it. The way right now, you know, they are suggesting that, you know, you went and you are elected to be the opposition, just like saying when you go to a race and people are lined up and people are running. Nobody is running to be a number two. So when you become number two, you are not told, you know, you are running to be a number two. So that is your part. No. It's just like right now, nobody is running to be the opposition. You know, nobody runs to be the opposition when or even to be a minority. We all run to be majority. You know, we all run to be majority. So in the unfortunate event that now you become a minority, no, you don't come out and start saying that you people were elected to be the opposition. Nobody did that. It is not, it doesn't work like that. So that is the understanding, the constitution as it is right now. So if it happens to change later, maybe that will happen. What is it, Patriot?
On that one, my brother Temba, I really beg to differ with the following reasons. My understanding, and I want to appeal that it's actually the right position. The handshake of Baba did not change the structural legislative structure. I mean, the structural position, the structural legislative position of parliament in as far as opposition and government is concerned was not affected in whatever means other than the cooperation. Actually, the term they use in parliament, it's the cooperation between the opposition and in government. That is why the seat that my former friend, the MP of Kiminini, lost was a courtesy of the realignment in parliament. I'm talking about Chris Wamalwa, lost it to the colleagues. And you remember there's the issue of party, allocations and stuff like that. And if what I've listened to ODM and the other people is anything to go by all along in our campaigns, I want to submit that Raila Amolo Odinga is not in government, and if he's not in government, he's somewhere. In matters government and leadership and legislation, you can never be in the middle. You can either be in government or you are in opposition. So for me, if you ask me, Baba is in the opposition. What he has only done is to give a leverage, is to give some latitude for the government to work without necessarily getting harsh tones in terms of language and rebuttals where you go to the streets. This time around, it's a different methodology on how the opposition and government are relating. But as far as the structural relationship of the opposition and government is concerned, in my view, that still stands in government. And when you listen to Junet Mohammed and the SG, they have always explained that ODM is in opposition. We are not in government. We've only decided to cooperate with the government. And then the other thing I want to say that seems to be different from what you're saying, Thamba, is this. The BBI was bringing in a suggestion that never went through. The only thing that was going to be different from what I understand in as far as the BBI is concerned with opposition is that they were going to emphasize, they are going to legalize in terms of positions. They were going to give official opposition some bit of fodder for it to be recognized by law in terms of funds allocation, in terms of security, in terms of job tenure, something that is not well anchored today. But as far as Parliament is concerned, I don't see where the minority leader is sitting on the side of government. And all the Parliament sessions that I've checked up to very late in Parliament, opposition has its side, the government has its side. What they have only done is to cooperate. As far as the Constitution is concerned, truth be told, nothing has changed because there's nothing that has changed. It can only change by Constitution amendment. It will have only happened, Themba, had the BBI gone through. Those were propositions. They were rejected by court. So there is what I understand that that means when you say status quo. The status quo of Parliament has not been affected. And if that would have been the case, then in my view, it will have been so if BBI will have gone through. So in the imagination of many, especially the UDA, in my view, they are propelling the narrative that Baba is in government, or there is no opposition. In my view, and I want to submit that with a lot of respect, that is my view. I understand your view, Themba. Opposition is legit. Opposition is in Parliament. The biggest party in opposition is ODM, followed by others. But cooperation-wise, the opposition have decided to cooperate with government to have some sort of special arrangement to give the leverage and a bit of leeway for the government to work without necessarily having very serious agitation that leads to us to Parliament. And I remember last time somebody said here that Baba does not need to tell people to go to picket in the streets because he has a different methodology of working with government. That does not explain that Baba is in government. That does not explain the deletion of opposition in parliament. That's my position, Temba. And I just want to rest my case on that one. Thank you. Back to you then.
You know, you are contradicting yourself. You're saying that the constitution wanted to make it legit. You know, when you say the constitution wanted to make it legit, you're simply saying that it wanted to be included in the constitution. Now, I pick the point of stagnation. You know, the idea of opposition is seen as if you criticize the government, then you are opposition. You are opposition. You can question the government, the constitution as it is right now. The constitution as it is right now. I'm just strictly looking at the constitution as it is right now. It doesn't acknowledge opposition. That is not an acknowledge. It is there's no official opposition. There's nothing like that in the constitution. And in your own words, you said they wanted to make it to anchor it in the constitution. How could you anchor it if it's already there? It is not there. It's acknowledged. So there's nothing like opposition in the current constitution. You can look at even the comments, like not necessarily, but there's no such thing as opposition party, and that would mean they should oppose everything. So it doesn't necessarily mean that because you are in a majority in parliament or minority in parliament, you should oppose everything. It is just that now the parties that are there, like when Jubilee came in and it had the majority in parliament, it formed the government. That's our constitution, the way it works. The party that raises, it is possible. And you know, that's a question. If you followed the proceedings, when the elections were nullified, after nullification of the election, one of the things that they were asking, okay, fine, you're saying that Raila won. How come he didn't have as many? He doesn't have the majority in Senate, and he doesn't have the majority in Parliament, and yet he's the president. So even if Raila would have said that he has won the president, but he doesn't have majority in Parliament, and in Parliament, of course, we have the Senate and the lower house. If he doesn't have majority, that means that some of his things will not be passing through Parliament. There will have to be a lot of kind of calculations. So that's how government works. So Parliament becomes, like most of what happens is about negotiation, and that's why it was easier when now Uhuru realized that he could not get, some of his things were not going to pass because within the Jubilee there were parties, and though many were siding with Ruto, so it became hard for. He realized that if I'm going to continue like this, I'm not going to have my things passed. What did he do? He approached another friendly party, and that's a normal in our democracy, minority and majority. But when you have opposition and government, it becomes hard even for these people to move off and even have those kind of negotiations. So as it is right now, you can think that, okay, fine, he's not in government. There's no government side and opposition side in parliament. There's nothing like that. It's parliamentarians. Now, there are those people who are now saying that, okay, fine, from here, do we work with which are friendly parties? That's why you see at one time ANC is working with KANU, at another time it's working with this other side. They keep voting according to what is best for the country. That's how it works. For now, but in future, maybe when the constitution is changed, then we'll have opposition and the government. That is the constitution. Until such a time, we have to live with that. So that was where I was coming from. That when you come out and say you are elected to be opposition and ask government, that is not a true position. It is a lie. It is not the true constitutional position, but it is good political statement. It is a good political statement, but not a good constitutional position. Political statements and constitutional positions can differ. And that is where now the deputy president is taking advantage. When you come out, and it is the same thing. It's a political statement when Patriot says, that you see Raila is opposition, he's not in government. That's a political statement. It's not a constitutional position. So you are right to say Raila is not in government, because government, according to many, is Jubilee, right? A good and a true political position, but it is not a constitutional position. The constitution doesn't acknowledge opposition or government. It is parliament, the executive, judiciary. That's our constitution as of now. Yes, Captain.
I think I'm still with Patriot. I don't know if he's asleep or is still looking on that side of.
But hold on, Captain. There's another thing I wanted to say about your questions. Yeah. Back to you.
Okay.
Let me just respond to one of you. You asked if Kalonzo joins this other side, and of course you asked also if Mudavadi, we didn't see his earthquake coming. Now, if you can go back to our discussions here a few months ago, even before Mudavadi moved, in this particular platform, all of us had given a prediction. All of us here, I mean the panelists, and if you can go back even before they even thought of moving, we had said here that this is what is likely to happen. Mudavadi and Weta are likely to join Ruto. And Mangidi, Kalonzo, and Jirongo were not going to join Ruto. And after that, immediately after that, there were rumors about this guy working for Ruto, Malala. And we kept on saying, you see, Malala is actually speaking Mudavadi's mind. So Mudavadi's surprise was not even an earthquake to anybody. It was probably, if he surprised anyone, he surprised himself, you know, because in this platform and in many circles, his behavior had already started showing that he was going to cross over. All right. Now, the next question that you asked was, now that one I think is settled. We politicians, let me tell you something, Captain. There's nothing that happens by surprise in political field. And let me tell you, by the time you see it happening, it was known many years ago. And politicians do not just wake up and act. And like what Sabina Chege said, do you think Sabina Chege, when she was saying that, she was just being reckless? Now that is the perception that is created. There were so many things that you and I might not even understand, you know. And by the time you'll come to realize what it is that it was supposed to begin. I want to give you an example. You remember Waiguru before she crossed over to UDA? She went to EACC. And when she went there, we came here and we discussed. And this was what we said. How do we know that Waiguru, first of all, could be just trying to she took herself to EACC to create a background that will make her go to UDA. It never took more than 2 weeks later, she was going to UDA. And what was the reason? That I'm being targeted because I've said now I want to go to the deputy president. So all those are political moves. And we have to appreciate that some of these things work before even you know what is happening. So the other question you asked, what if Kalonzo Musyoka doesn't join? He joins Ruto, but doesn't come to Azimio. Now, this is the thing. And we have also given that scenario here. And we said that there are two scenarios. Azimio side has already worked out a plan with Kalonzo and without Kalonzo. So there's already a plan with Kalonzo on board and without Kalonzo on board. And if you have seen, starting tomorrow, you'll see Ngilu, Kivuda Kibwana, and the other governor, Mutua. I mean, Alfred Mutua.
Alfred Mutua.
They'll be going around the Machakos, Makueni, Kitui counties. They came with the business people, walikuwa pamoja, and it is activation for Azimio. So there's already a clear plan. If Kalonzo comes, good. If he doesn't come, a politician who is worth their salt does not work with one plan. You don't work with one plan like Ruto did. He worked with one plan and he thought it was going to be a sure bet. It has crumbled. He's starting too late to recapture other plans. He didn't have plan B. He had only plan A. And that plan A has fallen flat on his face. And that's why you see he's trying to struggle to bring back his plan. So already there's a plan with Kalonzo and without Kalonzo. So whatever Kalonzo said, but they're all indication, the way Kanu is talking, if you listen to Kanu, and Kanu is a very strategic partner in Oka. So if you listen to Kanu, the way Kanu is talking, and there are clear indication that they are coming to Azimio. So hopefully that comes to pass. But even if it doesn't pass, Oka, as it is, Gideon and Jirongo cannot work with Ruto. So even if Oka is to split, and I'm imagining also Karua cannot work with Ruto. So if Oka is to split, then it's only Kalonzo who might go to the other side. I doubt if he's going to do that, because they have already even said to him that there are places that we cannot go. His electorates have told him that. So whatever calculations he make, he might choose to go alone. They go to the end, but I don't think that is something that even Gideon Moi wants to think about. He's already told his people we are going to government, and the government, you know where it is going. He has already told the people, you know where it is going. So that is what I can say. The other question that you're asking, what if Ruto decides that he's joining Azimio, what will you be talking about? Okay, the first question I will not answer, because you know that is not going to happen right now. But I can answer the second. What will you be talking about? We are Roger Patrick. Point of order. Just close that. Kidogo nimalize hii point. You know, we are a political animal. There's a theorist who said, a particular philosopher who says that human beings are political animals. And being a political animal, we are here to contribute to criticize and analyze political moves. And every time political moves happen, we come here and we put them on the platform. So we will definitely find something to talk about. Maybe the next question will be, after 9th, what will we be talking about? We'll be holding the government of the day. We will start actually the next critical position of questioning the governance processes, because that will be the next thing. Because we are talking about political competition, it will end after 9th. So will we close down after 9th? No. We'll meet here to start interrogating the government of the day. What have they done? What do they need to improve on? Which are the places that they need to improve? We must think ahead. Think beyond 9th. Think beyond Baba has come in, or let's say Baba is already in government. Do we stop talking? No. We move to the next thing. We start criticizing the government. We start interrogating the government. We start saying which policies, what promises are they keeping? Are they moving according to what you wanted? So we are thinking ahead as a people, and our need for discussion here is, first of all, to inform. We must have an educated, informed civic education. You are making the voter to have effective decision, to have knowledge, so that when you are going to make decisions, you're not just making decisions, you're making informed decisions. And informed decisions is continuous. So it doesn't end by election. Election is just a process of getting a leader. Once you get a leader, you start demanding for delivery. Put pressure on the government to deliver on what they promised. If they don't, we will hold them accountable. So that is what we are saying. It doesn't end by that. We are not just here for Uhuru, Ruto, and Raila. We are here to contribute to the governance process of our country. Maybe Patrick will say something before I give you back, Captain.
Patriot, are you there?
Am I the one to speak or keep?
I thought you raised somebody. The panelist saw your hand. Temba.
You raised your hand.
So
What is
gave
it?
you before I Temba. Yeah.
Sema before I bring Captain.
Yeah, what I was saying, Themba, is that my point of order was unapea rafiki yetu majibu mingi na tulikuwa tumempea, alikuwa ametosheka. I don't think he was you know, now you are giving him, utafanya captain atoroke hapa because tayari jibu alikuwa amepewa na nilikuwa nafikiri anataka tu kusumbua. I thought those answers were already done. That's what I wanted to be.
I believe now, Patriot, you are the one to run away. If let me inform you that,
Captain,
because I'm coming back to you again.
I've not finished my speech, and then now you're coming in.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. So Themba and Captain. So why I'm explaining why I was raising my hand that time when you were speaking. I wanted clarification whether Captain was satisfied with the answers, or you were adding to the answers, whether my answers were relevant or not. That's what I was not very sure of. That's why I was seeking your indulgence as you are continuing. But I think now it's clear that you have put much weight to the answers, and if there were any doubts in the explanation, I think he will choose from the heavy answers that we have provided. Back to you, Themba.
Okay, Captain.
Patriot, let me tell you, in politics, every answer counts. Whether you are telling the people I'll build a road on here for you guys, you will see those wananchi wakichapa tu mikono.
Hold on, Captain. Hebu mute kidogo. Raphael, are you there? Selina, are you there? Okay, so these people, let me remove them from. If you sleep, then we start closing the station. Okay, Captain, go ahead so that we have people who are alive and awake at the station.
And I thought I had Raphael saying he was there, but anyway, maybe he can come back, no problem.
Raphael is there.
Raphael is there,
Yeah,
yeah. He's back.
Raphael, if I call you, if you work okay, curtain, we are calling you and not there. We just get you off and we kick you out of studio.
No, actually, it was not the curtain, but the microphone that I had muted.
Mamo, if you put yourself on the curtain and then you drop off, we are not adding. We want to start closing. So if you drop off, atukurudishi sasa, we are starting to close the station. Sasa tumeweka hiyo. Sasa either ukae hapa na huko utuone ama ufunge na udrop na uende ulale. Hakuna ubaya. Leo baadaye pia ni siku. We actually start to close. Yes, Captain, go ahead.
Okay. I was saying that I'll come back to Patriot, but before I come back to Patriot, there is something, Themba, you're saying that about Mudavadi and Wetangula joining Ruto. You foresee that thing, that in future maybe they are coming together. And I can tell you before that, do you remember the day I told you, do you think 2 million that Malala alikuwa analilia hiyo ni pesa yake anaweza peleka tu hivi? Those money were given by somebody. And I mentioned there the person who was. And that person was there in Mumias football, whatever, when the other rally was in Bugungu Stadium. You see? So when I'm asking Patio that, what if we join Azimio as UDA, what will be the next question here? We foresee things. The way you use Themba, you foresee Mudavadi and Wetangula joining UDA, even as we foresee things. I see. So when I come back to Patriot, your family friend Patriot, I hope next time round is not coming with anyone that there is no anyone that is bringing in. When I say you are your family friend, you know, you are the one who told us here that Kalonzo is your family friend. I think maybe this time round you have a lot of funds, enough funds for your campaign. Don't let him come and hold the baby number for your campaign. Let him come with his own funds, and he joins Baba for maybe to lead this country. Again, Patio, let me ask you a question, because you have had some issues about Wetangula, William, and Moses, whatever it is that. William Ruto is not a direct presidential candidate when it comes to three of them. We might go for a nomination. So when Kalonzo comes to join Baba, will there be any nomination for presidential candidate, or Baba is permanently the presidential candidate there? What short is your question? And maybe Temba again. Yeah.
Captain, I think you enjoy asking me questions, and I'm okay with that.
We are streamlining the country. We want to get the best leader for this country.
Captain, it's my time, boss. I am saying your
Are you talking to me?
And that...
Yeah, you are talking to me.
Temba, protect me. I don't know who is speaking. Okay. So, Captain, I am saying that it is good that, you know, when you have somebody who enjoys making discussion with you, you will feel good. I didn't mean anything bad. I just said you love having, you know, throwing questions on me. I don't know, you have your own reasons, but I enjoy it. It's not in bad faith. I've just said that on a light note, Captain. So allow me to say this. And I don't know whether Themba will protect you with this statement. I want to say this. Azimio la Umoja is Raila Amolo Odinga. If not Raila Amolo Odinga, it is the partners of Raila Amolo Odinga. Because Baba is going for partners. So it is Baba. We are not going to have any nomination. Those are political gymnastics. We don't want to do that. And then number two, Captain, don't keep, you know, you don't allow me to speak, and you guys, you go behind the curtains. I don't know what you're doing. So, Captain, you have asked me a question, and then you go behind the curtains. Oh, unaenda kunywa mrusik saa zile mimi naongea. Rana, wewe kaa hapo nikiongea. You need to understand my body language. Nimalize, ndio uweze kwenda huko nyuma ya curtain. Sasa, Captain, I am saying this. Baba is the presidential candidate for Azimio la Umoja. We are not going to play political gymnastics the way you guys are doing. At your Mara, Ruto is the presidential candidate, Mara mnaenda nomination. Remember, UDA and Azimio la Umoja is like a day and night. The difference is too wide. You don't compare us to UDA. The way you UDA, you do your things is different. We respect that. But I want to be very categorical. You know, I mean, you are not a visitor in Jerusalem. Raila Amolo Odinga is the presidential candidate for Azimio la Umoja. Hatuna nafasi ya the Wanjigis. We have no time for any other person. We have fought for the independence of this country to the level that when we talk matters wine, we mean wine. When we talk about water, we mean water. I want to say in very categorical and, you know, and matters cast in stone. Raila Amolo Odinga is the presidential candidate for Azimio la Umoja. Period. Number two, anybody who comes to join Azimio la Umoja is coming in as a partner, but as a subordinate partner to Baba. Hii mambo ya tutafanya nomination, hiyo ni yenyu hiyo story at UDS juu tangu la baada mjajua kati. You remember very well, the deputy president has been telling us, hawa watu hawana rada, hawana mpango, hawajui nani atasimama. Sisi tuna rada, tuna mpango, tunajua presidential candidate. Sasa mmeanza, you guys have gone round the circle, the orbit, until you've come back to the tail. Kama nyinyi bado mnajipanga, hamjui presidential candidate, hiyo ni shauri yenu. But for us, nataka nikueleze vizuri, Captain. Raila Amolo Odinga is the presidential single candidate for ODM. I mean for Azimio la Umoja. Hatuna presidential candidate mwingine. Mtu tunatafuta ni running mate. Hapo ndio mahali tuko. tumetoka Nakuru, tumefika Limuru. Don't take us back to Naivasha. Sisi tumefika Limuru. We are almost coming to tunakuja mahali imeanza kuitwa, if you know, uplands. Tumeanza kufika uplands, tunakuja karibu tuingie Waiyaki Way. So don't take us back to Naivasha and the others. We have one presidential candidate anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kalonzo Musyoka akikuja, nyumba ya baba ina marumu mingi sana. In baba's house there are many rooms, but the master bedroom is already occupied. The master bedroom has the honor. Kama master bedroom yenyu ya UDA vifunguo mmepea Weta na kifunguo, ati Msali anayo na Ruto anayo, hiyo ni yenyu. Sisi that's it. Now lastly, if I got you right, we are very clear on where we are going, and the order is that way. Baba does not have followers, he has partners. But allow me to finish on that answer by saying this, Captain, very quickly. Tell your presidential candidates awache kukopi vitu ya baba. Yeye amekuwa akitafuta followers. Hii mambo ya kutafuta partners alijua lini? Kwani hii wiki nyingine ndiye alijua kwamba kuna mapartners na amekuwa akiongea juu ya followers. Juzi ndio mmejua maana, juzi ndio mmeanza kujua maana ya kuwa na coalition partners, na mlikuwa mnatuambia hustlers ni partner ya watu. This thing of you guys borrowing things from us, ninakutuma to His Excellency the Deputy President, awache kubeba Wakenya ufala. Wajinga waliisha. Hiyo mambo ya partners ni Azimio. Na juzi niliona anasema ati umoja ni nguvu. Umoja is a slogan in Azimio. Sasa wewe unaongea juu ya umoja, actually you people. No wonder Wetangula wanafika mahali wanaongea Azimio la Kenya kwanza. What do you mean Azimio Kenya kwanza? Ukiongea Azimio, it is synonymous to say una support Raila. Ukiongea mambo ya bottom up, it cannot be Raila. Bottom up, it's another meaning of Ruto. So the moment you start admitting Azimio, the moment you start saying umoja, you are simply campaigning for Baba. Thank you. Back to you, Captain. I think it's clear.
Okay, Patriot, you see now that I got it that the seat for presidential candidate is permanently meant for Raila Odinga, which is okay. Maybe that is your own vile mliagree kwa chama yenu ni hivyo, ama kwa hiyo coalition yenu ni hivyo. Hatuna maneno na hapo. So hii tabia ya kukopi tabia ya baba ati sijui anachukua sijui partner sijui nini, sijaona kama kuna partner ameanza William kuchukua. Sisi hatu believe kwa kitu kama hizo. Najua kwanza, kitu ya kwanza, William ni deputy president, yeye si mlevi, yeye havuti bangi na kunywa pombe, yeye ni naibu wa rais wa nchi ya Kenya. So chenye amesema iko kwa katiba inamtambua. Hiyo mambo ingine unasema Patriot, hiyo does not exist. Hiyo tuseme tu ilikuwa ni mambo ya mpita njia, na ni siasa, yote ni siasa. So kwa sababu nyinyi believe in democracy ya kuleta all the presidential candidates, alafu wapiganie positions mwenye watachaguliwa na delegates akuwe presidential candidate, then we question you guys. Where are some of us Kenyans like me, maybe I wanted to come there, ni compete na Baba na Chimi Wanjigi na Kalonzo Musyoka na wale wengine wote. Sasa hata sitakuwa namba last, sijui nitakuwa namba ngapi. Where is democracy in this Azimio thing? Where is democracy in ODM? The other day ulisema sijui mambo ya kupeana wheelbarrow. Sisi hatupeananga wheelbarrow. Ni mnapeananga matunda kweli? Hiyo ni kama tu nembo tumechagua tukasema sisi yetu ni kitu kifaa cha kutumia kwa kazi. Kila mara hata pale nyumbani kuna wheelbarrow, kwa mjengo pale kuna wheelbarrow, pale sokoni kuna wheelbarrow, unasukuma matunda yako unauza. Unaona? Lakini hatujasema tunapea watu wheelbarrow. Tukipeana ni kwa hiari tu. You see? So usitukriticize sana Patriot. Ni siasa, inaitwa siasa, ni lugha ya siasa, na kuwa na ile room ya tolerance. Usikuwe intolerant ukiniona mimi nafanya hii. Wewe unafanya hiyo yako kidogo ya Azimio na nini, lakini tunakubali. But hiyo mwendo wenu kutoka Nakuru mnaelekea Limuru sijui Waiyaki Way, mtatupata sisi tuko bedroom bwana, State House ndani. Twende namna hiyo. Bernard, ni Temba, continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Captain. What is coming out clearly is that you guys are politicking. And of course, your politicking has cost your captain, the main captain in UDA, a lot of messes that he has suffered. He's suffering right now, clearly. And for some reason, the idea of tuko na mpango, tuko na candidate has fizzled out completely. So he's not even talking about it. The mpango they had, the candidate they had, and Captain, let me tell you, you cannot lie to us. There's no way. Which other position do you think the deputy president can go for other than the president? He's already a deputy president. So the only one senior position he can go for is the president. So there's no way he's going to be, there's no way you're going to subject the deputy president to a nomination with the Musalia Mudavadi and Weta. There's no way. I mean, which Mudavadi, all his MPs have gone to DAP. And so is Wetangula's MPs. So there's no way you're going to subject the deputy president to a nomination with those two characters. In my view, I see them as characters. In fact, someone was asking them, how can you leave this side to go and start kushindana na kazi ya speaker, which akina Lusaka are the ones who are bargaining for those ones. So we need to be clear. I mean, the candidate in Kenya Kwisha Alliance, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, sorry, is the deputy president. There's no any other candidate. And you see the way people are talking. When he left this country, it was hard even for Weta and Mudavadi to even, to go campaign anyway. Unless he's there, they can't campaign, So it is clear, he has even said, even when he went to Nyeri, did you see Akina Weta there when they were talking about, when he was talking with Ndi to explain that thing? Did you see Mudavadi? The people there, they were simply saying, when you come in, and Ndi, who is a key economist who was brought by Ruto, was saying that I'm the one who is going to be handling that. Which negotiation has happened until Ndi has been given that position? It is clear who is going to be the president. And then the deputy president said, okay, don't give me 10, give me only 5. So whatever it is that he's doing is backfiring, which you guys need to accept. There's disorganization in that camp. The king is naked, but there's no one who wants to tell the king that he's naked, because everybody fears to tell the king that he's naked. He's naked already. We can actually see. People can see. And that is why he's losing ground, because people see that, first of all, he has lied for all those years. Everything he has been saying has no basis. I mean, even the promises he's giving, in fact, he's called Mr. Promises. So he can promise and promise and promise and overpromise. So everywhere he's going, he's overpromising. People have seen him for who he is. His campaign is so disjointed, And right now, if you have looked keenly, even the many MPs he kept on talking about are not talking anymore. Ground imewaka. Wanaambiwa ya kwamba sisi tunataka kuwa kwa government bana. Ukiendelea kufuatana na huyu jamaa, we'll be out of government. Now, where is Osoro? Do you see Osoro a lot following up with him? Do you see some of the MPs that were really loud? Because they have gone back to the ground, because kila mtu sasa ni survival. I need to survive. I need to go back to parliament. Now, if I'm not going to go back to parliament, huyu jamaa, yeye ameshakuwa deputy president, ameshatengeza pesa yake. He's already secured in the constitution that even after this year, even if he doesn't make it to be president, kuna retirement package ya deputy president, kuna nini, atakwanga na security. Wewe as an MP ukitoka umeenda. So these guys are going back to the drawing board. Unaona? So I can tell you, Captain, it is becoming really, really tough, especially for those people who thought That, and now even what has made it even worse is the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta has revamped Jubilee in Central. And things are looking like the trajectory in Central is going to be very different. So I can assure you, imetoka kwa Hasira Nation, sasa imekuwa Matusi Nation. Yeah, they are full of Matusi, full of you know, they thought their guy. They are trying to look for something that is going to bring people together so that people can be, you know, it is not working anymore. There's no narrative that can join people of Kenya to bring their emotions. Hakuna. You know, lies. You can. They say that you can lie to people sometime. All the people for some time, but not all the people all the time. You know. So it has come to hit them hard. And even you, Captain, if you are to be asked clearly without any prejudice, you will say it is true. You guys are feeling the pressure. You know, you are feeling the pressure. And some of the people, even from Rift Valley, now feel like, you know, we don't want to be looking like Kenya. We are the only ones who did not even vote for the government. You know, so it is becoming a little tough for you guys. But the worst mistake that he ever did, that is for me, I can always say, I wish he kept on sticking with the idea that no, UDA will go it alone. If you are coming to join UDA, wind up your party and join UDA. So that was going to be his running call. I can tell you that consistency was going to give him a mileage. But the moment he stepped down and accepted that they're going to have a coalition, he shot himself in the foot. That moment, when he did that, he shot himself in the foot. Because if he could have said, okay, this is my trajectory, and this is what I'm going to go with. I'm deciding, I'm going. You know, that consistency, it shows you as someone who knows what he's doing. But the moment you come and start saying, okay, fine, now I can negotiate, and then you go and negotiate with a party that is losing its members, Mudavadi. Now what have they come? Mudavadi is coming to sell to you this, and this is now the most interesting thing. I leave Patriot, then I come to you and I tell you, you know, Patriot was telling me not to be your friend, so I'm going to be your friend to prove Patriot wrong. So Mudavadi is with Ruto to prove Uhuru Kenyatta wrong. What kind of nonsense is that? A whole someone who has been a vice president is coming to tell the deputy president that, you know, they were telling me not to be your friend because you are their enemy. You know, telling you that you don't want to be Uru's friend doesn't tell you that you go be Ruto's friend. You chose to be Ruto's friend. So why are you blaming Uhuru because to be Ruto's friend? So that is his campaign tool, you know. And if you listen to Mudavadi speaking, you see is someone who was like a jilted lover, you know. He did not want me to be your friend. Hakuwa anataka tukue na wewe, sasa nimeamua nitakuwa na wewe. You know, that's the most outrageous explanation you can have to pick a political position. So personally, if you ask me, I can submit to you, Captain. It's only that you guys do not want to admit the pressure is real in your side. You guys are having a lot of pressure. You are trying to go back to the drawing board right now, but now as you're going back to the drawing board, time is moving. And then as time is moving, you also have to handle the idea of nominations, because now people are starting to go. You don't know who is going to jump ship at what time, because the Iebc timelines are also coming in. You don't know who is with you. They're also gone back to think, watch ground, Jaldesa, you lost the women rep for Isiolo. Well, after you guys had given her money to go and, you know, distribute. So she came yesterday and she was like, I was just there because of makasiriko. Sasa nimerudi nyumbani. It is going to be hard. Everybody wants to be in government. You don't go out there to be in opposition. It is clear that Ruto is headed to the opposition. So the drama is real and nobody wants to be in opposition. It's easy to sell. Let me tell you, right now you just need to go and tell the people. And this is what is going to hit you. They're going back to the people, and you know what they're telling them? They're telling them, you guys, look here. The last 2007, 2013, 2017, all of them. Raila is said to have won, but the system took it away from him. Now the system is with him. You only need to say that. And people are like, okay, fine, this time it is going this side. So there's no selling point. So I want to submit to you and your people. It is okay. I mean, we need to have opposition. We need to have all those people, but I can submit to you that the Ruto camp, the Kenya Kwisha camp, is already on its knees and it's panicking. The worst mistake they did is start panicking. And they're panicking and they're making those mistakes in every rally that they go to. They respond to things they should not be responding to. Their messaging is so disjointed. They're repeating the same things that watu wameshapita. People are not talking about issues like, oh, sijui ule mtu sijui wa kitendawili. Or you see even the way the crowd is talking. They try telling the crowd, mtachagua ule mtu wa kitendawili ama huyu. Tubadilishe katiba kwanza ama uchumi kwanza. I mean, people know that BBI is not with us. It's not coming anytime soon. It is election first. Then after that, the constitution provides for amendment. So you see, it is not hitting anywhere. It is not working. I hope they go back, they find a different message and not use the same people. You can't keep using Gachagua to be your propagandist. Gachagua himself is so soiled. 200 million, he could not explain where it came from. You need to start finding new faces. You're using Professor Kithure Kindiki. He doesn't know how to speak in public. He thinks that being a professor is enough to make you now a good politician. So it is hitting the wall, Captain. Now I think we can start taking our closing remark as we move on, and I'll start with you, Captain. Then I go to Raphael Rotich, and then Patriot alafu tumalize. Okay, Captain.
Okay, Temba, I've heard you. I've heard what you have said. But what I can tell you is that it will not be easy to turn William Ruto into opposition. Haitakuwa rahisi vile mnafikiria. Na mimi kwangu, upande wangu, nitasema ya kwamba ni heri shetani William Ruto. Tuko pamoja, sijui kama mnanipata. Waja nikae na William Ruto yangu vile namjua kuliko mtu simjui, sijaona akishinda. Ameshindwa mara 5. Hii ya 6 atafanya nini? Na kila mara William Ruto penye naona anaingia anafaulu. Hata kama ako na mikosi zake nitakaa tu na yeye. Only that tukikaa chini hivi kidogo tutarekebisha maneno 2-3. Haisi kosa chini mambo mawili matatu makosa. Kila binadamu wako hivyo. Hata wewe Temba, Patriot hapo, Raphael, kuna mahali hauko sawa. Na ukirekebishwa, ukiambiwa maneno 2-3 utarekebisha. So William Ruto atarekebisha. So wakati umesema siku hizi amebadilisha, anaomba tu miaka 5 peke yake. So nikawa na msemo inasemanga huwezi tangulia 10 na 9 iko nyuma yake. Omba hii ya 9 kwanza, hiyo ya 10 ya baadaye itakuja. Naona. So ndio maana nafikiri alikuja akaangalia akasema hapana, hii 10 naomba na hata 5 ya kwanza sijapata. Wacha niombe hii 5 kwanza. Hiyo ya 10 itakuja baadaye. Naona. So ni so extraordinary kwamba bado nimeona kwa comments bado kuna mtu ana believe ya kwamba ati Raila is the permanent presidential candidate wa ODM, which is now Azimio, whereby I think I can still tell these guys mtoke tu kuagiza bana na mkuwe hata na kitu tu transparency kidogo, ingawa mnataka tu baba akuje, lakini mjifanye tu mnafanya nomination but it will not be nomination, lakini tu muilete tu hapo ndio ionekane kana kwamba mko transparent, but otherwise discussion imekuwa mzuri, watu yote naona ameepa, mabaki na Rotich, Pemba, sina maneno, tuendelee tu hivyo, tafute Kenya moja ile tutapata rais ya kututosha. Sawa Temba.
Asante Captain. Me, I can handle both of you. Hata kama nyinyi ni watu wa UDA. Rafael, toa maoni yako.
Sasa naona ile mtu alikuwa anataka niulize swali ameepa. Okay, I have one question. Wakati ODM walisema watafanya nominations ama wale wataka president, nafikiri Joe alitoa pesa na Oparanya, alafu ikafika mahali ikasama. Swali, hiyo milioni moja ama jamaa ilisama ama itarudishiwa? That is one. Ya pili, vile Kiba amesema,
wachana na mambo ya ODM, shughulika na mambo ya UDA. Mlifanya nomination ya UDA wapi?
Inakuja tumeweka dates. Na sinyi mlikuwa mnaongea ya UDA,
mlifanya nomination ya UDA wapi?
Inapangwa itafanywa. Hiyo tunapanga.
Ruto ni committee gani ilichagua Ruto kuwa presidential candidate?
Ndio nasema still hajasema, lakini wameannounce watafanya, mpaka wametoa pesa ile mtu atalipa.
No, so yeye ni presidential candidate.
Amesema anataka ndio, but sasa delegates watakuja waamue.
Hiyo ni endorsement. Wewe unataka mtu akutengezee nyumba ikuwe sawa, alafu sasa wewe unakuja unataka kusema ati unataka kudominatiwa.
Okay, sio kutengeneza nyumba. Na unajipanga.
Alafu hata vile mnaongea, unaona huyu captain anasema ati haitakuwa rahisi kupeleka Ruto opposition. You see, hii ni competition. Hii kama unataka hii si kanisa, and all those politicians are there to win. In fact, haipaswi kuwa rahisi. Inapaswa kuwa
I agree with you. One, this race, it's like, unaona wale wase wanakimbianga marathon ama wenye wanakimbia 5,000 ama 10,000, they have to practice fast. Kuna race inaitwanga 3,000 steeplechases. 3,000 steeplechases sio race ya kawaida, hiyo ni mathematics. So yeye amechapa ile 10,000 kwanza ya kusunguka amemaliza. So amekuja chini sasa steeplechases unahesabu from this ya kurukia mpaka ile ingine ni auto ngapi ama ni steps. Ndio amekuja sasa ameanzia Nyeri, sasa anaanza kuhesabu the 47 one. So kuchukua hiyo titi kanyaga hapa wanataka nini, kanyaga hapa wanataka nini, but 10,000 laps ile ya kusunguka amemaliza hizo. So sasa ni kwenda plan B. Then ujue after that kuna warm down na kuna warm up. After kama mazoezi after kama marathon moja ama race moja unafanya mazoezi.
unaenda Dubai.
Baba anafanya race marathon moja anapotea 20 days. Anakuja anafanya nyingine moja anapotea. Sasa unaona jamaa anafanya moja lakini anagalia chini.
Baba ni timu kubwa. Unajua, let me tell you something. Your guy is working hard, Baba is working smart. Unaelewa? Mtu wako ndio maana unasikia kila wakati the only thing mnakuja kutuambia unajua Ruto wako na nguvu. You can work huko na nguvu, but there's someone ana work hard. Baba alishajua. Unaona hizi vitu zote Ruto anafanya. Baba did that 2007. He has done that 2013. He has done that 2017. Nasikia? Now before then alifanya hivyo 2002 akaweka Kibaki kwa power. So he knows. All right? And I've submitted here before, I said only twice has a candidate ambaye hakuwa anasapotiwa na the system ameshinda in Kenya. The first time was Independence Day. Wakoloni hawakuwa wanataka kupeana, lakini they had to. The second time was 2002. When Moi was going. Those are the only 2 times in Kenya that a candidate that is not supported by the system has won. Right? So Baba has worked hard. Hizo vitu naona ati Ruto, there's no hard worker like Ruto. Ruto was even Baba's student. Si Ruto was there in 2002. Sindio?
Ruto was there in 2002. Yes, he was there in 2002.
Yes, alikampenia Uhuru.
Lakini alikuwa mwalimu wa nani alifunza Uhuru?
No,
Si ni yeye na yeye kutoka Moi.
Si alikuwa na Uhuru, alikampenia Uhuru.
He learned from Moi na
No,
akakuja
ngoja,
akafunza Uhuru.
twende polepole. Si walikuwa na Uhuru, alikampenia Uhuru.
Yes.
Walishinda.
Of course, that's exactly. Now, that's whatever is happening now is whatever Uhuru is doing.
2005 akaenda kujaribu nguvu yake kwa referendum.
Yes. Na
akashindwa, si ndio?
No problem. No problem. But he had the numbers.
2010,
the most important thing,
numbers.
Listen,
it's not about, you don't go to an election. You don't go to an election to be number 2. You don't go running ati unajua ati nilienda nika.
You have to test waters first. Uone kama huko ama huko.
You don't go to an election to test. Listen, you don't go to an election to test waters. You go to an election to win.
But in politics,
so, Temba, you want to tell me? Temba, you want to tell me somebody like Dida, who knows very well Aizi Shinda, he is coming to win, sindio?
Yeah.
Temba,
Abduba Dida.
Abduba Dida. You want to tell me he's coming? Coming to win.
Nobody goes to an election to test waters. Everybody goes there to win. Now listen. What happens is this. There are candidates who come. Some of them wamekuwa like in what do you call it, in Rwanda, when Kagame wanted to make his election look like there's some sense of democracy, akasponsor an opposition candidate. So he was actually running against himself. Akashinda 99% you know. So some of those people, they have sponsors. Okay. Now let me tell you something. These main people, like when Ruto was in 2005, when he was going against the referendum thing, it was because he knew that already he had enough political muscle, but he suffered. In 2010, he thought the same would happen. He suffered. You cannot win against a system. Twice has been proven. You can't. If this was a system once, that's how it will go, right? So what I can suggest to you, Raila knows, he has known that, okay, this is the best. You work smart, you don't work hard. In politics, you don't work hard, you work smart. What is the smartest thing to do? The only time you can do and work like that is when you have a euphoria. There's no euphoria right now that is following William Samoei Arap Ruto. That one I can tell you. If it was last year, probably sometime when he had come up with the euphoria of Hustler versus Jew Dynasty, maybe that time you would have said people were angry and maybe that would have worked. But right now, there's no euphoria. Tell me what euphoria can unite people right now? None. A euphoria cannot last more than 2 years. You cannot last a euphoria that much. So right now, whatever it is that he's trying to do, now we are going from this place to... Kenyans don't need seminars. You don't go to a seminar to try telling people that, this is now what bottom-up work. That is not the problem of Kenyans. Now you're saying that is a plan. There's no plan there. These people have been sat down by chiefs kutoka Kitambo during Moi time. District focus for rural development was happening, and their chiefs and their sub-chiefs, and they do that work. So you don't need someone at the end explain bottom up. That means the politicians cannot put whatever it is that they have into a political language, into something that can sell. So I want to submit to you. You guys can continue following that, but your house is crumbling. Tell the king that he's naked. And
Actually,
it's okay for him to be naked.
For sure, it's not like, okay. That's according to your own assumption and imagination. One, you believe now you have the system, no problem. But there's another thing you are forgetting. Behind the scenes, especially those the voters, majority of them are youth, and they are no longer the illiterate.
That's the useless assumption that you guys are having. If you are talking about majority youth,
Okay,
no,
to you it's useless.
Raphael, I want to submit to you that's a useless assumption. Why? Listen, the other day,
no problem.
IEBC was looking at registering new voters at, I don't know, 6,000. They only managed around, I don't know, 2,000. So those youths are not even registering. You should listen to some of the youths from the central Kenya the other day. They were saying that we are not going to vote. You know why? Because we know so well that this election is not going to unite. He has not succeeded in uniting the youths. He is not. That is the worst assumption, because even the youth, you cannot address the youth of the urban youth and rural youth and put them together. Not all youths are pushing wheelbarrows. Not all youths are riding border borders. That is an assumption that you guys have. The worst assumption. So you're coming, there's no part called youths. There's no political base in terms of really called youths. The individual needs of everybody and every place.
Okay, where you need to know that there are youths, if you look at Papa anatembea na kina Kamanda na ni wase. When Ruto is moving around, he moves with the young youths.
Working with people does not make you that you are. No, you can work with the people and you think that they are adding any value to your campaign. Look at the people who right now were in the forefront for Baba. I mean, Baba has been out. He has not been anywhere. He's in India right now. But campaigns are going on.
Yeah.
Who are the people who are going there? You see Sabina Chege. Is Sabina Chege an elderly person? You see Junet Mohammed. You see the likes of Ledamo Lekina. You see the likes of Akina Kanini Kega.
Don't talk of Olegina. Olegina is a loser. Olegina is a loser. Actually, okay, unless you nominate him next round. Because already, the current governor... Okay, I mean, Senator, the current senator, anaenda governor. Na the current governor anaenda senator. Olegina amepatikana kwa mata na atakuwa mashinani. So unless you nominate him kwa Azimio. Na hao wako kwa UDA wote. So muende juu murudi jini, that's locked. Haya, kimtu kama Mbadi na Junet akiongea, it talks like, I don't know. Yeye akona pita nesata sijui ni wapi.
Kushinda Sudi.
Sudi anaongelesha Uhuru peke yake. Yeye ananga mtu na mtu. Si Raila rafiki yake. Anasema Raila ni my friend. Wauliza.
Haya, wacha tumalize tulale. Asanteni sana. Rafael.
Tuende kwa Kamanda.
Ngoja
Kamanda
Rafael.
akiongea.
Rotich.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Kesho baadaye leo tutakuwa hapo, so let's finalize. Maoni yako ya mwisho ndio tulale, alafu captain kataka kusema nini? Tunafunga sasa.
Ni kufunga ya tunafunga. Nilikuwa napitia ma comments hapo. Nimeona mtu anajiita Captain JB1 na David Olo. Nilikuwa nataka niwaambie tu ya kwamba sisi hatukutuma barua kwa Mungu atusaliwe kama Kalenjins. Tulijipata hivyo. Na hatukutuma barua kwa Mungu tusaliwe Kenya. Tungesaliwa hata nchi zingine. Tungeshukuru pia. Lakini kutumia hiyo lugha kila mara hii wa Kalenjin ndio sijui hiyo hii sijui nini. Sio vizuri. Tumeshinda hapa tukiongea vizuri. Hatuja associate ODM ama Azimio na Wajaluo, lakini tuna associate na Wakenya. Kama kuna vile wanasikia machungu sana wakiona tunaongea hapa na sisi ni Wakalenjin. Nitazidi kuambia, mtazidi kusikia uchungu sana. Juu tutakuwa hapa, hakuna mahali tutaenda. Ile William Ruto anasemanga Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Mtakubali hivyo. Mtakubali hivyo kwa sababu mnafanya hivi, ile vitu mnaandika pale inashangaza na mjaingia State House. Mkiingia State House, nafikiri sisi tutamwagwa pale Lake Victoria wakali. Sijui tuliwakosea nini. But hakuna maneno. Ni maisha yote. Hata Rafael Rutich atachangia. Wewe Temba nyamaza, wewe nyamaza. Rafael Rutich atachangia. Nimeenda. Good night. Tutaonana hiyo siku.
Usiende kwanza, ngoja kidogo kabla je. Haya Rotich sema.
So yangu temba actually nataka iende across the board, especially hiyo ukisikia kuna vita mashinani ama wapi, haikwangi ni wasee, ni vijana. They need to change that narrative, wasitumiwe. Mtu akuja aongee kama hajaelewa, hajasikizana ama itaingia kwa laini yake, awachana naye. Mwenye ameongelesha amefurahia aende naye, because hii Kenya ni yetu na sisi wenyewe ndio tunatumiwa nao politicians huko juu kuumisana, na tukiumisana nobody will come and check on us. Wao watakuwa wameenda wasema wajinga wameelimana. So I wish our youth so wakuwe tu extra careful, wasitumiwe, waje wapewe pesa, wapewe wakule. Sawa, that's it. Siku njema.
Okay, kabla hujaenda Rotich, asante sana. Wale ambao wako kwa comments, tafadhali let's be conscious of the other people. You know, it's good for you to appreciate them. we hold divergent views, but we respect each other. So that should be the modus operandi of our engagement. So Captain JB, JB1, it's not about Rotich and Captain. It's about they have a freedom to hold their views. So just appreciate them for who they are. And let me acknowledge Jim Mombati, Captain JB, David Olo, Frank Thomas, and all the others, Penya Gaka, Andrew Misiani, who else? Not Nice, Mungai Ngunyu Gadimba. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming on. We still have 111 people on YouTube. We had already been thrown out kutoka Facebook. So we want to appreciate all those who are still here with us. Fellow panelists, Rotich, asante sana for coming on today. You can come again later today, Kenyan time, 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. I see them starting 9 p.m. nowadays. So you can come in 9 p.m. and it stays on until late around this time. Ndio tunafunga. But for all, we want to always say that this is Mutembe TV is a place where we want to bring all of us to discuss governance and analyze political leadership and also inform and educate other Kenyans on the best thing to do. So we really appreciate everyone. We really appreciate your participation. We really appreciate you coming on and also giving us your view. You only need 4 things to come here: a working gadget, a phone, or a computer. You need connectivity, internet connection, Wi-Fi, or even bundles, as much as whichever you can get. And then we need someone who has an idea, something you want to share with us, political or otherwise. And then, of course, finally, willingness to learn. So if you're willing to learn, you're willing to share, you have a connectivity and you have a working phone and gadget, boom, you're ready to join us. You can come in anytime. When you see the link being shared, you just click on it and then you come to the studio. The studio holds up to 10 people. If it's full, don't worry, keep trying. You can get a time someone comes in, shares, and then they drop off. You can come on, then you share your ideas and then you learn. Let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so we want to keep talking. Let's respectfully agree and appreciate each other, respect each other's opinion and views. We have a constitution that unites us, and also we have a Kenya that we have to live in together. Everybody is a Kenyan and humanity unites us. Other than that, thank you so much, everyone. Now that Rotich, you are here, we normally close with a prayer, and our prayer is the first stanza of the Kenya national anthem. Oh, by the way, before we go, a quick one. On the issue of Marsabit, we shared, we attained around 190,000. Now, that money is going to be taken to Marsabit next week on Thursday. We are going to put a poster here so that you guys can see and follow. And it will be about a 3 from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then guys will come back. So we'll post it here. We'll bring a video to the same. We can bring a live show. We'll be able to do that so that you can see what is happening. So that is the update for the Marsabit. Thank you so much for those who contributed. 10 shillings, 1 shilling, 500, 1,000, 10,000. Thank you so much. Someone is going to eat because you contributed. We really appreciate. So subscribe to Motembei Forum, and also Rotich, tafadhali subscribe to my channel, YouTube channel too, Themba Ondiege. Let me post it here so that you can subscribe. Tafadhali. I've posted it there, so when you see it, you subscribe to it. But now, before you go, normally we say our prayer, and the prayer is the national anthem. Before you go, I want you to say the prayer before you go in Kiswahili. Rotich.
Answer.
Yeah?
Oh, answer. Okay. E Mungu nguvu yetu.
Endelea.
Ni wewe, unishikie pande hiyo. Hii Kenya ni yetu wote.
Okay, e Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Tukizingatia hizo words za first answer of our national anthem, it will unite us. I'll stop seeing you as Rotich the Kalenjin. I'll see you as Rotich, my brother, ndugu yangu. And we'll be able to make Kenya a better place, and we'll always fight for the haki ya kila mmoja. So that is a very important thing that we stand for. Thank you so much, Rotich. See you again later today in the evening. God bless you, and God bless you all, ladies and gentlemen. See you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Captain, kwani ulikuwa urudi?
Hata sijui nilifinya wapi bwana, ikanitoa. Siko naenda. Mimi si unajua mimi siogopangi mawe ya narushiwa na Captain JB1 ama Olo. We know na tutajua kurudisha back mawe zaidi kuwashinda. Hiyo yao ni ya kutufurutia chini tu. Na waelewi, we take the advantage of our accent to ascend into power. Hawajuangi. Hiyo primitivity yetu kidogo hawajuangi, na watajua tu hawajui.
Wacha nifunge show, tuonane kesho. Sawa sawa, eh?
Okay, asante. Have a good night.
Okay, bye. Okay, good night.